Hyvää huomenta. Tervetuloa mukaan Eurooppa-foorumin toiseen päivään. Minä olen Josefina Tuomala ja toimin tänään lavajuontajananne. Aamun ensimmäisen ohjelman jälkeen tällä lavalla on luvassa muun muassa Esko Antala-luento sekä puhetta EU-investoinneista ja ilmastopolitiikasta. Kaikki sisällöt live-striimataan ja suomenkielinen ohjelmasisältö tulkataan englanniksi. Seuraavaan paneelin kieli tulee olemaan englanti, joten jatkan juonon loppuun englannin kielellä. Good morning and welcome to the second day of this year's Europe Forum in Turku. For 3 days, the Turku City Theatre is filled with discussions about the secure future of Europe. All programs are live streamed, and Finnish programs are simultaneously interpreted into English. The chat is open. If you want to participate in the discussion, there is a QR code on the screen that will take you straight to the chat. Next up, the first program session of today. Where is European competitiveness headed? The future of investments and innovations in Europe. It's brought to you by the Business Turku and Turku Chamber of Commerce. Welcome.
Dear guests, welcome to the Economic Day at the Turku Europe Forum. My name is Tapani Mylly. I work as a Chief of Marketing at Business Turku. It is my great pleasure to open this session at a topic that is both timely and crucial. Where is European competitiveness headed? As we gather today, Europe finds itself at a crossroads. The global landscape is shifting rapidly, driven by technological advancements, geopolitical tensions, and the urgent need for sustainable development. These changes pose both challenges and opportunities for all of us. Today's discussion will delve into the factors shaping Europe's future competitiveness, ranging from industrial strategies and digital transformation to regulatory environments and global trade dynamics. It is an opportunity to reflect not only on where we are, but where we need to go. I look forward to stimulating discussion and to hearing insights on how we can navigate this new landscape together. Once again, welcome and thank you for joining us today. To open up the day, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Reijo Kemppinen, who has decades of experience on working for the EU. Welcome.
Thank you very much, and it's so very nice to be here, and so very nice to see also that many of you have not only woken up early to this beautiful morning in Turku, but also found your way to this exciting opening of the day. The Polish presidency of the Council of the European Union, starting 1st of January 2025, I've seen during those decades that I've worked for the European Union not all countless many, but many presidencies of the Council, but hardly ever one that takes place as this exceptionally challenging time. It takes against the background of things that we know, geopolitical instability, security concerns, not only Russia's aggressive war in Ukraine and against democracy itself, but also the tensions with China, EU-NATO relations, the building work ongoing, migration and asylum policy, the challenges laid there to all of us and the presidency as well, energy policy, green transition, the continuation of Fit for 55 package, economic governance, the questions about the future of the reform of the Growth and Stability Pact, enlargement, relations with our neighboring countries in more general, and then the onslaught of populism and Euroscepticism that can be partly seen also as results of the recent European Parliament elections and the new kind of dynamics within the Parliament that the Polish presidency is going to test for real for the first time on behalf of us all. Now, there's no one better to talk about these things and also better to do that Agnieszka Bartolt-Sochel, who is a state secretary at the Chancellery of the Prime Minister. She has extensive experience of the European Union as well. She's a graduate of the University of Nancy in France, as well as the College of Europe in Natolin. She worked at the College of Europe, as well as the Office of the Committee for the European Integration in Poland. And in 2002, as the only representative of the country succeeding to the European Union, she was a member of the Secretariat of the Convention, working directly with the former President of France, Valéry Giscard d'Estaing. From there, she joined the team in the Council of the European Union, where she was first involved in the work on the Lisbon Treaty. And since 2003, she has worked in the Council, specializing in many different files, like in cohesion policy, financial services, institutional affairs, and the multi-annual financial framework, which again is something very topical for the presidency of the Polish presidency of the Council. And in 2016, she was working for the head of the cabinet of the Secretary General, and in November 22, she became a Director General, only to be called back to serve her country when Donald Tusk calls. I hope you can't say no, and she didn't say no. So she took a hit on behalf of her country, on behalf of Europe, and became the State Secretary. And then we'll see what the consequences of that are going to be. But as I said, there's no one better to speak about these things. She could do it in English, she can do it in French, but she could also do it in Polish and in Russian and in Italian. So unfortunately today we have only interpretation in between English and Finnish, so I'm not going to ask her to kind of lure you and attract you with these kind of characteristics. But with this I lay the ground for Agnieszka. I'm not sure whether she can talk about the priorities as they are, because as you all know, the situation in Poland, the recent change of government and the one that they left behind and the one that is now leading the way, there is quite a big difference between those two. So I'm not surprised at all if there's still plenty of work to do before they can finalize their priorities. But we all look forward to hearing what you have to say on this matter. Agnieszka, please.
Hello, and thank you very much, Reijo. I actually, thank you also for, I think I have your phone here. Do you need it? No. I can't speak Finnish, though, so I won't be able to, I will need translate. I won't be able to talk to you in Finnish, but what Reijo said about me so kindly is actually reminding me, letting me to tell you something very personal. To start with, and to share a story to thank you for having me here. I was born in the 70s, and I was born in Europe, but very, very far away from the European Union, what became later the European Union. So I started my European experience as a dream about. I continued this European experience as preparing for the dream to come true. And at a certain point, the dream has come true, and the reality also came true. And what I will be talking about today, I think will show you that the dream and reality can actually come together, provided we also have in mind that that lots of things are unpredictable, but what is really important is to do things together. So thank you again, and sorry for this personal comment, but you triggered it actually, Reijo. Well, yes, on the 1st of January, Poland will take over the presidency of the Council of the European Union. It will be our 21st year of after accession. It will be our second presidency, which is nearly unbelievable when you think of the fact that only 20 years ago we joined the Union. When you start planning a presidency, you have sort of three categories of issues that you plan, on the basis of which you plan. One is the knowns, the other is the known unknowns, and the third one is the unknown unknowns. The known are straightforward. They are easy to plan, even though they are hard to deliver. By the end of this year, we will know where we are in terms of advanced legislative work, what the previous presidencies have done, what they haven't done. where we will need to start discussions with the European Parliament, where we will need to continue them, etc. We also have the political guidelines which were presented by the President of the Commission, and we will work on this basis. We know which initiatives will be coming in the coming months, and we will be happy to work very intensely on them. We were super happy to see that the President of the Commission had concentrated a lot on what you are actually concentrating on today: competitiveness, economy, defense. So this is actually a planning which is quite straightforward, not necessarily easy to deliver because you need to negotiate on behalf of 27, you need to find agreements within and institutions and among the institutions. But you know, it is a relatively foreseeable and predictable process. Then you have the known unknowns. The known unknowns is what I call the known unknowns, is when you have a framework, an environment which exists, but you don't know in which way it will evolve. And I will give you two major examples. The first one is, of course, the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. We all know where we are at this stage. We know that it's an absolute priority. We know that it has transformed our thinking. It has actually there is an existential dimension for us, for you, for the European Union. But of course, we don't know in which way it will evolve. I mean, I guess that we all share here the wish that Ukraine will get a victory of this war. But we don't know when, and we don't know in which path it will evolve. And therefore, wherever it evolves, it will remain on the absolute top of the EU agenda. It will shape the European Union policies, but we don't know in which direction yet exactly. Another example, of course, and then you will not be surprised, the results of the US elections. We know when they take place, but we don't know which results we will have. So is it going to be the continuation of the policy of the European Union transatlantic policy? Is it going to be a disruption? We don't know that yet, but whatever the evolution is, the Union needs to be prepared for any scenario. And whatever evolution, I think that we can be absolutely sure that transatlantic relations will remain extremely important for the European Union and will remain high on our agenda. The last category is the one that I call the unknown unknowns. Since it's an unknown unknowns, I will not dwell a lot about it, but to give you two examples. First, do you think the Croatian presidency was expecting to have a pandemic and lockdowns at the very beginning, actually, of its start? No. Did the French, when they were preparing their priorities of their program, foresee that there would be a war just behind our border? Of course not. And this is the part of the presidency, preparations that I think every administration fears the most, but also prepares for the most. Of course, not in terms of substance, because there's little you can do without knowing, but in terms of agility, adaptability, and the flexibility in your procedures and in your thinking, so that you can adapt to any circumstances. But after having said this how we prepare, I think that now you can actually even better understand why I cannot be very specific about the priorities of the European Union, of the Polish presidency. It would be silly to tell you 4 months before what exactly will be the details of the program. But what I would like to present to you is where our thinking is going, what drives our thinking forward. You will also see that sometimes I will be focusing more maybe on the diagnosis than on the solutions. Why? Because I believe that solutions need to come from a common thinking. No individual member states have solutions to most of problems which are becoming common. So I hope to have the solutions, including with you, including in our discussion, but certainly by cooperating and working together with colleagues within the Council. The start of our thinking actually is always starts, and as politicians we should always probably start with citizens. So when you look at the Eurobarometer from this year, meaning what are the biggest challenges that the European citizens see, among the top 5 you find irregular migration, security and defense, the war in Ukraine. You also have environment and climate and public health. What is the common denominator of all these challenges? I think it's security. Security in very different aspects. And taking into account our own Polish, but I'm sure that you will be able to relate to it quite a lot, historical and current geopolitical situation, I believe that we, unfortunately, have a great lot of experience to share in terms of strengthening security and caring about security. We constantly face consequences of the Russian aggression, as Ray also mentioned. We experience bombings, kilometers, not far away from our borders, intelligence activities, cyber attacks, hybrid attacks, disinformation. We had to entirely redefine our energy mix in order to get independent from Russia. So I think that we are actually well placed to talk about security and to promote security in Europe. And we are actually very happy also to note that the President of the Commission has put this as security in large sense on the top of the agenda. So what are we talking about when we talk about security? We are actually not talking only about military security and defense and security, but that's where I will start. Because defense and security is actually probably the overriding principle, the overriding security. I mean, if you don't have that one, you cannot pretend or you cannot aspire to have the other forms of security that I'll talk about. And here, of course, the top priority and top issue of that we will be working on is support to Ukraine. The EU has made a very firm commitment to support Ukraine. We will support Ukraine as long as it takes and as intensely as needed. There is no doubt about it. But at the same time, we need to build the security of the EU itself. The EU defense industry is obviously crucial. I mean, we've been talking about it a lot recently. But the industry is a mean, right? It cannot function by itself. It's not enough by itself. What we need is we need defense industry in order to achieve a real defense readiness in Europe. I know that I'm talking to a very aware audience here. And when I'm talking in my country, it's a very aware audience as well, because we are frontline member states. We have been living in this reality for 2 years. But I think that the raising of the awareness has started relatively recently in all parts of the European Union. What is our diagnosis there? We need out-of-the-box thinking. And especially regarding financial solutions. For many, many years, we have been underinvesting, both politically. When I say we, it's not necessarily you or Poland, but rather the EU as a whole. We have been underinvesting both politically and financially. You may remember that for historical reasons, even the treaty doesn't foresee that, not even doesn't foresee, but forbids operational military expenditure. So we need to think out of the box, because we're not going to change the treaty, of course, on this aspect. So we need to think out of the box. And we need to do it quickly. We cannot wait until the next multi-annual financial framework, because Putin will not wait. And if you ask me what are the solutions, I will ask you what are the solutions. I think that we should be open to any solutions, provided that we can find additional financing. As you know, the European Council has tasked the President of the Commission to work on it. And we as the Presidency are going certainly to work very hard to make it happen, because we believe this is an existential issue for the European Union. But of course, why do we need financing? For what we need financing? Yes, we need European projects. And here we, as Poland, the Prime Minister Tusk has proposed, together with Prime Minister Mitsotakis, the Greek Prime Minister, a project for the defense of the sky. the European Air Defence Shield. And together with the Baltic states, Prime Minister Tusk has proposed what we call Shield East, which is aligned with the Baltic defense line, the defense of the borders. Defense of the borders, and that's what brings me to the next point on security. Maybe just coming back to defense and security. So strengthening defense resilience, not only defense industry, but of course goes through defense industry. Financing, clear purpose, projects, and all of this in order to be able also to be a fundamental, even more fundamental pillar of NATO, to reinforce our European pillar of NATO. And here actually when I'm really happy I'm talking to you because the report of President Niinistö will feed into our reflection and work very much. So we're waiting for it with impatience. That brings me to the second aspect of security, which is the security of borders. I don't think that anybody more than you can understand what I mean. We are in a situation where our borders, both yours and ours, are external, but these are EU external borders, are under extreme pressure, which is actually a hybrid attack. It's not a natural migration phenomenon. It's an organized, by state actors, an organized migration phenomenon, or how you call it. It's an attack from which that we need to deal with. I have just mentioned the defense aspect of the borders. But it's not only about defense aspects, of course. It's also on how we handle this kind of migration, which has become a weaponization of migration. We have, for a long time, we've been talking about instrumentalization of migration, but the level has gone up. So we are now talking rather about weaponization. How do we deal with it? Which procedures do we introduce? Because we are not in a typical situation that many of our colleagues in the European Union know. We cannot negotiate. We don't have anybody to negotiate with a deal or an agreement or a readmission. So this is certainly going also to you. We work together with you and with other member states on possible ways to secure and to protect the borders as well. Another aspect of security is energy security, which we will certainly work on. I mean, the experience of the 22 and following energy crisis have learned us lots of lessons. We as the Union have already gone a lot in the direction of securing stocks, of securing independence, energy independence, in trying to secure affordable prices, etc. But we are not flawless. This is not enough. So energy security, and when you look at what citizens fear the most, energy is at the top of their concerns. Energy prices, energy availability. Here we will need to, because the crisis did not go away. What we think that the EU should be focusing on now even more is, of course, in addition to a technology-neutral energy transition, striving even more for the independence from suppliers of energy, raw materials and energy technologies from unreliable third countries. And our priority as Poland has been and will be certainly, and that's how we see also the priority for the EU, is to minimize the dependence on other countries without compromising the availability, reliability, and affordability of energy. Another aspect of security, you will see that this common denominator of security is, we are declining it in our thinking about the presidency into different areas. Another one which you are actually talking about today is competitiveness, is a sort of economic and business security. The EU is under growing economic pressure from global competitors. And in order to reinforce, to strengthen its clout, it has to invest more in competitiveness. I can tell you from our own experience that our 20 years experience in the European Union confirms that the participation in the single market have contributed in a valuable way to bring us closer to the level of prosperity of the countries of the West. So the single market should be back on the agenda, should be back to discuss the removal of barriers. I mean, when you think of it, we've been talking about removal of barriers to the single market for how many years? 20? I mean, we are still there. Of course, the single market and the market and economy is evolving. But it's true that you see the same issues being back on the scene. Removing barriers, reducing cost, reducing bureaucratic burdens. I was talking with SMEs yesterday for whom this was absolutely crucial as the top of their priorities. Ensuring a level playing field within the EU, but also outside. Improving access to private and public capital. Well, you know all of this, and I don't want to anticipate your future discussions of today. But just to mention that this is, again, another dimension of security which will be very important for us. And within this is, of course, as Enrico Letta told yesterday, a cohesion policy, and in his report, that cohesion policy was put in place as a fundamental element of the single market, not outside of this framework. And this is also part of this economic and business security for us, and a trigger of competitiveness. Information security next. I know that I'm talking to an audience which is probably more in information security and digital than any other in the EU. But of course, it makes our lives easier. It brings new opportunities, but it brings also new dilemmas. It brings also new challenges. Both in terms of access and proliferation of information, but also the vulnerability of infrastructure. What we will want to look at is, and what we are looking at there is strengthening, enhancing coordination in the fight against disinformation, preventing and mitigating the effects of hostile actions, cyber attacks, etc. And this we can only do together, actually. This is something, again, which we only can do together. Food security, another very important issue of security. You have seen, we all have seen agricultural protests a few months ago. This was not. This has shown us how much food security is actually fragile and how we need to take care of it. And we can only ensure it if farmers have a strong and stable position in the food chain. Why? Also because, as actually the President of the Commission has said as well, we have an extremely high quality of food for citizens, and we have to maintain that. But when we talk about strengthening security, there is also an even broader meaning. And it comes through upholding the fundamental values on which the EU is founded. Democracy, freedom, rule of law. We see the rule of law as the pillar of stability and trust between the member states, and therefore a guarantor of security. And believe me, we know what we are talking about. The existing procedures provide the Commission with a useful set of tools, but it should be broadened, and the President of the Commission has already announced it. We are going. I mean, for us, the rule of law and the protection of rule of law and the security linked to that and sort of defined going out of it will be one of the fundamental leitmotifs of the whole presidency. We will also work, of course, on the initiative announced by the presidency in other areas, especially when we count on the Commission to provide us input, like on enlargement, where we hope to receive the report of the Commission, certainly on reforms, obviously on climate policy. Here, maybe I will take this occasion also to say a few words about climate policy. Climate policy is indispensable. I know that there are lots of doubts or maybe hesitations in the public domain about the Polish attitude towards climate policy. It is indispensable. Nobody disputes that. What we need, we believe we need, a fair and encouraging climate and environmental policy. A policy which changes gear from penalties and obligations to rewards and incentives. A policy which consolidates, but also brings means to accompany the transition. And that's what we are going to promote in the EU as Poland. Not necessarily, that will be our stance. But I wanted to clarify that because I hear, even in discussions yesterday, I've heard a lot about what is the perception of what we think about climate policy. I think I'll stop there, but I just wanted to insist that what I presented are not the presidency priorities, because these will come to maturity probably towards the end of the year. These are rather directions of thinking and the sort of broad environment in which we are framing the priorities. And yes, it is about security. It is about security in many aspects, a security which protects, not a security which scares. Thank you. Should I sit here?
Maybe because I think I don't want to keep Professor Makiyama waiting too long, but I think there's one pertinent question. I promised you already earlier that I will more ask you of this in the personal capacity, but I think it's, given your experience, but I think it's a relevant question given everything else that is going to be discussed today, including the question of the treaty changes in the afternoon. I mean, you look at the size of the challenge ahead of us, not least for the Polish presidency, the amount of time available to you to meet those challenges, the unpredictable of the knowns, the unknowns, etc., etc. Do you think that there's a chance that we can maintain European unity and surpass all these challenges without touching the question of the treaties that nobody seems to want to even discuss?
No pressure at all, huh? Well, I think that, actually you touched upon two issues. One issue is unity. It has been our strength, and probably the biggest strength, throughout the whole development of the European Union. But in times of crisis, it has become absolutely crucial. When you look at the institutional setup and at the legacy that President Tusk in particular, when President of the European Council, has left, I think the unity is a leitmotif, is a sort of fil conducteur, as you would say in French, of all his actions, but also of his successor. I think that some of us, though, in Brussels insiders, get surprised sometimes of how we manage to maintain unity when discussing on we're deciding and taking measures in areas where we have completely divergent interests, completely. How we had to come together. And I mean, look at what happened when Russia attacked Ukraine. I mean, the shift in national positions, but also in the common EU thinking and doing is fundamental. Look at NGU, the post-COVID. Could you imagine 10 years ago? I see some former Brussels insiders here. Could you imagine 20, 30 years ago that we would do common borrowing? I mean, seriously? This unity. Why? Because there is a sense of purpose. I am deeply convinced that there is a sense of if we do things together, we actually will achieve more. And I think that what has also been clear is the fundamental role of the European Council in that. a European Council where you have the heads of state or government of all the member states and the president of the Commission, who is the member of the institution, who discuss together. Sometimes you see it, they spend whole nights there, but they nearly always come to a conclusion. Well, they actually always come to a conclusion, sooner or later, because there is a sense of purpose and a sense of responsibility that they have on their shoulders. On treaty change, there is a lot of talk about treaty change. I am actually not convinced that this is something that our citizens are the most interested in. I'm not sure the person on the street over there, walking by the river wonders how many commissioners there should be, or by which majority we should voting system, we should have. This is a little bit a bubble discussion. This treaty, the Lisbon Treaty, has been set up in institutional terms in order to be enlargement-proof. That's why there are different provisions in this treaty which allow you to take in new member states without the need of changing the institutional setup. The treaty itself, well, sometimes we say, well, just read the treaty. The treaty itself has lots of potential for flexibilities, which we are not really using. So I don't actually see a huge appetite for treaty discussions, for treaty change discussions. I mean, last time it has been on the agenda of the Council or European Council was in December 23, but just sort of as a transmission of the Parliament position to the European Council. The European Council has not discussed it yet. The Council has not discussed it. I'm not sure there is any appetite to get into this discussion. But at the end of the process, I actually am nearly sure there is no appetite. So I'm not fearing this discussion. And at the end of the day, treaty changes belong to member states. That's how the treaty is constructed.
Thank you, Agnieszka, very much. Thank you. Thank you all for listening, and I hope that you take note of these words. This comes also from one of these invisible pen holders who penned the current treaty. So, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is this yours?
No.
Yeah.
Thank you. Our second keynote speaker is a recurring guest here at Europe Forum. And last time he gave an almost harrowing keynote on the dynamics of Europe and China and the United States in international business. Backstage he was saying that he likes to be so direct that he never gets invited back, but maybe he underestimated the directness of us Finns. So I would very warmly welcome on the stage Professor Hosukli Makiyama.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It is indeed true. It's the second time I'm here. And indeed, I was very surprised. Because you know what they say about keynotes? You do them twice in your career. First time when you're new and fresh and you have new brilliant ideas to bring to the table. Second time when you're past your prime and you're actually a little bit of an embarrassment. And it's great to be back. And with that said, and also I would like to thank Agnieszka for a brilliant speech, and I hope there will be some kind of a record of it, because there's a lot of things there in between the lines, and certainly there was a lot of sufficient line space in order to decode what you're saying, and I will also pick up on some of that. And I think we have a lot of common experiences, both from Brussels and the member states. And once again, a great honor, and we have a very competent panel, so I'm merely going to try to set the stage as much as I can in the short period of time that we have to cover a very topical issue, which is about competitiveness. And this is something that really raises the back hair of a lot of finance ministers and trade ministers and industry ministers nowadays, because let's face it, as Europeans, in any long-term projection, Europe will be lagging towards the rest of the world. We used to be 25% of the global GDP 20 years ago. Now we are down to 17. So we kind of lose approximately 3-4% per decade. And I would like to argue there are good and perfectly natural reasons behind this. We are not necessarily falling behind, but the rest of the world is catching up. And if you believe that the Chinese and the Brazilians and the Indians love their children as much as we love our children, no pun intended about the state of our daycare system, but if we believe so, this is inevitable and this is going to happen. Now, Europe was first industrialized, and this first mover advantage was used to create global empires and global supply chains. And whereas the rest of the world is still catching up, actually, from the self-imposed handicaps that were actually great European inventions that were exported abroad. So colonialism and communism, just to take two examples. And what we see, for example, in China is basically still a recovery from the period where they were actually playing tennis with just one hand. This is what we are basically seeing. So we shouldn't be too alarmed about the fact that the rest of the world is catching up and growing much faster than we do. This is not naturally a problem. It's the natural law. It's not a problem as long as we have access to that growth that happens elsewhere. Right. But there is another dimension of the competitiveness problem, which concerns me a little bit, which is about productivity. GDP is a measure of how much you produce, but productivity is how productive you are, which has nothing to do with our wages, it has nothing to do with the dumping, but it's basically how much is the value of 1 hour worked for a European worker or American worker. And it needs to be said that Europe was ahead of the United States until 1944. 1945, they overtook us. And since the United States have remained in the frontier, an average US worker, 1 hour worked, generates about $77. Europe never surpassed $70. That basically means that an American worker is 10% more efficient than we are. And there is a very good reason for that. And just to give a little bit of a benchmark before we panic too much about China, a Chinese worker generates about $15. So they are less than 1/4 of an OECD worker. And this gap between the United States and Europe is 100% explained by technological adaptation. This is something that productivity economists have looked into details. It is due to the fact that an American auto worker, chemical plant worker, or public servant, or an accountant is better adapted for the technological reality that prevails today. They have a better propensity to learn ICT technology than we do. And that's basically the 100%. And there's actually very good research done by EIB, European Investment Bank, on this, where America is actually ahead of Europe in terms of adapting new technology. And it's actually pretty somber reading. Cloud, big data, AI, on every emerging technology, United States is ahead in terms of what's the percentage of workers and companies that are actually using such technologies. The only area we actually catch up with Americans is, strange enough, metaverse, those virtual reality goggles. So apparently we are very good at that. And there's actually a good reason behind that as well, because they're actually done to create prototypes of new products for example, in the auto industry. So rather than building prototypes, you do them virtually now in the goggles, and therefore there is an incentive for a certain part of the European industry to be very, very good at it. There are also other reasons which differentiate us from the United States, and here's where it gets a little bit difficult, because in the United States you have a less rigid market in terms of labor, which basically that people go in and out of jobs. They change directions in their careers, even late. Whereas in Europe, we have structural unemployment. That means that the most unproductive workers are actually permanently taken away from the labor market. What does it mean? Actually, our labor productivity is even lower than the 10% gap. There are also other reasons. We are smaller countries. We work less. That means, for example, if you work 10 hours, I swear to you that the 10th hour is less productive than the first one. Sweden, where I come from, sorry, I won't be doing the speech in tvångssvenska. I respect the host, but basically, if you have a, let's say, 4-hour working day, you're going to be pretty productive on the 4 hours. And this is, for example, the reason why the Asians really hate labor productivity per hour as a measure. They measure it per day. They love to spend 14 hours at work because they can't stand their spouses and children. So anyway, to be perfectly said, what I'm saying is that in terms of productivity, yes, technology is the answer. And this is the reason, for example, where you see Chinese and Indians really look into techno-solutionism. Basically, they go all in on trying to adapt as much technology as possible, trying to catch up. Now, this is the productivity side, and it actually spills over in innovation. Because what I'm trying to say here is that we might be panicking about how China, as the factory of the world, is actually doing extraordinarily well. The Chinese EVs are really indeed impressive. But even here, productivity plays a role. 1 hour worked in a lab in China is not the same as 1 hour worked spent here in Finland. We are still more productive. At the same time, I have been invited to Shenzhen and look at, for example, some of the Chinese high-tech companies, and I've also seen what they do in Bangalore in India, and even in the pharmaceutical industry. For example, Chinese are spending a lot of money on genome sequencing. And where we have on a large, let's say, pharmaceutical company in Europe, we may have 10 high school graduates going through DNA sequencing to try to find a cure for a drug. A Chinese medium-sized pharmaceutical would have 100 PhDs doing the same job. Inevitably, at some point, we can't take for granted that 1 day worked in Finland is going to generate the same kind of results as 1 day worked in Shenzhen. That will not hold. So we have, based on this, we have to take stock. Where are we in terms of European innovation and competitiveness? And my take, to cut the chase a little bit, is that we are very good at foundational research. We are very good at doing research in universities, but we are not adapted to a reality where this research from the so-called RTOs, research technology organizations, has to be transferred to a product and commercialized. Some of the best marketeers in the world are European. We are great at creating spin, but we are basically lacking that step between transforming know-how into products. Somewhere along the line, we lost that juice, which is kind of frightening. And I think the best example of this came into the fore with the COVID-19 vaccine, the mRNA vaccines, purely European invention. It was even scaled here in Europe, but all the vaccines ended up in American multinationals and bought by the American and British advanced purchase agreements. And this is perhaps the most defining moment, I think, in terms of European competitiveness and what the current political cycle is actually about. So, in short, we are great at innovating, but not very good at commercializing. And European approach has its limits. If I happen to be one of the evaluators of some of these EU funding projects, and what I can see is that we have a lot of restrictions and limitation in terms of how we can collaborate in Europe. It's great to have public funding, but if the public funding tells you that you actually have to share the research for public good, it makes less sense. Why would I spend my R&D resources even if the government covers, let's say, 30% of the cost? if I have to share them with my competitors? Chinese and the Americans, especially the Biden administration, is giving cash directly into the hands of the CEO. That sounds a lot better, doesn't it? So this is the reality we are facing, and the collaborative approach and the European innovation has sort of hit a snag. And this brings me to the question about funding and financing. And I absolutely agree that NG-EU, the EU financing and the EU bonds, were a huge success. We did the unthinkable, and this is what I love about the EU. We kind of sleepwalk into disasters, like Srebrenica or Ukraine, and most global powers leaders would say that we actually create our own problems, but we always do the unthinkable. We created EU financing, and if I look at the EU bonds that were issued, we are looking at 0.2% yield, which is actually quite decent for a government bond. And they were oversubscribed by 11 times. But none of the people who actually went into this fund and who bought the bonds were non-Europeans. They were primarily European institutions. And a friend of mine working in the European Commission actually asked some of the sovereign wealth funds and the central banks in Asia and the United States. We're very happy, 11 times oversubscription. We are not unhappy at all. But why aren't you investing in Europe? And one guy from Singapore actually raised his hand and said, you know what? My investment managers need to deliver 7%. If they go into a bond that creates 0.2%, he's just increasing the likelihood of getting fired. We have a great system to make our markets safe and remove unnecessary risk, de-risking. But in that process, we have also removed the profits out of the single market. And we have already traditionally problem with risk, private equity and venture capital, simply because we have a system that is based around banks. If I look at my home country of Sweden, which I love to criticize, I may take up on an offer on political asylum at the end of this, but in Sweden, the only way to get funded is actually by getting a bank loan. And banks are not typically, or it's not even the banks, it's actually a couple of industrial conglomerates that control banks and thereby control a large part of the manufacturing and the service industry. And that has this kind of a system, the so-called arm's-length financing, create a system that is not usually betting against the odds, against high risk and high rewards. And this is basically the end result of what we have created in the European model. So basically, single market don't reward risk-taking. And the gap that has been created is now suddenly expected to be filled by whom? The government. There are some odd, peculiar similarities between us and China, which I'm not 100% comfortable with. I'm going to stop there, but when it comes to the single market, we have always rewarded scale. It's great to be big, but it's not necessarily great to take risk. And there's a natural reason for that as well. Consumers are willing to pay the lowest price. This is the basic principle of public procurement as well as industry procurement and supply chain and how we behave as consumers. We are not ready to pay for convenience, efficiency, or cutting-edge products compared to the rest of the world. Let me take an example. Half of the 5G antennas in the world, 50%, are in China. Ericsson and Nokia have 3% of the Chinese market. They have 65 or 70% of the European market. 65. The Chinese market generates same amount of profit as the 65. I know half of Finland is shareholders in Nokia, so I apologize for this statement. Maybe we can redact it at the end of this conversation. And this is kind of showing the scale of the problem when it comes to the profitability. And we have a tendency also to over-regulate and make things complicated. The single market was created by deregulation. I'm not a huge fan of deregulation per se. I'm sort of a middle of the road. I mean, come on, I'm Scandinavian. But we can't regulate ourselves into competitiveness. That's a fundamental mistake. And there is a concept in Brussels called the Brussels effect, which is based on the idea that whatever we do, the rest of the world will follow. That's simply not true. I was a part of the people who actually set up some of these standards as a diplomat and technical expert. I know how it worked. They were all done by the business, which the diplomats and the political supported. They were not created by politicians. And they're a good example of this, how the rest of the world, including my original home country, Japan, realized that they could never beat the European industry, not the European regulators. They could never beat the European industry in standard setting. That's why they decided to do a free trade agreement with us. If you can't beat them, join them. Right. So, to wrap up, where are we? I think Agnieszka did a fantastic job in landscaping what we're seeing in front of us in terms of elections and what's happening in the world right now. But I will say a couple of words, perhaps, which is that 2024 has been a tumultuous year. 40% of the world populations went into elections. They went to the ballot boxes. Notably, China, Ukraine, and Russia were not one of them. Anyway, having said that, we have to also remember that the European elections don't create decisive outcomes that lead to major policy changes, hence the sleepwalking into disasters, until we actually manage to get our act together and do the unthinkable. The history of Europe is very much in zigzags, because we operate through policy failures. We have to hit the wall. But once we hit the wall, we get our act together. I think when it comes to competitiveness, we did hit that wall pre-COVID. We have been preoccupied with other things, that's for sure. But ultimately, this is a kind of a policy failure where the frog gets boiled slowly and there is a realization across the world. Not just in Europe, but globally. United States, if I look over there, Biden administration has done Inflation Reduction Act, which is the biggest state government-funded industrial policy in the world. There are predictions that show that actually the energy prices in United States is converging towards zero as they go into, after the fracking revolution, they go into the renewable evolution. What does that actually mean? If you're in the chemical, aluminium, or in the semiconductor business, free electricity and the promise of a double-digit growth is going to do a lot. You relocate. Swiss and German solar panel companies have already said, we are flagging out. All European high-end SUVs made by Volkswagen and Mercedes, and are made in the United States. Why? Productivity. So, United States actually remains perhaps our biggest rival, ironically. They compete against us on almost one-to-one on every product that we do. Boeing versus Airbus. Volkswagen versus Ford. Chinese BYD, actually the electrical automaker, accounts for 0.1% of EU single market shares. 0.1. Talk about a giant that is afraid of its own shadow. Of course, this will grow in the same way that the Japanese and Korean auto manufacturers like Toyota and Hyundai began small and became large. But this is the uncomfortable situation of Europe, because We are good at light manufacturing. We are good at all that stuff that emerging countries want to make when they industrialize. The first thing you do as an emerging market is basically textiles and cars and a little bit of electronics. We are kind of screwed because after China, there will be others. And we're going to take hit over and over again because we are actually not moving from our position. So to maybe try to see what we expect in the current political cycle, United States is not going to go anywhere. They are going to still remain dominant and in the forefront in terms of not just productivity, but also in terms of fiscal firepower. And in a sense, trying to actually follow the United States and China in spending more money is not going to solve any problems. It's going to make the industry quiet, but it's not actually going to deliver the innovations that we need. What an EU commissioner once said to me in private is that I know what I'm doing is wrong, but I have no choice but to throw a lot of money at nothing and hoping that something will come out of it. We don't have a great policy space, my friends. And this is perhaps a very depressing read, but it's even worse for the others. Chinese are constantly struggling to reform the overcapacity, which is caused by their provinces. Provinces are running businesses because in China, provinces are not allowed to tax. It always comes from the central government. It's the opposite of EU, where the member states have the right to tax, and the EU doesn't have the right to tax. In a sense, both China and Europe is actually converging their fiscal model into something that is eerie similar. And to continue, if I look at international trade, there are really no good deals out there. Simply because under inflation, there is no export-led growth. There's a lot of opposition against globalization for sustainability reasons, consumer protection, etc., etc. Every trade deal that we do now is going to be ridiculously expensive. By the way, that also goes for the treaty change in the EU. If you try to do it now, it will come at a very, very high price because our political leaders don't actually have the policy space to deliver what they need to do. It sounds like it's a very bad time to negotiate something. But there are some good news, I think. Strategic autonomy, that is a fundamental concept for Europe, has evolved into de-risking. But ironically, de-risking also means less profits. We need to de-risk from weaponization, but we can't de-risk from commercial risk-taking. And here's where I think Europe's position can be summed up, and which is we crave the status quo. We want things to go back to how they were. That's perfectly normal. We run the world. The world before Russia's invasion, before Trump, before the collapse of the WTO, and when we are operating under the rule-based order, and we could trade with emerging markets. We had the free energy practically from Russia, and the new world were defending us for free. But there's a great danger in believing that this status quo can come back. And a friend of mine, who is actually a minister from Japan, who said, in his observation of Japan, in a paper he wrote to me, he wrote, when Europeans use their abundant knowledge to resist any changes to status quo, they should not expect a brighter future, or that the next generation will be able to lead the enjoyable life that the current one has. And I think he has a point, because the problem is not attributed to business, government, or regulations. That's pretty easy to change, but it comes down to the mentality. It's a question of actually none of the areas that I'm expert in, law or economics. It's sociology. We have been dominant and the leader for a century and a half. It's not in our DNA trying to catch up. If someone surpasses us, we are more likely to think that they cheated. Now, I'm a great believer in bringing Europe to the world, but I think it's a time to bring the world to Europe. A lot of Asian and American leaders tend to think that Europe is a little bit aloof in its ivory tower and living in a bubble. And I think there is a corner to be fought for Europe in reality, in that commercial rivalry that we are talking about. There is something that we can do if we are willing to say that actually the world doesn't actually play according to our rules. It has always played by its own rules, and we can still beat them. And here's where I come back to where Agnieszka was saying about her background as someone who grew up in Poland. I chose to be a European. Actually, my parents did. They migrated during the 80s. I was merely a teenager. My first job after university was to advocate for Sweden's membership for the EU in the early 90s. Terrible job, I can tell you. But with the moral authority of someone who has chosen to become European twice and 3 times by moving to Brussels, I would like to say that there is something there worth fighting for. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, and please take a seat for the panel to follow. So we are transitioning into the panel discussion now. We will focus on challenges and trends impacting investments, innovation and know-how in Europe. And this panel has been organized in cooperation with the Chamber of Commerce of Turku. I would like to invite on stage the panelists, Jaani Pietikäinen from European Investment Bank, CEO of Bonalive Biomaterials, Heidi Rantala, welcome. And the Vice President of Sandvik, Saija Kuusisto-Lancaster, welcome. So, as a warm-up question, I would like to ask the 3 of you at least to introduce your kind of daily work, what you are doing shortly, and then also invite you to give the kind of first comment to Hosuk's keynote, if there's any initial thoughts that rose up. Saija, go ahead.
Thank you. Nice to be here to comment and reflect on my role. Vice President of Sandvik sounds excellent. I'm Vice President in the division Load and Haul of Sandvik Mining and Rock Solutions, based here in Turku. Working with strategy, mergers and acquisitions especially, and in practice, excitingly today, very much shaping the future of mining through electrification from diesel fleet to battery electric, zero emissions in the future. So that's what we are very much involved in, and I'm involved in, and with regards to the presentation, very many reflections. And I think what I got stuck with most was pretty much in the end about Europeans as being used to being the forerunners and the first movers, and now we have to sort of realize that maybe that's no longer the truth, and we have to actually keep up developing and innovating and admitting that we have to collaborate with the rest of the world. So I think something there really triggered my sort of a curiosity.
Okay, thank you. Jaani.
Good morning. My name is Jaani Pietikäinen. I'm the head of the Helsinki office, or the office covering Finland, of the European Investment Bank group. And in my job, I coordinate the EIB's activity here in Finland. Our annual financing in Finland is between 1 billion and 1.5 billion. We finance public sector, large corporates, project finance, and offer risk financing to SMEs through intermediaries. I think the point on the risk taking or the Europeans not willing to take risk is a very good one. The European Investment Bank, until the Juncker-Katainen plan, EFSI, which started 10 years ago, was very risk averse. our financing was mainly to large entities, investment grade borrowers, big ticket loans with low risk. And then at that stage we understood that this isn't enough for the European economy, and we have started to take much more risk. Financing is available from public banks, from commercial banks, if there's collateral and if there's low risk. But then in the high-risk startups, project finance, there's a clear financing gap, and we, in our part, have tried to start to address this.
Okay, thank you. Heidi.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Heidi Rantala, working and leading a biotech company called Bonalive Biomaterials, and we are working in the trauma sector within the different indications and infections. So the health sector is the most probably a bit having a different kind of the finance in a regulation ground. So I would love to maybe emphasize the couple of different things from the keynote. So the one is regulations and bureaucracy. I would say that we found the bottom of it within the healthcare sector and within the MDR and other regulations. And maybe the one is also from Finland point of view is that not only the geographical distance is the one part, but we have quite much challenges within the marketing and branding, like the commercialization of our product and ideas. So we are very good in reading, having these PhDs, and we have a long winters, so we read a lot, and this is very good. We almost can make the research, as mentioned, and we can make the product, but somebody should like a commercialized market, discuss, get it out of the borders, a brand, and these kind of things. This is not so usual for us, and in Finland especially, even to compare to the other European. So this is, I think, the 2 points from the keynote.
Okay, thank you. We are talking about competitiveness. I was wondering, we have been kind of also already discussing this a little bit and in the keynote as well, but if we are talking about research and development and innovation, what is actually needed in order to be competitive? In company level, business level, or in financing? What are your thoughts on this?
Well, I think it all comes to people. We need the resources. We need their people, the skills, the talent, also the future skills. We need the sort of a setting for collaboration. I would say within the companies, between the companies, universities, research, and then of course also then eventually financiers. So I think it's a lot about the collaboration and the infrastructure and how to actually make that happen.
What about you, Heidi?
Yeah, I would repeat the collaboration with the different science parties and universities, but that was the one challenge that we have a lot of those ideas. We already have a lot of like patentees and these kind of things. So I would say that more financing kind of the instrument, that how we can change those instruments so we can really commercialize our product and not just make the technology and funding and granting technologies, but also get out of the building with the technology and get the certain finance instruments and funding from the governments directly to CEOs or from Business Finland directly to companies that can really commercialize and not only like research or innovate these products.
Jani, how could we do that? Is there, or are we already doing that? Are there good instruments for companies like Bonalive available?
I would like to believe so, and of course, please correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, we have a good cooperation with Business Finland and the other Finnish national promotional institutions like TESI, Finnish Industry Investments, and Finnvera. And of course, I mean, they can show a path for growth companies from research to late stage Series B venture capital round, and that there are clear steps and clear pockets of funding, both grants and loans, both Finnish and European. Is it perfect? Probably not. Is there a lot of bureaucracy, a lot of writing applications? I'm sure. Could it be made easier? I'm sure it could be. And as Hosuk mentioned, there are a lot of rules, a lot of reporting, etc. So it's not perfect. But I'm sure that there is, in the Finnish administration and in the current government, there's a clear priority to improve the access to finance and to have a clear growth path for Finnish startups. But then it's again, it's the risk taking and the social and the need to find the entrepreneurs who are willing to go that route. Even if the road is there, you need somebody to start walking it.
Any reflections on the discussion so far, Hosuk? Any thoughts that has risen?
Well, I think the feedback from the business and the practitioners has been kind of evident to and very coherent in terms of what we're talking about. I just want to pick up on a couple of points because I really agree on the regulatory side. This is what I mean by you have removed the risk. We have the safest market in the world, but we have also the least profitable market in the world. The big European multinationals have effectively become banks because they made money in the past. Where does the money go? Overseas. If I look at, for example, the European telcos, they got a lot of European funding from the RRA, and which is the recovery fund. And where did they invest it? Networks in the United States, because that's where the profits are. They can only follow what the shareholders want, and they want better profits. And this is fundamentally a problem if you're a European worker. And also, just to add one point, because I agree really on, we have a good R&D clusters, we have a good regulatory structure, but we also need a little bit of regulatory stability. There has been a lot of regulatory innovation. Regulators have been the most innovative people in Europe in the latest years. And we have, I think, also sufficient funding to a lot of things that we like to do. But one thing that we also lack, I think, is what Americans and the Chinese and the Brazilians and Indians have, is that the business have the backing of the diplomats and the regulators and their leaders. Economic statecraft, where basically economic objectives is in the heart of the foreign policy, and the foreign policy is also in the arms of the economic policy, is a reality. Americans and the Chinese are actually thinking every day of the week in terms of how to destroy European food safety standards, telecom protocols, and not to mention the AI Act and a lot of other things that we have invented. This is the reality we live in.
Heidi, would you go so far as to say that regulation is a bottleneck for your company as in innovation and development?
Thank you. I would say that is probably the most challenging part for the health industry in this situation. We have a new regulation in EU called Medical Device Regulation, MDR. Pharmaceuticals, they got more and more strict regulations. We got so much that we actually don't even able to implement it every time, and now we have extended it and extended it and extended it, and EU, like in Brussels, they extended the time because of, and now we have waited like 7 years to actually implement the law and re-registrations of the products. So we wait and wait that we actually can utilize the law, and this is something that is very challenging for the company to develop, to change, improve, and do the things if we just wait to reapprove already existing products. And the other bureaucracy and the regulations, they are very anti-competitiveness versus the other, like US, because nowadays actually we are not anymore the safest in even with these regulations. You get plenty of different pathway to market, to get the market access in US, like a traditional breakthrough, fast track, and these kind of things. But in EU, you get only like one track. It's very traditional. Nobody knows actually how the pathway now is going because there are new stakeholders on the ground. There are notified bodies who make decisions according new law, how they read the law. So it's very unclear and it takes time, it takes a lot of resources. It's like a basketball game that you have every sales person, you got own regulator person behind it. So it's quite challenging and resourceful and take a lot of time and bureaucracy.
Is this actually pushing you to kind of at least consider to push your resources to outside?
It demand resource a lot of, because there are certain deadlines and more like reporting and more that we have 5 years ago or 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And more resources is needed in that regulation and the other regulations and standards and so on. So
I know Belgium, actually a biotech startup, their first employee was a GDPR compliance officer.
I can imagine.
So this sounds familiar to eerily familiar to you as well then. Yeah. Any comments on this, Jani? Have you been listening to?
I mean, there are a number of Finnish startups that have publicly said that our first market is Singapore because we got the approval there first, and we are still waiting for the Europeans. Another one is going to build the first factory in the US because the US approval comes much faster than from the European agency. So it's clearly a problem. But I mean, at the same time, let's not get too gloomy.
Yes, let's not.
I'm sure everybody has read the strategic priorities of the new von der Leyen's Commission, and if everything gets implemented, we will be the most competitive region in the world. So therefore, there's a lot of work to be done, but I think let's start it.
Yeah. And at least
and
we
then,
know.
And then, of course, one disclaimer: the European Investment Bank, we are a policy taker, and the Commission is the policy maker. So we implement policies and priorities of the Commission and the member states. So I'm acting in my private capacity.
At least we know where the bottlenecks are, maybe. So when we hit the wall, then we can work on that. I would like to move on to another topic where we might be quite good. So Hosuk was talking about basic research, and we're doing that very well. I would like to ask Saija, you are doing your development mostly here in Turku and in Finland, right? And how does your collaboration with the science sector, science makers work actually, and how does that affect your work on innovation and moving to electric?
Yes, we do have our biggest R&D center here in Turku. However, we have some also in California, close to Los Angeles. Collaboration between those two is for sure. I would say that yes, we have quite good collaboration with especially the schools around in Turku. We are very much looking forward to future even bigger scale collaboration now with their engineering sector over there. And knowing that they will also invest in resourcing around electric drivelines, for example, because we foresee a huge need of skills and talent with regards to that field, and therefore actually having that now locally in Turku is great news, and something that we really want to be engaged in.
What about you, Heidi?
We have also kind of a similar picture that we have subsidiaries in Italy and Germany, but we also have one subsidiary in Los Angeles, so in US, and that is the marketplace that we are now heading a lot of, also, as well as in Europe, because this is the case currently. But within the research part, we have everything here in Finland, like research and R&D labs and manufacturing. But we do a lot of like research not only locally in Turku, but within the different kind of the universities in Europe as well, in Italy or in Holland or whatever. So we have a lot of this collaboration, and I would say that this is our asset, that we have a very good like R&D here and very good innovation, and this is something that we need to get more and more collaborate with the network abroad.
Do you find it easy to move from the basic research and the kind of scientific research into actual products and move on from there to marketing and actually going into markets?
I would say that this is the gap that we have we have very good innovations and patent. We got a very good like research and funding for research to get these startups start. But when it gets actual that the product is not, you don't want to sell product. I can't go back a hospital door and say I got the product. I really need to know the concept and commercialize where the product is used. I can't go to ear surgery and tell that I got the product for surgeons, and then he tells, yeah, that's for orthopedics. So I really need to know the concept and the usage of the product and really commercialize who needs that, how to need. So it's marketing and a lot of communication and branding and knowledge. So this is the gap that we talk about the product, but the one who really needs it needs solution.
Yeah.
So this is, I think, is the gap that we don't sell the same that they are buying.
Do you have the same kind of steep rise there or a gap?
Yes, pretty much, and I'm actually thinking about you saying about marketing and communication, and perhaps we already discussed that a little bit, but I do see that we have there a gap. As perhaps Finns, I think we have a lot of skills, we have a lot of talent, we have a lot of good ideas, good innovations, perhaps prototypes, but we sort of keep quiet, and we don't really boldly talk about that to the bigger world. And when I'm comparing us, for example, towards the Swedes, working in the Swedish company, I think Swedes do that a lot better. And then, of course, Americans, you know, they are bold and loud, so I think we could improve on that.
Is this an attitude thing, Hosuk?
I was just laughing about Swedes. Now, I think there's actually, it's not all doom and gloom. Because I think in applied sciences, and for example in composite materials, and not mentioned in life sciences, we are really good at that stage of taking an innovation and commodifying it into a product. That the question is, why haven't we succeeded in emerging tech? Why can't we replicate this from applied research to commercialization in services, emerging technology? What are we doing wrong? And I think a number of things can be said, but I think we have to also be very honest about the fact that we did have national industrial policy in the 90s and the noughts that were terrible, terrible bets. We kind of thought that maximizing supply and lowering prices while trying to maintain high quality, the German model, would save us all. It didn't. It turned out actually that what you should have scaled is not supply but demand. And this is where a lot of new technology companies as well as new business model flourished. And we kind of missed the train on that one because we put priority to things that turn out not to be the winner of the day. And to be fair, you know, if you're an industrial planner, whether you're in Brussels or China, you know, if you have the ability to predict what the market is going to look like on a global scale in 10, 15 years, you are not sitting in the Berlaymont building, you're working for a hedge fund. The difficulty starts with the fact that regulators think that they can beat the market. They very rarely can. There are good examples where it has happened in the 70s and 80s. There are a lot of examples of industrial planning that is successful, and including here in Finland, the transition towards ICT that happened in the 80s is absolutely astonishing. It should be taught well, it is taught in schools, but it's very hard to replicate, and assuming that we did that once and we are always going to be successful is a very, very dangerous recipe.
We are, by the way, closing to audience questions. So now it's time to start thinking what you would like to ask the panelists. So in a couple of minutes, I will take a couple of audience questions as well. But Jaani, talking about what's your point of view on this as you are working with businesses? Do you see the same gap? We are doing products well, but not continuing very well from there, or is this something that you have observed?
I would say that, I mean, in Finland, the startup scheme is very active, and I think that the story that the Swedes and the Americans are sort of overpowering our companies, you know, with their active marketing, etc. I mean, partly it's true, I'm sure, but when you look at the younger generation, I mean, they from day one product or sort of a plan and how to implement it globally.
Yeah.
So I think the attitude has clearly changed, and there are entrepreneurs in Finland, and they are serial entrepreneurs, and there are angel investors who provide funding and the know-how. So I think that we have this capacity and these entrepreneurs, but there aren't enough of them.
Yeah.
And the startup community, which the plan is that the turnover of startups in Finland would multiply by 2030 is a brave target, but I mean we should clearly aim at that and work in the financial sector together with the startup community, of course, itself, and then with the public sector.
From your point of view, is there something that we can do to ease up this pushing forward the products into concepts and solutions?
One issue that we haven't touched, of course, is the fact that then venture capital funding, there is 7 times more VC funding in the US compared to Europe.
Yeah.
And clearly, especially in the large ticket, in the late stage, we don't have big funds enough. And this is a market gap that the EIB Group and especially its subsidiary European Investment Fund is trying to address, so that these big European champions, European unicorns, would stay in European hands, because now they are sold to US investors, VC funds, too early.
Yeah. Let's come back to financing after a couple of minutes, but now it's time for audience questions. So at least, there's one over there. And there's a mic. And please state your name and then your question.
Natalia Alexeyeva, Dr. Natalia Alexeyeva from Free Russian Forum of Free Russia. So first, before I'm asking the question, I would like to convey deep gratitude to the company Bonaliv Biomaterials, directly from Ukraine, namely the project Save the Limb to the Wounded. Yesterday I had a brief conversation with the trauma orthopedist from that project, and they asked me to be here and to say global thanks to the company. It works, your product works. And you know, my question is how much your customers can help to commercialize your products, if we can do something for that. If it's possible somehow, if working customers, I mean where your products is working, where it helps to save health, normal life to young soldiers from Ukraine, for example, if we can do something in respect for your company, for example.
So if the customer can help you somehow, or
yes,
of course, but I can be
advertisement or something like that. Yeah. We can't do a lot, but
and maybe some applause for the thanks first.
Can I answer that shortly? That yes, we have a products and solution in Ukraine, and we actually go to Ukraine 3 years ago. Exactly the reason that we can help shoulders back to their feet, and this is the case that we want to get Ukraine like rebuilding and give the health part like working better and better. And this is something that we are working on now, and actually we are working on directly with the Finnish government and other parties, so we can more and more help the Ukraine with the products and solutions within the young soldiers and other.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? We have time for one more at least. Yes, there's one over there. And but let's wait for the mic.
Kaisa Leivo, Turku Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Limakiyama, you mentioned that there are some problems and inflexibilities in the European labour market. And we even tend to think that it's worse in Finland, that our labour market is very unflexible and uncompetitive. I would like to sort of be a bit positive and ask both Heidi and Saija. You both work in companies which do profitable business here with our labour market, with all the restrictions. What are then the strengths? I mean, what can we do if our labour market is not that flexible and competitive as, for example, in the US? What are our competitive or business competitive factors then?
Thank you for the question. I think a couple of reflections. Overall, I think things work well in Finland. We have a good education, good resources available, talent, young people are eager to learn and develop and so on. Perhaps just a reflection around the discussion during the summer about age discrimination and making sure that people over 55 get employed, or making sure that I would say all kinds of resources are getting access to work. For example, we struggle to find female engineers. We would very much like to have more women working in our industry and our company, and that is something that we could probably do more as within Sandvik, but also through collaboration between different parties. I think perhaps deeper into the age thing. I think it would be fun and really practical, useful to have perhaps more flexible hours and solutions for people getting closer to retirement, not having to work every day from 8 to 4 and sort of a continuous basis throughout the year, but perhaps more assignments, projects. Come when you have time and when you want to do a couple of hours and go back and do something else. So these kind of things would probably be useful and help.
I would very much agree that different kind of expertise is the one that we have been utilized, that have a very grounded experience. And here in Finland, this is quite good in education and everything. But maybe we have, our experience is more that we have taken a lot of risks, and we have a lot of strength within the taking the risk. Within the private equity or within the technology, but also I would say that within the people that we have, they are willing also to get abroad. So within this kind of maybe education is more needed, that where you want to head up, not just like investigate again here, but how you want to get, is there brave and risk enough to fly to Brazil and have this discussion with the distributor, or fly to Ukraine and have this discussion. So we need to get out of building.
Definitely. Jani was talking about financing just before the questions, and also I would like to ask you to a little bit comment on what he was saying. What kind of financing do we need more? Is there something that you should do or could do to kind of push the innovation in businesses forward by financing? Yeah. Yes.
Well, I largely agree with the analysis that yes, we are short on risk capital, and there are very good reasons. There's no risks to pursue, as we said. But also, I would like to come back to the question around. I'm not going to say that this model or the more rigid Scandinavian labor market model is somehow bad. If I may have given that perception, it's a choice. We can't have the cake and eat it, which means that if you have chosen that path, or let's say removing risk capital from the market and diminishing it and expand the role of the banks, then you need to have a plan on how to basically spur entrepreneurship and innovation. And in the same way, when it comes to the labor market question, I mean, first of all, I have to laud Finland for its education system. I mean, if my parents are gone now, but I'm pretty sure that, you know, if they would have to make the choice today, I'm pretty sure that they will be Finnish rather than Swedish. That's absolutely dead certain, because they did look at the education system and start to think, where do we want to retire? We want to build a better future. And the first thing you look at, the education system. I'm not going to answer if I would be accepted and if that would be a wise choice or not, because obviously I'm a deadbeat sitting in Brussels, non-productive. And what you're saying about 55 scared the living daylight out of me, because I'm a couple of years away from 55 and constantly facing unemployment. But there's a lot of, if I look at, for example, the Danish and the flexicurity, that's, and what we have seen now in various type of reforms, that's quite an interesting model. And entrepreneurship and risk is built by people who have nothing left to lose. That's why every one of the, you know, the tech bros at college dropouts didn't have a choice but to succeed. And in the same way, if I look at the financing and the funding side, it just can't be that the funding goes to the company that has the best lobbyists. That's what's happening in the United States right now, and that's happening in China. There's a huge debate within the PRC, whether they should go with the state-owned companies or whether they should go with the private companies. And this is going to be a huge problem in the 2027 leadership change, because they has basically split into two different fractions. And we have a similar kind of logic here. We have a pressure from the voters and the CEOs. They want free money too. Maybe we should think about where they're going and how is that going to actually achieve competitiveness in Europe. And as I mentioned, there's a lot of debt spillover going to other markets out of Europe, simply because we can't generate the corporate profits that the shareholder wants.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. We have a couple of minutes left, and I would like to pose a kind of a final question to all of you, and the question is, what would be your message to the policymakers, either here in Finland or in EU? If you have to pick one message that you would like to push forward, what would you say? Go ahead, Saija.
Hello.
Perhaps I'll go back to the education and the Finnish school system if I zoom into Finland. We have had one of the best school systems in the world for ages, and based on media, based on reflections. Unfortunately, it seems like we are sort of edge of losing that. Teachers say that the kids no longer can read, they can do the basics of maths. So how can we then expect that in 20, 30 years we will have people who are skilled in those fields? So let's do something together to prevent that from happening, to maintain the high level of education.
Okay. Hasuk.
Well, something that struck me that actually Jani was talking about is that how we are going to, if we just execute the von der Leyen plan, we are going to be the most competitive region in the world. You know what? I'm old enough to remember the Lisbon agenda. We were going to be the most competitive economic region by, what was it, 2010? Yes. Did that happen? Well, it depends. I mean, this is how it always works. Whatever that's on the table, by the time we achieve the goal, that's it. You know, we haven't really defined what net zero is, but because by the time we actually reach the deadline, and whatever we look like, that is going to be the net zero. And this is the lack of political accountability in the EU system. We don't have parties. And every leader set a deadline that is 2-3 years after his or her retirement. Convenient, huh? And since there is no accountability and for a failed plan, we have some of the best diagnostics in the world.
Okay, this is the English channel testing again. Testing the microphone. Testing.
It's not even the wrong prescription. There is no prescription. Basically, we are saying that we're just going to continue to do whatever we always
okay, or is there still an airflow?
We plan to do anyway, and somehow that's going to be magically change us. And in a sort of like a sadomasochistic way, I do hope for that policy failure when we are waking up and said, this doesn't hold. And I see that happening in France, that I admire quite a lot, and also in the Scandinavian countries. They said, normal is not there. Yeah. Let's stop being nostalgic.
Okay, Jani.
I was listening to Prime Minister Orpo's European policy speech yesterday, and he mentioned 3 priorities for Finland in the next MFF where Finland would like to see more funding. And they were Ukraine, Horizon Europe program, and InvestEU. And it happens that the European Investment Bank Group is the implementer of the InvestEU budget guarantee program, which allows us to increase our risk-taking, support SMEs, green transition, innovation in particular. So there is a role for a public financing to address the financing gaps. So we fully support Finland's position and hope that when the MFF proposal comes next summer, that there will be more funding for InvestEU, because that allows us to do more good work for Europe.
Sounds good. Heidi.
That's then a very good opportunity to review all the bureaucracy and the reporting and guidances for finance. So I think this is the one that now the real bureaucracy workshop is needed. What are really needed for this funding and the mentality part of the companies, mentality part of Finnish people. Are we tolerating if there are not that much guidances and instructions anymore? Can we tolerate that as well? So this is the moment to review the bureaucracy and guidance and instructions.
Okay, thank you very much, and let's give a warm applause to our panelists. Thank you. Okay, thank you all for participation and engagement in this session. I hope you have found insights from the discussion today. And as we conclude, I would like to wish you all a very productive rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for participating. At 11, the Bank of Finland's Esko Antola lecture will take place here at the little stage. If you want to keep discussing Euroforum on social media, don't forget to use the hashtags #Euroforum and #Turku. The cafe downstairs is open. See you in a bit. Lämmin kiitos osallistumisestanne. Pienellä näyttämällä ohjelma jatkuu kello 11. Suomen Pankin Esko Antola luennolla. Kahvio on auki alakerrassa. Nähdään hetken kuluttua.
Hello, good morning. This is Minna. Do you hear me? Everything all right?
päivään. Minä olen Josefina Tuomala ja toimin tänään lavajuontajananne. 3 päivän ajan...
Welcome to the next session. My name is Josefina Tuomala. During the following 2 days, we have intensive program here, and everything will be interpreted into English. All the Finnish-speaking presentations, and some of them are in English.
Of this year's Europe Forum in Turku. All programs are live streamed, and Finnish programs such as this one are simultaneously interpreted into English. If you have not yet, please download the Interprofy application on your mobile phone using the QR code on the screen. The token for this stage is also on the screen. Please mind your fellow audience members and use headphones. Seuraavaksi pienen näyttämön ottaa haltuun Esko Antolan luento rauhanprojektista turvallisuusunioniksi.
Lecture from a peace project to a security union, Finland changed between 1994 and 2024. This is offered by the Bank of Finland. I wish you warmly welcome.
Kiitos ja lämpimästi tervetuloa
Thank you.
Suomen Pankin puolesta.
And also on my behalf, I'd like to wish you warmly welcome to the Esko Antola lecture, which is highlight of Turku Europe Forum. We are very happy and delighted, and I'm very happy to welcome Esko Antola himself to follow this lecture. My name is Elisa Newby, and I am the head of General Secretariat in the Bank of Finland, and this event will be stored and streamed, and also the audience may ask questions and comments also in the stream or here physically in place. Please present yourselves before asking your question and wait for the microphone so your questions will be streamed outside of this room. Now I'd like to welcome the Governor of the Bank of Finland, Olli Rehn, to open this event, and he will present the person who will give us the Esko Antola lecture this year. Olli Rehn, you have the floor.
Kiitoksia, Elisa.
Thank you, Elisa.
Kuulijat, hyvät
dear listeners,
turkulaiset ja muut
dear
eurooppalaiset
people in
ystävät.
Turku and other Europeans and friends of Europe, I'd like to wish you warmly welcome to this lecture offered by the Bank of Finland. This is already a long tradition at the Bank of Finland. This is the 5th time that we organize this Esko Antola lecture during Turku Europe Forum as an integral part of it. So this is one of the highlights of European discussion in Finland. It is great to see that the debate is going on and people are interested in European matters during the last days of summer. I'm especially pleased this year. I still remember last year's Europe Forum. The weather was bad. I was a bit hurt. I was injured. I had to arrive with my sticks because I had had an injury playing my favorite sports. So I had trouble walking around and the weather was bad, it was raining, so this year is much better, I must say. Dear friends, this October celebrates the 30 years of Finland's referendum. Finnish citizens advised Finland's parliament to accept the EU's accession treaty. This was a very important decision, strengthening Finland's security and international position, and also strengthening the Nordic integration, and in the end leading into NATO membership. A doctor in social sciences, Professor Esko Antola, already dwelled into this in the early 80s, the Finland's integration into the Western countries, and that was offside the official politics in Finland. Esko Antola is really the grand old man of Finland's European research. We highly appreciate the fact that you, ESCO, are here today, this morning, with us. I'd like to wish you warmly welcome.
Hyvä Esko, sinun akateeminen ankkuripaikkasi
Dear ESCO,
Turun
your
yliopistossa ja
position has often been in Turku. You have a long career in the research center, the European Research Center here in Turku. You've educated a large number of politicians, journalists, other experts, and for decades you have encouraged European discussion in Finland. In your academic work, Finland's integration into European and Western structures
rauhan, turvallisuuden ja kestävän
is part of a larger entity for sustainable peace and sustainable economy. I share this view, and this includes the idea that EU enlargement and deepening the European integration are not the opposites, they are complementing each other. And this also means competition between these two ideologies of furthering European integration. And I also learned something from you, ESCO, one methodology. At the university, I was responsible at the University of Helsinki, and I was responsible for organizing a seminar. Professor Ilkka Heiskanen was my supervisor at that time, approximately 1989, and we invited ESCO to give us a lecture from Turku, 2 hours train from Turku to Helsinki about the EC research and what are the dimensions of European integration in 1989. Everything went well, ESCO arrived, but he only met 3 people of 30 people's group. So, of course, from our perspective, this was a bit embarrassing. We had invited ESCO from Turku, and we were only able to gather 3 people there. But ESCO didn't mind, so we sat down, and ESCO started his lecture. Well, that was a fantastic lecture. I still remember it. I still have my notes in my files, in my archives, and well, during that lecture, ESCO, you went through the important milestones and directions of European integration, functionalism, neo-functionalism, and other dimensions and directions, federalism and constitutionalism, and also intergovernmentalism. So all these research directions, you carefully analyzed them and compared them with each other, and also analyzed the interaction and interdependencies between these directions and their significance in European integration. Well, we who were present got a lot from this lecture. One of the persons present was Jukka Salovaara. He's now responsible for foreign affairs in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, heading the European department, and at least we can say that ESCO gave us a lot of food for thought, for one governor of the Bank of Finland, and also for one state secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So what was the methodology I learned? You should always put everything, give everything you have, even if you only have one listener. It always pays off. Dear friends, so this analysis and the framework I just described is still topical, is still current. Looking at EU's enlargement policy, for a long time now, it's been quite unimportant. Well, it hasn't been that active in recent years, but it still is from geopolitical perspective. EU is competing with Russia in Europe. Who has the power? And some countries have already started their negotiations for accession, and also Western Balkan countries may restart their negotiations soon. For Europe's security, the success of Ukraine is an existential question. EU's support for Ukraine has to remain in place, has to continue without any questions. And for that, it is very important that the future or the present Commission President Ursula von der Leyen has also emphasized this, that Europe stands by Ukraine as long as it takes and makes sure that we achieve a permanent and sustainable peace. I'm not going into details here, but I would just like to conclude that Ukrainian negotiations for accession, they have already started. So of course they have to be dealt with as carefully as all the other accession negotiations have been conducted, not only for obvious reasons that the EU must reform itself. Some 20 years ago, at the turn of the century, before the Great Eastern Enlargement in the EU, the Commission drafted a program called Agenda 2000, and with a lot of work, 4 or 3 cornerstones were defined. So 3 things were carefully coordinated: 12 new member countries, a financial framework, zero growth in the budget, and also common agriculture and regional policy and their reforms. Now we also need such persistence. We have to be very careful and very determined when we talk about Ukraine's and Western Balkan countries' accession into the EU. Ukraine has more than 40 million inhabitants. It has a very strong agriculture, and now it needs massive reconstruction of its society and industry. And of course, the question remains whether we should build a new agenda, Agenda 2030 perhaps, how to reform the key cornerstones of the EU when preparing for the next accession. Of course, we cannot rely on the budget only, but budget reforms always takes years, and the main idea should be that peace and stability, rule of law and prosperity have to be values that we can spread to every corner of the continent. So these are the main objectives of this enlargement as well. It is also a historic process. As one author said, history is only geography stretched over time. And that is a good definition of history. Dear friends, without further ado, I'd like to move on and let's listen to this year's Esko Antola lecture. Next, I have the honor to invite the person who will give us this lecture, Professor Juhana Aunesluoma. I will present the lecturer himself and also the commentator. Juhana is the professor of political history at the University of Helsinki. In his research work, he is focused on European integration after the Second World War and also trade, development and institutions. He has written a lot about Finnish foreign trade policy and Finnish foreign policy and their development as part of foreign affairs. And his title is From a Peace Project to a Security Union, Europe's Change and Finland's Change between 1994 and 2024. Juhana will give his lecture first, and then Laura Kolbe, Professor of European History, will comment his lecture. Laura has an extensive academic career in Europe's cultural history, generation experiences, class matters and urban research. And for Laura as well, Finland is as is cities and countryside taken together, as one of my friends recently said. Both these persons are very appreciated public speakers. They actively participate in public debate on European issues, on historic issues. And with these words, I'd like to welcome Juhana here and also wish you all warmly welcome once more.
Hyvät kuulijat, hyvät ystävät, ja Ollille kiitos
distinguished
kutsusta
audience,
ja tästä ystävällisestä
thank you for the invitation
Todella
and
hieno
for
ja
the
iloinen
kind
kunnia
words of presentation from
täällä
Olli.
tänään.
It's a great pleasure and honor to be here today.
Arvostamani Esko Antolan nimeä kantava
My
luennon
highly
pitäjänä.
praised Esko Antola,
Ja ilo olla
who has given the name to this lecture, gives a great honor to hold this lecture here.
Euroopan unioni on ollut Suomen
The European Union has been
viimeisen 30
Finland's main political environment for the past 30 years. Although there are many uncertainties about the future, we can assume that the EU will continue to be high in importance. In the eyes of Finns, the EU's importance and public acceptability has, if anything, been on the rise in the recent times. If a referendum on EU membership would be held now, around 75% of those entitled to vote would vote in favor. These figures are based on polling data from the ongoing NATO poll research project at the University of Helsinki. According to data collected last spring, 94% of the coalition party supporters would vote yes, 88% of the Finnish Social Democrat supporters would vote yes, and 79% of the Centre Party supporters. The most pro-Europe EU are the Green supporters, 95% of whom would vote yes in a referendum. Also, the Left Alliance shows high support. The most critical towards EU membership are the Finns Party, 52% of whom would vote against, and Christian Democrats, 42% of whom would vote against.
Samaan aikaan
At the same time, support for Finnish membership of NATO has remained even stronger, while Finland's EU membership continues to polarize Finns to some extent. The same is not true for NATO membership. According to the NATO polling data, 83% of Finns support NATO membership, and there has been no significant change in the level of support compared to last year. Of the political parties, only the Left Alliance stands out in its criticism of NATO, but even among them, 61%, i.e. clear majority, are in favor of membership of the military alliance. The figure has even risen slightly in recent times. The high support for EU and NATO membership shows that Finns are used to the idea of international cooperation that limits their sovereignty. 3 decades ago, support for and acceptance of EU membership was lower, although even then a clear majority of citizens were in favor. The current factors behind support of membership are familiar to us. Widespread war in Europe, Ukraine and Russia is creating insecurity. Security is sought not only through one's own efforts, but also through old and new partnerships. When Finland joined the EU, there was also large-scale war in Europe, but the risks of escalation associated with the breakup war of Yugoslavia were perceived lower to what they're today. Nor was the Balkan War in the 1990s a great power conflict like today's war of aggression by Russia. The current situation in Russia is in fact one of the dystopias of the future that were presented in the 1990s. In contemporary analysis and writings, there are references to the worst case scenario in which Russia descends into Yugoslavian-style internal war, with the difference that nuclear weapons are involved. Yugoslavia with nukes, as the Americans called this doomsday scenario. More likely than this, however, was that relations between Russia and Ukraine would be in crisis and that the real struggle of breakup of the Soviet Union would be fought over the fate of Ukraine. If there was to be a war anywhere, it would not only be in the Caucasus, but also in and about Ukraine. In the assessments made in the Foreign Ministry in the mid-90s about the impact of EU membership and Finland's foreign policy, the most dangerous scenario was a situation in which cooperative relationship and understanding that had been painstakingly established between Russia and the EU, more accurately Russia and Germany, would collapse for one reason or the other, and Brussels and Moscow would be on a collision course. Finland would then be in the front line of the conflict. This scenario was not considered very likely, but the job of the ministry officials is to imagine the worst case scenarios, even in good times, the kind we are living now. The generally positive attitude towards Finland's membership of the EU does not mean that there's no room for criticism and dissatisfaction when considering both the impact of the Union's activities in Finland and Finland's role in the Union decision-making process. Criticism of the Union does not, however, translate into radical demands for a change in the basic strategy of Finland's European policy. This way of thinking is older than the current security concerns of the 2020s. Regardless of what ultimately is thought about the EU, it's perceived as a key arena for political action that affects the state and future of Finnish society. In this sense, the Union has for a long while been normalized as part of Finland's political system, and existential questions related to it, such as whether to be or not to be part of the Union, are no longer relevant. The last flare-up of criticism was the place of Finland in the EU and Euro system on a principle level in the context of the Eurozone debt crisis and the turn of the 2010s and early years, elevating the anti-EU true Finns who campaigned on anti-EU grounds to the ranks of the major parliamentary parties in the 2011 general election. The shift in public opinion reflected in the elections also prompted the other major parties to speak out more forcefully about safeguarding Finland's national interests in the crisis-ridden union. The style and overall tone of Finland's EU policy changed, at least for a while. Long-standing EU diplomats shied away from the brash attitude adopted by the Finnish government at the EU tables in the early 2010s, replacing the solution-oriented and compromise-driven small state role that had previously characterized Finland. In Finnish EU policy, the focus is now on the substance of policy rather than the style and methods of action. If we look back to the European Parliament elections this summer, but also the last year's parliamentary elections and the debates that preceded them, there's less interest in how the EU Union works than in what it does. This can be seen as a natural development in itself, where the substance of politics, administration and legislation has become more important as Finland's membership of the Union has become of age. Changes in the policy agenda and within the Union itself have also contributed to this. Finland joined in 1995 at the time when the community had just become the Union, and it was in midst of very intense treaty reforms, starting with the Single Act in the mid-1980s and ending with the Lisbon Treaty, which entered into force in 2009. Significant energy and attention of the member states was devoted to negotiating and implementing the internal division of powers and competences within the Union. In terminology used by scholars, the European Union of the time emphasized constitutional politics, which focused on the fundamental uses of power and aims of the Union. The different spheres of politics can be divided into practical politics, relating to the substantive issues and problem solving and policy making of social life, and on the other hand, constitutional politics relating to the conduct of society and the political system as a whole. In the words of the German sociologist and political theorist Ralph Dahrendorf, constitutional politics concerns the framework of the social order, the social contract and its institutional forms. Normal politics, on the other hand, arises when interests and other values dictate the direction within this framework. Holding free and fair elections is constitutional politics, but the campaign to privatize the steel industry would be normal politics. By default, the day-to-day life and agenda of politics is dominated by matters of normal politics. All the while, we cannot argue about the rules of the game because there has to be time to play the game. No political system can withstand a situation in which the fundamental rules of game, the principles of action, and the basic stable values of society are constantly contested and subject to political struggles. To paraphrase Napoleon Bonaparte, a good constitution is short, clear, and long-lasting. Constitutional politics is consuming, and if prolonged, it tires out both the players and the public. In the early years of EU membership, Finns perhaps unhappily became accustomed to a situation in which the content of EU policy consisted both of the more mundane substantive policy, in other words, the normal EU policy, and constitutional policy. The coexistence of the two policy spheres could give the Union's action the impression that every issue, big or small, was ultimately a power struggle, a loss of power, or grabbing for power, whether it concerned an individual member state or EU as an institution on the whole. Of course, there is no complete separation between issue resolution and power games. The boundary between normal politics and constitutional politics is itself a controversial one. But there is no need to be too cynical. Not always do the solutions reached in the EU imply changes in the power relations between the actors. Losing in one situation doesn't mean that the next one would not be on the winning side. EU decision-making is not a zero-sum game, like the war in Ukraine and Russia, where the victory of one is always the defeat of the other. It's typical of the EU decision-making that after one solution, the actors, member states and institutions regroup in a new game situation, in new coalitions and configuration. The parts and roles are in a constant state of flux. Yesterday's losers are tomorrow's winners, and so on. In the early years of Finland's membership, however, both the essence of the Union and its tasks were undergoing exceptionally rapid change. For a time, politics of issues and the politics of the Constitution were intertwined. In retrospect, in the 90s were a surprisingly good time for Finland to become part of a changing union. Here we have Martti Ahtisaari with a delegation in 1994 coming back from Brussels. It may well be that constitutional politics and participation as an equal member state in the reform of the Union's treaties strengthened the perception that smaller member states also have real power within the Union. There is not necessarily the case in normal politics of issues. In such matters, larger member states have clearly more power than smaller ones. However, Finnish EU policy machinery did not seem to have any particular difficulties with the Union's rich agenda on either side of the millennium. In the early years of membership, the more strategic and principled EU matters were the responsibility of the diplomats, i.e. the foreign service officials most familiar with EU dynamics, and a handful of politicians familiar with EU affairs. Their task was to steer Finland through a union undergoing major change and enlargement, and to consolidate Finland's image as a profile as a constructive small country that could even serve as an example for the new member states joining in 2004. This generation of civil servants and politicians, most of whom had entered politics, the foreign service or the civil service, in the 60s and 70s, was characterized by a combination of a worldly realism and idealism. There was no compartmentalization of the state of the world and its fierce power struggles, but at the same time there was a firm belief of the power of diplomacy, negotiation, and conciliation. The generational ethos is perhaps best encapsulated in Martti Ahtisaari, Finland's president, and his worldview. All conflicts can be resolved. And he won the Nobel Peace Prize for this. This thinking and the worldview of this generation was easily transferable within the European Union. The 1999 rotating presidency of the EU Council, the first time for Finland, was the culmination of the work of this first generation of Finnish EU leaders. Since then, the circle of Finnish EU influencers has widened and the generation has changed to those who started their careers in the 80s and 90s. Today, Finland's involvement in the EU is in an era of everyday politics, with constitutional politics taking the backseat. There seems to be a consensus between the current government and the main opposition parties not to want to open up political debate on the institutional structure and future prospects of the EU, either as a closer or looser union of member states, which is already fraught with tensions between the parties. The situation is comparable to the Cold War era cross-party consensus on Finland's international position and its cornerstones: relations with the Soviet Union, the agreement of friendship, cooperation, mutual assistance, and neutrality. In an article published in 1994, Esko Antola, a pioneer of Finnish European studies, described Finland's international position in the Cold War as a status quo state. This was Antola's way of describing how strongly Finland had anchored its position in the realities of world politics at the time. Neutrality and the YYA treaty firmly anchored Finland in the bipolar order of the Cold War, but not in the blocs, but in a way that was useful for Finland in between them. The status quo of the latter stages of Cold War provided Finland with stability and security, making it worthwhile for Finland to do all it could to preserve the status quo. The collapse of the Soviet Union and its system of power crumbled the cornerstone of the structure, as the Turku historian Juha-Matti Ritvanen has aptly described the situation. And Max Jakobson said that, well, this bipolar world order came as a surprise because we did not want it. We were looking for a new position in the new EU scene. In Antola's article, The Burden of History, this was mentioned. Maintaining the status quo produced a burden of history from which Finland had to free itself in order to maximize its advantages in the new post-Cold War Europe. Where are we after 3 decades? In Antola's terminology, Finland's current EU policy could be described as status quo policy. Finland has firmly anchored its place in all the current structures of the EU, or kernels as they came to be called in the 1990s. Together with NATO membership, this seems to be good enough for Finland. There is no need for major treaty-level changes to the union structures and ways of working. For Finland, it's enough for EU policy to be a substantive policy centered on concrete problems and their solutions within the framework of the current operating methods and the financial resources allocated to the Union. There seems to be no demand in Finland for a constitutional policy on the EU. But has the baby been thrown out with the bathwater? The EU is too important for Finland to leave the fundamental discussions and plans relating to it, the EU's constitutional policy, to other Europeans alone. That is why there should be time and stamina for constitutional politics, which is sometimes low and frustrating.
EU:ssa on nimittäin meneillään historialliseksi
Undergoing a historic transformation.
Muutos on lähtöisin.
This change has its origins in concrete substantive policy, but its effects could very quickly spill over into constitutional policy. It's about the EU's ultimate purpose and how it can best promote that purpose. According to the ongoing NATO poll survey, a clear majority of Finns perceive the European Union as an important player, not only economically, but also in terms of Finland's security. The survey's findings suggest that citizens have growing security expectations towards the EU, explaining the high level of support for EU membership. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has shaken Finns' sense of basic security to an extent that security is sought wherever it seems to be available, from NATO and the EU, but also through closer Nordic cooperation and bilateral relations with the US and other NATO allies that are important to Finland either because of their resources or their geographical location. Perceptions of Russia have become so negative among Finns that they are now approaching the top negative positions in international comparisons traditionally held by countries that were once occupied by the Soviet Union or under its direct rule. The European Union itself has also been active in raising the security expectations of its citizens. The Union's achievements in promoting common defence or even in maintaining a material defence capability in areas such as security of supply, defence equipment industry or logistics were for a long time modest. A fact that was enough for most member states content with the division of labour between the Union, its members and NATO. This situation began to change in the last years of the 2010s with the rise of talk of European strategic autonomy. However, little more than raising expectations was done before Russia's massive invasion of Ukraine in the winter of 2022. The pandemic in 2020 was a union-wide test of crisis resilience and security of supply, which reinforced the role of European Commission as a key coordinating and executive authority. The coordination of vaccine procurement was a case in point. This was followed by the escalation of the war of aggression in Russia and the EU's assumption of a central role in providing economic support to Ukraine and maintaining the overall viability of Ukrainian society. The European Peace Facility, managed by the EU's External Action Service, was quickly mobilized. The facility, intended as an instrument to support the Union's common foreign security policy, proved its usefulness in an acute crisis. The Union seems to have given its citizens not only the well-known freedoms, the 4 freedoms launched in the 1980s, and the promise of economic growth already made in the 50s, but also a promise of security. The Union exists not only as a promoter of material prosperity, but also as a tangible security actor. In addition to internal security and the fight against threats under the broad concept of security, this security promise makes the Union a key player in supporting the member states, not only in maintaining border security, but also in preventing and managing conflicts beyond its own borders. The Union's security promise has developed and deepened gradually and does not necessarily reflect any conscious, significant strategic plan to fundamentally change the nature and functioning of the Union. The Union's security dimension has grown in parallel with the development of its other policies and competencies. The Union has responded to the demands and situations that have arisen in a pragmatic way, gradually adapting its own action and orienting it towards the preferences of the majority of member states. This is the result of a more competitive and conflict-sensitive environment in which the Union operates. The expectations of citizens as to the ability of their own states to provide security for their citizens have risen in the context of instability, to which states have responded by increasing cooperation with their close partners and allies. What is perceived as a significant security threat will, of course, vary across the Union. In the eastern member states, which Finland is from this perspective, the threats related to Russia are central, combined with concerns about the fate of Ukraine and its people. In the Mediterranean, uncontrolled migration and political instability and conflicts in Africa and the Middle East are a constant concern. Terrorism is a particular concern for the old member states. Over time, individual small steps have become visible and powerful currents for which the strategic vision and the discussion arguments are often formed after the event. For decades now, the Union has been characterized by the fact that seemingly dramatic steps forward, including the amendment of the treaties, are in fact a statement of what has already been achieved and translated into declaration of principle or binding agreements. Progress on substantive policy will sooner or later lead to a reflection on the constitutional side. The question of constitutional policy in relation to the security promise is to what extent member states are prepared to hand over their decision-making on military defense and the maintenance of defense capabilities to supranational level, or even to majority decision-making. However, all the evidence suggests that a move towards a security union is likely to increase the acceptability of the union as a whole in the eyes of Europeans. Many forces on both right and left were previously critical or even hostile to the union see its emerging security function as a positive development. It is not easy to deliver on the promise of security, but in the eyes of the public, even things that previously seemed impossible, such as recourse to joint debt, are no longer out of the question. A new permissive consensus is emerging around the security union, similar to the permissive consensus around the promise of economic growth in the 1950s and 1960s, which allowed member states to surrender their sovereignty to the supranational level. The politics of building a security union may be quietly transformed from the normal politics of substance to constitutional politics. Finland would do well to prepare for this turn of events in advance. The move away from qualified majority voting in foreign policy is already well underway. As the Union strengthens the economic and technological basis of its defense, further changes may be on the way. It is also worth considering what else the security union will mean for the EU's traditional essence. As the Union now changes or takes on its role as a new kind of security union, what will be left of the Union as a peace project? And what about the nature of the EU as a community of values and as an entirely new kind of international actor, whose international influence should be more about the power of values and norms than about the pursuit of narrowly defined material national interests at the level of the Union? The peace project clearly lives on as part of the historical self-understanding of the EU and especially of its oldest member states, of the origins and historical achievements of integration. The same is true for the newest members of the Union or those now aspiring to join, especially in the Balkans. The idea of the peace project can also be thought to be alive in Ukraine's EU dream, although this is probably more directly concerned with the EU's character as a security union and, alongside NATO membership, as one of the guarantors of Ukraine's future security. As far as Finland is concerned, the peace project dimension of the EU has never been a central part of Finns' own understanding of the EU's significance. Rather, the 1994 referendum highlighted the unspoken idea of a security union, which may now, 3 decades later, be in the process of becoming a reality. Finns have never felt the same sense of ownership of the peace project as people in the old member states do. But the maintenance of peace within Europe no longer plays a major role in the Union's concrete activities and in the ways in which its public acceptability is created. Generations that have experienced world wars have retired from political activity. The Union's 2012 Nobel Peace Prize was the last moment to acknowledge the work of generations of war veterans and to celebrate their experiences. The EU Peace Project now lives on mainly as a historical narrative and a way of illustrating to people of the present, school children for example, how far European countries have come from being fierce enemies to cooperating today. But it has not just been about the Union and its predecessors agreeing on their relations without fear of another war. At the beginning of unification at the turn of the 1950s, Germany and France were far from being on the brink of war. Germany was demilitarized, occupied by 4 powers and unable to threaten its neighbors. The political configurations and the incipient nuclear arms race between the superpowers froze the geopolitical configurations of the continent into a decade-long cold peace. The peace project was not about geopolitics, but about mental reconciliation, renouncing inherited hostility between former enemies and seeking revenge. In this mental reconciliation, Europe's own past was highlighted as something to get rid of. The peace project was about acknowledging one's own sins and taking responsibility for things in which those people themselves had not been involved. Such an intergenerational acknowledgement of sins ensured that tragedies would not be repeated. Some had indeed been involved, but as victims or bystanders rather than perpetrators of evil deeds. The peace project was symbolized by German and French leaders Helmut Kohl and François Mitterrand holding hands on the Battle of Verdun Memorial Day in 1984. But even more important was Chancellor Willy Brandt kneeling at the Warsaw Monument in 1970. In 1989, the peace project became concrete in how the very existence of the then European community created an alternative reality for a divided Europe and how change could be achieved peacefully. And what could be the forms of mental reconciliation in this situation? If the transformation into a security union pushes the union's peace project idea into the background once and for all, the union will lose much of its uniqueness. There's still a demand for the idea of a peace project, for example in the way the EU and its member states build their relations with the countries of the global south and other centers of power in the world. In these relations, the traces of European colonial past are still present, as Europeans were reminded in 2022 when a number of EU and member countries were not prepared to join forces with the former colonial masters in a common front to support Ukraine. A new superpower like India distanced itself from the war on the basis of its former non-allied status. As a security union, the EU risks in entrenching itself in a historical configuration that has not yet had time to unravel. The EU's peace project should therefore now be seen in the context of its global role. Europe's place in the world needs a debate on the management of the past, similar to what has been done under German leadership within the continent.
Muualta katsoen näyttää turvallisuusunioniksi rakennettu EU
Seen from elsewhere, the EU will then appear as a federation or confederation of states built on the basis of security, and such are not rare historically. Value-based action is in danger of becoming just the icing of the cake in the security union. And what happens to the union when and if the security environment suddenly radically improves? But now it seems that the EU's legitimacy will be based more on its security dimension. For Europeans, it's no longer enough to maintain peace within the union's borders, but peace is also needed outside them. But the security union must be built with care without undermining the EU's genuine historical uniqueness and the promise that goes beyond the security promise of the security union. Thank you.
Lämmin kiitos Juhana Aunesluoma ja Laura Kolbe, ole hyvä. Kommenttipuheenvuoro.
A warm thanks to Juhana Aunesluoma. Laura Kolbe, the floor is yours.
Kiitoksia ja
Thank you.
hyvää päivää kuulijat, kunnioitettu professori
Good
Esko Antola,
morning,
rakas
everyone.
kollega Juhana,
Distinguished Professor Esko
tilaisuuden
Antola,
järjestäjänä
dear colleague Juhana Aunesluoma, and Olli Rehn
Suomen
as
Pankki.
the sponsor of
Ja
this
tietenkin
session
ihan
and the
yleisön
Bank of Finland,
mukavaa,
and of
että
course
paikalla.
the audience. Great to have so many of you
Tanskan
here.
pohjoispuolella ei ole tilaa
North of
filosofialle.
Denmark, there is no
Lauluaan täynnä
space for
insinöörejä
philosophy.
ja tylsiä tekniikan miehiä.
There are
Julistilla
boring
Figaron kirjeenvaihtaja
engineers,
hieman nenäkkäästi televisiossa vuonna
as one
2001,
journalist
kun
said
Ruotsi
in
oli ottamassa
1991.
paikkaansa Euroopan
When
unionin
Finland and
ministerineuvoston
Sweden especially
Tämä ranskalainen lausuma
held its
nostaa tietenkin
first
esiin
presidency,
sekä uusia että
this
perinteisiä
French saying
todellisia
brings
ja
up
myyttisiä mielikuvia,
real and
joita
mythical
Euroopan eri
images
alueilla asuvilla ihmisillä on toisistaan.
of people living in Europe and
Eurooppa-kuvaahan
their
luodaan
images of
koko ajan
people living on the other
uudestaan,
side of
samalla kun me
Europe.
eurooppalaiset joudumme pohtimaan
We Europeans have to consider our relation to different areas, cultures, and ways of life and political tradition.
Eurooppa palasi
Europe
käsitteenä suomalaiseen
came back
keskusteluun
as a concept
1980-luvun loppupuolella.
in
On vaikea
the political
kuvitella
discussions in
muistella,
Finland in the late
meitä on täällä koko
1980s.
joukko, jotka muistamme vielä
It's difficult to imagine.
70-luvun, 80-luvun.
Many of us do remember the 70s and 80s. I'm looking at the age spectrum here. Europe as a word didn't fit in political discussions when we were talking about the major powers, the United States and the Soviet Union. Europe didn't really exist in political discussions. And when Europe, so to say, came back, it was Central Europe, continental Europe, which started to demand its position and place in the late 80s, telling its story as a narrative of its history and tradition. In the late 80s, in Finland, Europe as a concept came back to the speeches of mayors, professors, and society. And this indicated the great transformation that Juhana Aunesluoma was referring to. We were entering a new epoch, a new era. And in research, Benedict said Imagine community. It was imagination. It did exist somewhere, the borders and the boring engineers, and then the wine tables in south of Europe and great Mediterranean food where the real European life took place. And then West and East. These are also imagined regions. They are imaginary geopolitics. And the discussion on what Europe is of course the idea of Europe, its structure, its politics, its visibility of Brussels on the European social and political arena. But what's important is that the new tones that came into the minds of European citizens. If I go back to the 1980s, because back then we had the image of movement that happened in Poland, in Yugoslavia, and without us knowing in the Baltic states as well, because in Finland, people did know about the intellectual development in our southern neighbor in Estonia. But Europe came back as Europe of people. Karl Schlöger from Germany said that the change in Europe started when people started moving, not only integration progressing as political and institutional systems, but people on the move. That was what changed things. Europe was the scene when, before Cold War ended and the Soviet Union broke down, people moved to look for a better life. They moved around. And people's Europe is what keeps Europe up on the scene. That we have young people going on interrail trips around Europe, people who go as exchange students, the Erasmus exchange system, what a wonderful way, and that we, without prejudices, travel to places where we have even hurtful memories, but we go and see Ukraine, Baltic states, and we create with our own eyes a touch on how Europe lives in a local and a national framework. Aunes Luoma was referring to internal and external security, and he ended on the significance of understanding history. The biggest transformation in the context of Europe, in people's Europe, imagined Europe, has been history coming back. We have been able to follow this in the past 40 decades. It's been an intriguing process because it's meant the local history, the recognition for that being increased, but also the regional, the transformation of regional Europe. And then when we come to the urban dimension, also the revival of cities and towns, Europeanism, European security is constructed very locally on city level, and we have seen the revival of urban culture, and Europe of regions is a very important dimension. So there are very many levels and dimensions we can identify with. We have the union policy, but then we have the other levels of Europeanism. Europe of regions, for example, cooperation between regions and localities, municipalities. And pre-pandemic and maybe post-pandemic as well, we had this slogan, urbanization is the megatrend of our era. Well, there was a stage where big urban areas, big cities, metropolitan areas actually replaced the Cold War superstates. And there was this dream that where do we need states? What do we need states for? These cities and towns will resolve all problems of environment or climate or the global pandemic. The revival of cities reflects also what's important in political history. We have seen the comeback of nationalisms in plural, nationalisms, so many nationalistic new world comebacks. And we who have, as researchers touched upon what is being Finnish made of, what is being French or Russian made of, we see that there are very similar ideas and narratives, they are constructed in a very similar way. Nationalism as a deep European way of thinking, constructing it on the one hand on myths and on the other hand on realism, where the latest World War is a central kernel. How nation states position themselves with the traumas and difficult times of their histories. We have two traditions in Europe, the one of winners and the one of losers.
And how deep we can go in this, it's enough to look at Balkans and other countries and thinking of the mythical narrative written by Runeberg in Finland. They are all similar. So that was clearly evident in Yugoslavian wars, the identity and nationalism and nation building. So history is here, and history is always political. During the last 3 decades, history is part of European defense and security policy. Some other groups said they wanted to have their position as well. And many of us remember 1989, what couldn't have possible before, so celebrating the end of 2 different world wars. We all remember the veterans, all the things of war, and many veterans waited for decades to have this situation, and this applied to many countries in Central Europe who had gone through the Second World War and the First World War. So all the situations of winning and losing, and all these people, they wanted to revive. And after that, the comeback of nationalism. During the past 3 decades, we have seen the results. It has released a lot of energy, and it has produced mental and internal security. So we have been able to discuss our history and of the painful areas of our common history as well. It is important that history has become a tool, a political tool, and we haven't seen the end of this narrative yet. What is the end of nationalism? Where does it lead to in Ukraine, in Hungary, in Russia, and also here in Finland? So far it's been a reviving phenomena. It's interesting from a historical point of view, but it's not in its end yet. And this is related to already in the 1990s, when a lot of European events were organized. One of my colleagues from Latvia said that the comeback of history is important because we have regained our pride of our own history. And pride is an abstract concept. It's very difficult to comment, of course, but maybe it became visible. For example, in the Olympics in Paris, it is something that people are proud of their history. The past is always present, whether it's painful or painless. Colonialism, for example, is one part of it, but in general, a grand past, of course, in relation to the past and present. Of course, that releases pride, and pride releases energy, releasing innovation and inspiration, releasing belief in future. And the opening ceremony of the Paris Olympics, that was fantastic. We all were frozen in front of our TV screens, and how European history and culture were demonstrated in a grand, massive way. And that created a lot of trust in our history. So a new era of history, the new ways of utilizing our common history. It can appear as such. The development of European cities has been highly interesting. So all my students go to Warsaw, Krakow, Budapest, Belgrade, Sofia, all these places. They are fantastic historical places, and see with your own eyes how the Europeanness itself produces local history and local culture. If you look around the scenery, the architecture and everything, the urban lifestyles, they are all European in their own sense. And many of them are actually more beautiful than Helsinki, I must say. And even Turku, in historical terms, it is more interesting than Helsinki. I'm not a populist, I'm an urban policy realist person. So, well, look at Turku and look at Helsinki, so you can see the truth. Well, anyway, so next, this will continue in next year's municipal elections then, which one is better, Helsinki or Turku. So Europe's history and Europe's security, the peace project, all are important cornerstones. So it is important to think what is the role of the European Union, what is the role of us, and then of course my own perspective, I added that. So what are the directions of Europe? From Matti Klinge, my own professor, I learned something that Finland is Finland, but Europe is our motherland, because that is something that becomes important to us. Europe is our fatherland, and it is important to remember that. Aunes Luoma spoke very beautifully and very well. Of course, we are colleagues. And he talked about community of values. A few words on that. I have also given a number of lectures on Europe, and I have often thought about what is the material that keeps us together. And that is the set of values. How European values are reflected in everything we do. Of course, this is a transforming process. What are European values? Is it Christian heritage or something else? Yesterday I saw in the news, and one school principal of Eastern Finland was apparently making students singing religious songs in Eastern Finland. Well, in Helsinki we had quite the contrary. We were singing very different songs. So this means that we have multiple values in Europe, and they are changing all the time. But still, they are all based on old European values. That is Christianity, and Christian values are there, whether we like them or not. And wherever you go in Europe, the first thing you see in any village or city is the church in the middle of it. Of course, we have to have a critical stance. We should not accept church and religion as such, but we cannot ignore the fact that Christianity is the basic European value, and every city and village has its church in the middle. Well, we are, of course, very close to Enlightenment in Europe. Enlightenment values and intellectual values are important. We want to be critical intellectuals, all of us. And of course, we can criticize the church as an institution. Well, I must say that church as an institution has produced a lot of good, but also a lot of bad things. Well, okay, I'm reaching my end. Don't worry. So, well, yes. One more thing. about values, European values. 3 R's: reform, revolution, and resilience. So these are the powers of Europe. Reform thinking. We are always willing to reform on the basis of Luther's thoughts. We've gone through reform, and revolutions are common in Finland, in Europe as well. And also resilience. We do have resilience in Europe, if you just look at our results in pandemic. And of course, democracy, freedom, equality, they are key European values, always current, always topical. And countryside and cities can work together in Europe.
Lämmin kiitos, Laura Kolbe.
Thank you, Laura Kolbe. That was very interesting indeed. Juhana Aunesluoma, you took a look at Europe's development through security and peace through people's narratives and feelings and thoughts. Juhana, would you like to give us your comments on Laura's presentation? Well, that was highly interesting indeed. And it is fascinating to see how people are involved and how they are interested in Europe and what is the purpose of Europe. And maybe Europe's purpose is changing. And of course, we have a lot of quotes from Winston Churchill, for example. They often are not true, by the way. Well, if we are still in the midst of war, why do we have wars in Europe? So who are us Europeans? And what are they willing to do together? Well, Jean Monnet's original question comes to my mind. Who are Europeans? If we are creating a security union, we have to be able to provide security to Ukrainians and to our citizens. And citizens have expectations towards the EU. What are they? In 1990s, of course, during the constitutional era, people had different questions. And now, if we launch the debate again on Europe's future, we have to take our views on these matters. Well, we've received a couple of questions from the audience. First of all, what are you talking about? NATO is the security alliance for us now. And why Finland and in the Ursula von der Leyen Commission now highlight the security so much? Prime Minister Orpo said yesterday that Finland's #1 priority is security and the security union. And he was very delighted about the von der Leyen guidelines published last month that also highlighted security. Olli, how do you see the future of Europe if economy is not considered as important anymore? Well, it is important to have a very broad discussion on Europe, as Juhana and Laura have shown in a magnificent way. What I do on a daily basis is, of course, monetary policy. And it is, of course, very important to each of us Europeans. It's a very narrow sector, but also very deep. And therefore, it's sometimes very interesting and very thought-provoking to participate in such broad discussions as well. Now that I listened to Juhana and Laura, I gained new perspectives, and also there are differences between different generations. If you think of Europe during the Cold War or after Cold War, as Juhana did? Well, when I was little, I started to follow football and politics and the European Cooperation Conference, the highlight of which was the conference in Helsinki in 1975. So Europe was very present in Finland at that time already in the 70s, mid-70s. And already then Finns started to build a European identity. We were so proud of being the host country of the Organization of Security and Cooperation and having this conference in Helsinki. And also the final document of that conference, the third chapter of it, was very important to Finland and the whole Europe. So that was the starting point of European Union and enlargement into Eastern countries. So at least I felt, I worked 5 years as a commissioner responsible for enlargement. And I already felt that this work had started already in mid-1970s. And this is related to Juhana's peace project in a way that during that time in bipolar world, in Cold War world, the peace project already started. And I wouldn't make such a clear division between the peace project and security union. They are not opposites. I would rather see this security union as a consequence of the peace project, a natural evolution of that. Union has stated that it supports Ukraine both politically and economically and militarily. So all this should lead to peace. All this security action should lead to peace. This is not any Orwellian thinking, but reality. So these are my thoughts after having heard these two fantastic presentations. What about you, Laura? Well, I'm not going to go into details with these concepts, but thinking of the word peace, peace movement is very closely involved. Have you participated in peace demonstrations? Well, of course I have. Well, me too. Well, I came directly from the military service and I came directly from the university. Well, anyway, peace is a concept that divides people, and all political parties, the left, the right, the liberals, the conservatives, have a different view on peace. And so that is a very stigmatized concept, and peace is a key concept in politics, has always been. Thinking about military policy and military politics and order brings peace and so on, that also has a mental background. When does a human being feel that he is safe? So it is a sense of security, how to provide and produce sense of security to our citizens. It's much more sophisticated than just military peace. And of course, peace has many aspects as a concept. Laura, and this is a question to Juhana, the idea of dividing the West in Europe. Juhana, how do you see this situation? If you think that, well, now we are highlighting security in Europe, security union, even defense union, as von der Leyen has said. So what does it mean to European integrity and integration? Some Western countries, such as Spain, are not so eager in investing in security and defense. Well, do we need convergence criteria in the security union? Who knows? How do we build a security union if there's no convergence? Well, I see the security union as having a lot of opportunities. This is what I try to say also in my presentation, but of course we have to be very cautious. This can be something that unites us Europeans in a novel way if we take regional and national differences into account and their interests and different cultures. So this can be a very uniting factor in Europe as well. Something that is forced from outside but actually unites us Europeans. So it creates new common understanding, mutual understanding, something that we haven't had for a while. So I see this as a very dynamic and strong development that can create new solutions for unity. So it's a very strong stream. I want to see how it goes on and how it develops and what it brings with it. But from outside, the development of a European security union can also be seen as a threat to other nations. So there are geopolitical tensions in the world, as we all know. So some countries are not necessarily as interested in this as some other countries.
After Olli, we can take some questions from the audience. Johanna reminded me on the convergence criteria. European countries already have one convergence criteria in defense. Do you know who has set it? Well, that's Donald Trump. 2% of the GDP into defense and security expenses. But more seriously, this will be the goal of the US, and I think it's a good goal because if Kamala Harris and Kim Walz, fellow Minnesotan, will be elected, or if the other one wins, the pressure to increase European countries' defense expenditure will increase probably. And when we consider the power politics we live today and the illegal war of aggression of Russia in Ukraine, I think that the lectures on the different directions of European unification, I think there is some root of functionalism, not talking too much about Burkhardt's functionalism, but a crisis creates a need, it unifies Europeans, and it means that the European Union must be able to better, and the member states have to be able to reconcile and bring together their forces in the defense sector, because we invest a lot, but we don't achieve as much as we should. That should happen within the framework of NATO, because we're not going to create another parallel organization in Europe or in the US. So the European Union must strengthen its defense capability, its defense industry, and do it in the framework of NATO. This is a win-win situation, both for Europe and the United States. Thank you. Now we have room for comments or questions from the audience. Please present yourself first. Hannele Räikkönen from the City of Tampere, EU Manager. Thank you for an excellent lecture, comments and discussion. I'd like to back to the role of Finland, which came up. How do you see what would be Finland's function and role in the common constructing the common security and defense? Thank you for an excellent question. Johanna, maybe you can begin. Well, the first level is the conceptual, principle, constitutional, political discussion, and that's what we have to do now. It's not been so active right now, So we are progressing among ideas, and ideas in Europe come all the time from all directions. Decision-making structures, how to allocate the scarce financial resources to defense. And Finland has its own interests, of course, which are clearly economic, because there are businesses, companies operating in this sector, the defense sector. And of course, the developing defense technology is very important, but there are interests. But I would like to start from the principle. What do we want from it? What kind of structures do we want to have for Europe? What is the basic level of security that is produced by the European Union? Laura? Yes, I would see that Finland should be itself. We have our own story, it's worth telling, and it's related to the northern dimension lying between East and West. And was it Prime Minister Lipponen who took Prime Minister Persson to see the, well, Tali Ihantala, a film in Hämeenlinna, which was a completely new story to the Swedish Prime Minister. So he understood what is the position of Finland between the last dimension on the brink between East and West where Finland lies. So the Finland's role in Europe has been bigger than its size. Historically, always, also during the Cold War, we were the one to construct the relations between different spheres, the interaction methods between the media, the institutions, and due to our position, we had an important role. We have a story worth telling, and we can be proud of it. So that gives us a role, so it brings Finland on the mental map of Europe. But what I'm a little worried about is whether we go too far in militarization, because we know that after decades of militarization, there will be a counter movement, and we have to be prepared for that as well. Thank you, Laura. There's one question from online. Doesn't internal polarization present a major threat to Europe? Is the Union of Security the correct way to solve this polarization? Juhana, yes, these kinds of issues may serve as solutions for now and for a while, but they won't do away with the more deeper polarizing questions deeper in society, because nations often have common goals and mutual solidarity. We can promote these goals. So the promises of European Union are more diverse. And the European Union level discussion can create more polarization. But there are common factors and common things where we need these EU instruments. So there are benefits and weaknesses. Olli, because the chairman didn't give me the floor in the previous discussion, I will comment on both discussions now. First of all, I agree that we have too much polarization in European societies, in Finland as well, and I hope that in the autumn, when the labor market bargaining begins, we will have the next round, for example, the technology sector and the technology unions. I hope that there will be a common tone in the collective bargaining, because we're not constructing Finland by tearing it apart, but rather searching for consensus. as is tradition in Finland. But this good question, the next one, Finland's role in constructing security is to act as a realistic peace constructor, producer of security, and this is related to what we want from the European Union in that field. I think that Juhana's lecture and point on us being in the danger of ending up as a status quo country when Europe moves along, that's a good thing to be aware of. What I mean is that previously, in the beginning of the 2010s, we got stuck in our own ruts when, for example, the European Stability Mechanism was built up and the Commission and the Euro Group took care of the Euro crisis, and Finland was the one to press the brakes. And that was good because Euro could have broken down. So in this discussion, is it maybe good to remain a status quo country, although be it that this discussion is not so far-reaching in other countries either. In France, there is a governmental crisis. Well, in Germany, the extreme right and left-wing parties are gaining more power. I don't think that this is an obstacle to the discussion, but it might slow it down because it comes from the need of the promoting the peace project, and we have to consider whether we are the 3A AAA country, or can we provide constructive solutions in a discussion searching for common European solutions. At this point, I have to close our excellent discussion here. This was a very valuable intervention, and I'm convinced that the risk of status quo is lessened by us coming together, having open dialogues on these big questions, essential questions. I'd like to thank Juhana Aunasluoma, Laura Kolbe, and Olli for a good discussion. Thank you, the audience here present and online. Thank you, everyone, and have a nice beginning of the autumn season. Thank you for your participation. We will continue at 1 o'clock when we will look if captured carbon dioxide will become business with climate benefits. Please use Europe Forum and Turku in your hashtags when you're active on social media. See you in a moment.
Eurooppa-foorumiin. Minä olen Josefina Tuomala ja toimin tänään lavajuontajananne. 3 päivän ajan täällä kaupunginteatterilla keskustellaan Euroopan turvallisesta tulevaisuudesta monipuolisesti eri näkövinkkeleistä. Kaikki ohjelmasisällöt live-striimataan ja suomenkielinen sisältö tulkataan englanniksi. Chat on auki. Näytöllä näkyy QR-koodi, joka vie teidät suoraan tämän paneelin chattiin. Good morning and welcome to the second day of this year's Europe Forum in Turku. All programs are live streamed, and Finnish programs such as this one are simultaneously interpreted into English. If you have not yet, please download the Interprefy application on your mobile phone using the QR code on the screen. The token for this stage is also on the screen. Please mind your fellow audience members and use headphones. Seuraavaksi pienen näyttämön ottaa haltuun. Tuleeko talteen otetun hiilidioksidin käytöstä bisnestä ilmastohyödyillä?
This stage presentation about carbon capture and carbon utilization, and this presentation is offered by Finnish Energy, Technology Industries of Finland, Forest Industry Finland and Chemical Industry Federation of Finland. Welcome. Good afternoon. My name is Jussi Mäkinen. I'm from the Technology Industries of Finland, and I'd like to wish you all warmly welcome. This is the most interesting presentation so far. So, carbon capture and utilization, they are hot topics in European debate at the moment. This is about our future and about technological innovations and capabilities. So, let me present the participants. First of all, I have Annukka Saari, who's the moderator of this discussion. She's a director from Technology Industries of Finland. Why CCU is so important? Well, it is very important. We'll hear more about it in a minute. So it is important not only in technology industries, but also in many other industrial fields, how to coordinate these actions, and there are many interesting opportunities to cut emissions and how to reduce emissions to zero. This is possible. It's already in visible future, and in this work CCU plays a major part. And here we've seen not only Technology Industries of Finland, but also in discussions with Finnish Energy and Forest Industry Finland and Chemical Industry Federation of Finland, we decided to find out the potential together. What are the possibilities and opportunities in CCU? So we decided to create a joint project and organize or commit a study, and this has now been finalized. Juha Lehtonen, research professor from VTT, the Research Institute of Finland, will tell us the executive summary of this study. Well, thank you very much. My name is Juha Lehtonen from VTT, Finnish Research Institute, and I've compiled this review on utilizing carbon dioxide and how to use CCU and utilize it. So this is mainly about how to reutilize carbon dioxide and how to use it for chemicals or fuels or other purposes. Well, so is it worth it? Is CCU worth it? Well, this is a good question, of course. There are many different factors playing a role, and many questions to be asked whether to use carbon dioxide or what. What are the climate and other environmental impacts? Do we have it in Finland? What are the needed investments and what are its impacts on employment and industrial renewal? And is there carbon dioxide available and where the markets are? And what are their volumes and which products are needed on the market? Well, at least one thing is clear. Well, CO2 is a very poor molecule, doesn't contain any energy. So we need CO2 plus something else, and very often hydrogen is used. So we talk about hydrocarbons. So a lot of low emission energy can be created, and on the basis of that we can produce products that replace fossil-based products and raw materials. And some products are very long-lived, like plastics or fillers in constructions, and they can act as carbon storage for decades. So a lot of renewal is needed. We need a lot of renewable energies, and not only hydrocarbons, but also wind energy and hydrogen. So we've been analyzing the impacts of all this in Finland in terms of business opportunities and possible products and environmental impact. So what can be done from carbon dioxide? Well, most of products that are produced by other means as well. So it is an interesting molecule, but of course energy is needed, hydrogen, for instance. But well, let's take a look at the Finnish starting point for carbon capture, utilization and storage. What is good in Finland is that we have a special position in a way that we are a significant source of biogenic carbon dioxide, some 30 tons a year. So more than 20 out of 30 million tons comes from pulp factories, mainly forest industry. So that is a very interesting raw material, of course, biogenic carbon dioxide, and especially in forest industry, it is very important. It is produced over the year also outside forest industry when circumstances permit, and forest industry has a constant production volume over the year, so biogenic carbon dioxide is produced all the time. And this could be a domestic raw material source if it would be used more. Another positive side is that already at the moment the electricity production in Finland is fairly low emission production. So we have, for example, calculated that emission reductions are very important in electricity production where the CO2 emission intensity is low in Finland. So that is very positive in European terms. So where are these biogenic carbon dioxide sources? Well, the biogenic carbon dioxide, well, it amounts to 30 million tons, and 20 million tons out of this comes from forest industry. And here are a few examples. The main CO2 sources in forest industry, and if you look at the statistics here, you can see that we have some sources where the amounts are very considerable. So that is a considerable amount, as you can see on the table. And so if we have a lot of carbon dioxide in one place, it is easier to utilize, of course. And what is interesting here is that these locations are also scattered all over Finland, so renewable energies are available in every part of Finland. Well, there are some more difficult areas, like in Western Finland, and of course some transportation is needed, but still. And of course there are other sources for biogenic carbon dioxide production, not only forest industry, but it is the main producer in this field. And here is a graph of the value chain, how biogenic carbon dioxide could lead to different products. So 130 million tons of carbon dioxide, biogenic, and of course energy must be captured and then it has to be cleaned to a cleanliness state that it can be used for chemical substances in different syntheses. So district heat, 35 to 50 terawatt tons, and also electricity production in important amounts. So with this technology, we could achieve approximately 7.5 million tons a year, different fuels, chemicals, and polymers. So if you think of the total use, it's at the moment approximately 5 million tons, so this could exceed the amount needed today. So this is already a very important idea. And also heat could be produced from this process. And what are the products that we could generate out of this? Well, of course, we would like to produce products with long lifespans. They are more attractive, of course, but from the regulatory point of view, I would say that first we need to produce hydrogen-based products, and EU Refuel EU Aviation is a massive project trying to encourage renewable aviation fuel production. So here already we could gain an important share of the objective by producing biogenic carbon dioxide. And of course there are different elements in this graph. So TTN is 12.7 million tons a year electricity products. And of course the amounts may be bigger than this graph tells us. And we cannot anticipate the growth. Okay, the central results. Well, we believe that there will be a European demand for CCU products, also for other products than fuels. So we are developing different products as well. For example, plastic products where their lifetime is as long as possible. So global market volume of the most relevant CCU products is expected to grow to $1,000 to $3,400 billion a year by 2050. Of course, it's difficult to anticipate this, and of course, depending on the definitions, you can have much higher figures than this as well. So CCU is acknowledged as an essential technology in EU's climate action portfolio, but regulation on CCU has mostly been done for transport fuels, and it's still inadequate for other products. And then there are a lot of figures on my slide, as you can see. So a possible scenario for the implementation of CCU in Finland might mean by 2040, so an increase of 50 terawatt hours in renewable electricity demand. So this is a scenario, and at the moment the electricity production is 78. So a lot of hydrogen is needed, 1.2 million tons, mainly for e-fuel production, and total investments 11,000 million. Value of annual CCU production could be close to 7,000 million euros, and CO2 emission reductions are listed here. And of course, lowering the need of crude oil by 2 million tons per year, that is important as well. And also employment results are important. Maybe 1,100 people could be directly employed in the CCU production facilities. So that is already a high impact on every part of the value chain in energy production. And here, well, so what have we forecasted? What could we produce in Finland? Well, 30 to 40% of biogenic CO2 is utilized now. So there's a lot of unused potential here. And Refuel Aviation EU is an important program for this type of production. By 2040, we could produce a lot of renewable fuels for aviation. Whether they are done in Finland or somewhere else, we don't know, and how the products are distributed to road, maritime and aviation fuels, and maybe to road traffic as well. And then later on we could produce polymers and different plastics, and well, of course there are some forecast figures, and this slide is a repetition of what I already said. And let's move on to my last slide. What must be done for Finland to be able to realize the possibilities of carbon dioxide utilization? Of course, it requires a lot. We are aiming at having high degree of upgrading and permanent carbon sinks. They have a long lifespan. And then, of course, low-emission electricity and hydrogen is needed in big amounts for production and logistics. So this means large investments are needed, infrastructure has to be in place, and also public-private partnerships. And yes, well, investments are definitely needed, and we have to be prepared for large investments, how to attract investment money. Of course, it is important to influence EU regulation to create a favorable carbon removal market for Finland, and the government could also show example in boosting private sector funding. And of course, we need thorough case studies, and of course we need a lot of political will and social acceptance. This could mean, for example, that aviation fuels are much more expensive in 2050 than what they are now, and of course consumers may have something to say about that. Thank you. That was my presentation.
Tämä loput kysymykset sitten ihan paneelin loppuun Juhallekin. Ja ehkä rautalangasta kiteytettynä, eli hiilidioksidista valmistetuille tuotteille on selkeästi kysyntää, sillä on mahdollisuutta saavuttaa ilmastohyötyjä ja liiketoimintaa, mutta vielä on monta askelta sitten vielä astuttavana. Siirrytään seuraavaksi paneeliin, eli tervetuloa meille tänne lavalle europarlamentaarikko Maria Ohisalo.
Member of European Parliament, Maria Ohisalo.
Tervetuloa Metsäteollisuus ry:n toimitusjohtaja Paula Lehtomäki. Tervetuloa Renkaasin toimitusjohtaja Saara Kujala. Ja tervetuloa Nesteeltä Head of Business and Strategy Jukka Räsänen. Aloitetaan, Saara, sinusta. Yrityksenne Rengas valmistaa ratkaisuja, jotka ottavat muun muassa puupohjasta hiilidioksidia talteen ja josta edelleen valmistetaan uusiutuvaa kaasupolttoainetta esimerkiksi raskaan maantieliikenteen ja meriliikenteen käyttöön. Jos hiilidioksidin talteenotto ja hyötykäyttö sekä vetytalous syntyisi itsestään, ne olisivat jo olemassa. Mutta mitkä ovat keskeiset teknologiat ja menetelmät, joita Suomessa käytetään hiilidioksidin talteenottoon ja hyödyntämisen raaka-aineena, ja mitkä on sun mielestäsi nämä kiperimmät pullonkaulat?
Kiitos. Tämä oli hyvä kysymys ja varmaan ihan hyvä alustus tähän. No jos aloitetaan siitä kysymyksestä nyt käytössä olevista tekniikoista ja menetelmistä, niin totta kai Suomessa, kun on paljon biopohjaisia, on paljon metsiä ja luontoa, niin paras tapahan ja niin kuin käytössä olevin tapa on tällä hetkellä, että hiilidioksidia sitoutuu metsiin ja puihin, joissa syntyy hiilivarastoja. Eli siinä varmaan se niin kuin tärkein syy myös, miksi Suomen metsävarat ja tämä biotalous myös tuo mahdollisuuksia myös hiilidioksidin hyötykäytölle. Mutta sitten kun puhutaan näistä teknologioista, niin hiilidioksidin talteenottohan ei ole mitään uutta. Suomessakin esimerkiksi biokaasulaitoksissa erotetaan hiilidioksidia biometaaniksi ja myös eri teollisuuden alueilla paljon hiilidioksidia hyötykäytetään ja se on niin kuin yleinen tuote monessa teollisuuden prosessissa. Se, mikä on nyt uutta, on se, että osana vetytaloutta hiilidioksidia pystytään hyödyntämään sillä lailla,
can be utilized so that together with hydrogen, the hydrogen energy can be better utilized as a feedstock for different kinds of processes, because hydrogen as such as a molecule is difficult to utilize, but together it is useful. What are the worst bottlenecks? Maybe what Rengas does can open up this. As in the research we were presented by the VCT, whether this is business with climate benefits, the bottleneck we try to solve is how to achieve both. And our point of departure is that we create a value chain where every partner gets both climate benefits and business benefits. In Rengas, we cooperate with Finnish energy companies, and we do it so that we produce, first of all, with renewable energy hydrogen. We utilize the flue gases from the energy plant, and we, through methane synthesis, create e-methane. It's the same as a biogenic gas, and biologically it's the same as natural gas, so the same processes trucks and ships can use it as fuel, but the climate benefits we reap are that these trucks and ships don't have to use fossil fuels anymore to get this fuel, and these can be generated by renewable sources. To our energy partners, we capture the superfluous heat. All the heat is cooled down for district heating, and for an energy company it's great because with the district heating we produce, they can reduce either the use of fossil fuel or renewable fuel. That is how the biomass doesn't need to be incinerated. It can remain in the forest, and then we can produce emission-free district heating. So this puzzle, to put it together, it requires a lot of work, but we can simultaneously support Finnish wind power, support transport moving away from fossil fuels, and the capture sinks can be kept in Finland when the energy companies don't need to incinerate anymore. They don't have to burn, but they can reduce fossil fuels and reduce burning wood as well. So these are practical examples how we try to solve these bottlenecks. Thank you, Sara. Then maybe towards the European Union, a question to Maria. The European Union coming Commission President and the guidelines have been voted on at the Parliament, and carbon dioxide capture and its infrastructure is mentioned, but the utilization and business opportunities haven't been mentioned that much in the text. Should this discussion be put on the table more on EU level? Are we concerned for nothing, and are we well aware of these questions in Finland, or should Europe maybe give us some more food for thought on this? Yes, the new parliament was only elected this summer, and the new parliamentarians as well as the older ones during this autumn will set up the new commission. Ursula von der Leyen will head the commission, and she will present different proposals for commissioners, and we will interview them, and at the same time it is possible also to impact and influence the Commission's coming work program. It's important for us and the lobbyists as well, and it's not only mid-September because we will get it already quickly, and the advocacy work has been done for years already. You have to be an early bird, and in this issue it provides a lot of opportunities. I of course see from the point of departure of the big crisis, climate change and loss of biodiversity, two big threats to the globe, to this planet Earth. And if we don't tackle these problems, we will lose the game. And my concern is that only new technologies will come in and will solve the problems. We don't use the existing toolkit, what we have. We know how to reduce emissions in transport. We know, for example, how in the forest sector, reducing cutting wood or reducing the use of turf. These are all means that haven't been used to a sufficient extent in Finland and on European level. So we have to use the currently available technology and means, but then look into the future. We have to utilize the new technologies and the opportunities. As a good example, how wind power in Finland is now on the level it is. If we hadn't given those incentives, and some said that we have provided even too much incentives, but we can now genuinely get renewable energy from wind power. We push the market forward so that investments will flow in. But my concern is this too high level of optimism. For example, regarding hydrogen in Sweden, the e-ethanol project actually broke down because there was a belief, but there was no action. And carbon capture, there is lots of technologies. We talk about 7 years forward, for example. In the Grand Committee of our Finnish Parliament, the government presented their proposal and the opposition reacted to it. Opposition said that, well, this is a long-term time span for a technological development. We have to be prepared, of course, and develop it, but let's not lose these 7 years. That's my most stringent concern.
Metsäpuolelle. Eli kysymys Paulalle. Metsäteollisuudessa hiilidioksidin talteenotossa on mahdollisuudet
side. So there are a lot of possibilities for carbon capture in forest industry, even 1,000 million tons. And if this should be used, it should be biogenic, not fossil-based. So how can you secure common rules for all at the EU level? Well, that is something we should think about, and that's why we are here. That's one of the reasons. Well, first of all, the review that we just saw, the presentation of it. So it tells that in long term we have huge potential for Finland, not only as a country, but also for our key industries. And also, as we heard from colleagues here, and now we should maintain realism. Of course, not everything will turn around overnight. But why the use of CO2 is important, why CCU is important. Of course, we want to reduce CO2 emissions, everybody wants that, and also remove it from the atmosphere. But it is important also because we need carbon. We need carbon because it's very useful for the production of various long lifetime products. So carbon is a very valuable material. And now we mostly use fossil-based carbon, and now we have to move on and start using more biogenic carbon, and this is something we should invest in. And this is important also from the European perspective, because in that way we can strengthen the European security of supply, so autonomous strategic autonomy, so to say. And then from Finland's perspective, it is very important that now that we see the long-term potential, that this is well anticipated. We need massive investments, not only in energy production, but also in other targets. And we should go one step forward. That is how to do in Finland, what is the best way to progress in terms of the European framework. So we have to understand what is coming up, understand the potential. If we want to launch these investments not only in energy or in different industries, the investors have to understand what is at stake. And 2050, 2070 come very quickly in that sense. Of course, in Finland, we want to utilize this massive national potential. We want to benefit from this. And of course, taking all this together, we should have biogenic CO2 on the market fairly soon. And also, if we restrict wood use a lot, then of course it is reflected also in the potential of utilizing biogenic carbon. Jukka, well, green hydrogen and CCU methods, these fuels are potential for aviation and maritime traffic in particular. So what are the threats and possibilities for carbon capture and carbon utilization? What are the technical obstacles or technical assets, and how could you be part of this at Neste? Well, I had prepared 3 points. Well, maybe I rearranged them. First of all, challenges and possibilities, well, technology and regulation, and of course, economy. Money matters. Well, as for technology, well, first of all, we have to progress step by step. All new technologies have to be verified. As Rengas, also Neste and other partners, we have already conducted pilot projects, and on the basis of these we can validate potential technologies and start using them. And after that we can start producing those products that offer greatest added value. Maybe aviation fuels first and then maritime fuels, depending on the result of verification. And then step by step progress is needed also on the investment side. We need investments. We have a project of 120 megawatts ongoing at the moment, and if we want to add our production only by 10%, we need massive investment. So this costs money, and it is important to create an investment infrastructure and investment economy. And as we heard, we can double the electricity production, but also electricity needs for producing these new technologies. So in technology, we need to progress step by step, also in investments. And as for regulation, we have to have a certain horizon into the future. So, of course, we are not talking about peanuts here. It's about billions and millions of euro. So regulation has to create a positive operating environment, not only in Finland, but also in Europe. And we need to be able to produce products that can be exported, and regulation has to be implemented in a clever way in Finland, for example. So we have to be brave and also selfish to that extent that we do things as they are good for Finland, and how to utilize captured carbon in the most profitable way. And e-fuels, of course. E-fuels are expensive. That's something we have to bear in mind. And if we take them into use and also regulate them, and in that way we can guarantee that we can all bear the costs of these new investments. Investments are justifiable if we have future potential in sight. If we invest now, we'll get profits later. So we have to accept it, however, that they are more expensive fuels than other fuels, but in long term they pay off. And in that way we also take care of the economic perspective here and citizen perspective. It has to be profitable as well. So talking about regulation, so how do you see the regulatory environment at the moment, and how is the cooperation between private and public sectors, thinking about CCU? We understood that these things are being reviewed and all actors have to be involved already at early stages to create open discussion and guarantee society's interests. And also the review talks about markets, that they have to be somehow understandable and predictable. Maria, well, so how we can predict the future? Well, it's of course difficult, and von der Leyen was chosen, selected for the next Commission term, and during her last term, Green Deal was high on the agenda, how to reduce emissions. And I voted for von der Leyen because she had been very committed to Green Deal. And now if we take steps backward, if we do not move on with the Green Deal, it's very bad for investors, for consumers, for everybody, if sudden movements take place. And in Finland, for example, we have done a lot of investments in environmentally friendly technologies and projects, and we have had this long-term perspective and prospect. So I want to believe in von der Leyen. She received a lot of support just because of that, because she kept the Green Deal high on the agenda. This is something we cannot leave behind. And also during this crisis, we have to rethink our thinking or redirect our thinking on consumption. We cannot always produce more and consume more and everything more energy use and so on. This is an obsolete way of thinking. And all natural resources are scarce. Thinking of water, for example, there's a serious lack of shortage of water in some parts of the world. Natural resources are scarce, and we have to carefully think how to utilize natural resources. It's a question of environment, of diversity and everything. So that is something we always have to bear in mind and create technologies that take the environment into account.
This is what I think as well. I think the long-term perspective of EU climate policy is quite clear, and it is a clear thing for business and industry in Europe, and that's how it should be. It's an important pathway to progress on that path. But having the big guideline, the big map clear, there's a long way to go from a concrete business plan to that. And like Sara mentioned, it's very important to see where the market is, where are the excellent customers, that natural renewable fuels are more expensive, etc. It's important that the direction is clear, but there's a long way to go to a sustainable business case, and individual business cases. Jukka, yes, what to add? Exactly correct. You have to identify the correct market, find the right solutions for the respective problems, and we might be solving the wrong question by the right technology. For example, in e-fuels, e-aviation fuel, and decarbonizing by e-fuels, for example, batteries are not a functioning method. But if we look at the regulation, effort sharing, what we have in Finland, and then the distribution obligation, they are obstacles. E-fuel in aviation, they do not fulfill our national distribution obligation. Are the tools in our toolkit such that they, in national legislation, taken into consideration in the calculations we do? I think this is an interesting perspective, and we should look into it more. One practical example from our work, I think that was a good comment, that the big picture and the direction are clear. And I have to say that we have also seen a good support to the business we do from the regulation point of view. For example, on European level, we have a clear view on what kind of renewable electricity we have to use it, and that hydrogen is renewable. Even though it's complex, it's clear. And the same for the CO2 bio-based. It may not be fossil-based, but only for a shorter term. it steers us towards the partners where it is available. And also the more broader view on we have the Fuel E maritime regulation, even though we steer these towards the targets where it's good to be used. Also in Finland, the regulation environment, for example, regarding permits, they have been very supportive towards us, and they see that we are looking for in a good direction, and we have benefited from it, and a good cooperation in permitting and the investment subsidy we got from the EU Hydrogen Bank and from our Ministry of Industry. And then the sub-obligations for hydrogen fuels. This bring about the perspective of what kind of a business is actually on demand. And we promote the use of renewable fuels and the production of renewable fuels. If it's only price related, then we would use fossil fuels because they're cheaper. So we need all of these perspectives, we need the regulation, and we want to be on the right side of the regulation. And we always observe that some new needs come up, and these should also steer our actions towards a cleaner direction. Thank you, Sara. I have many questions still, but I'm sure that the audience would like to ask something as well. Any questions from the audience? Juha or the panelists? Please wait for the microphone. Esko Pettai. I represent a Turku shipbuilder, Meriaura. We have had to solve this problem by producing fuel from waste, bio-based fuel, and this is a common both emission trading and the EU regulation leads to the fact that we need new fuels. If we could get these new fuels at least almost at competitive price, there would be a demand for that, and we would like to purchase it.
Yes. Onko lisää yleisöstä kysymyksiä? Mulla on yksi täällä.
Any more questions? I have one more here, but of course we can take someone else as well. If there are no live questions, I have one online question.
Joo, kiitoksia.
Oh, thank you. I hope you can hear me. Tuomas Tikka from Chemical Industry. The research has been done now, and the reports have been published, and this has been discussed in the panel as well. I'd like to ask the panelists, what would be the most important thing, the most important message you would like to take forward if someone would ask, did you participate in the CCU panel? What should be the next step? What would be step number 1? Who would like to begin? I would begin with your first question. Do we understand, do we know sufficiently enough on EU level on this matter? If we now would go to the Finnish Parliament, how many would understand the opportunities provided by and with this technology? There is a huge communication effort required. What are the problems we want to solve? And then we don't want to be steered into the wrong direction, and keeping in mind the big picture all. I understand that overall pictures aren't sufficient, but if we back away from them even, and now during the new government, even though they say that we stick to the climate legislation, no measures point to that direction, and I'm sure that the climate politics can take the wrong turn. So more information on all different available opportunities. I'm sure that each and every one of us have to invest in understanding the reality of the European Union. In this report, Finland is in a special position together with Sweden because we have such a significant amount of spot biogenic carbon dioxide sources. But we have to support the state in that we have a huge amount of energy that is needed and a huge amount of investments. It's a question of the chicken and hen and egg, which comes first. What's the order of marching? We have to consider each and every one of us what kind of concrete proposals can be made. We have a sizable potential, but lots of problems to solve. I think it was great that we concentrate on the utilization of CO2. Then the capture and storage is another question. That is the only solution for many countries, but here in Finland we have the opportunity and we produce a lot of renewable electricity. So by utilizing CO2, we can create products that can benefit, that are usable. We're not only storing it and getting the certificate from the finance markets. Someone compensates us for doing these climate actions. This was an extensive study, emission reductions by CO2 utilization. The benefits can be much, much bigger than only storing this CO2. And I think this came up in this research very well. These are the messages that should be pushed forward and promoted in the future as well. Yes, of course, everything has to be profitable business. Green transition, if the companies don't invest if it's not profitable, because we have to make sure that business is profitable, and we have a big potential of scalability in Finland. This is only part of the raw material and feedstock. We also have a very healthy electricity network thanks to a long R&D work. We have to strengthen it all the time. It's a competitive edge for us, not only CO2, but electricity, where our forest industry has played an important role and will do so in the future as well. When we cooperate in this, when we face the market, investors who are ready to take the investment risk, they will have a good regulation support, and we have a good opportunity for business here in Finland. That's the first and last thing that remains in mind of this. Maybe our moderator could summarize what would you take from this discussion and panel. Well, I think that the significant thing I take with me is that we have a positive spirit of discussion. We have lots of potential. We have lots of things to solve, things to consider from the environment and nature's point of view. And I'm very happy to have led this excellent panel. I think that we will continue well from this on. Thank you.
Lämmin kiitos osallistumisestanne. Pienellä näyttämällä ohjelma jatkuu kello 14.
Thank you. We will continue at 2 o'clock. European Investment Bank panel, where to get EU investment money to Finland. Please use the hashtag I mentioned previously if you are active on social media. See you in a moment.
Hei, minä olen Josefina Tuomala ja toimin tänään lavajuontajananne.
My name is Josefina Tuomala and I am the moderator on stage. Now we are reaching the middle of the second day and you are ready now to continue discussion on Europe's future. So the next presentation will be in Finnish, interpreted into English, and you can also participate in this discussion.
All programs are live streamed, and Finnish programs, such as this one, are simultaneously interpreted into English. If you have not yet, please download the application Interprofy onto your mobile phone using the QR code on the screen. The token for this stage is also on the screen. Please mind your fellow audience members and use headphones. Nyt pienen näyttämön ottaa haltuun Mistä EU investointi rahaa Suomeen? Paneeli, jonka teille tarjoaa
EU investment money, how to attract investment fund in Finland. This is organized by European Investment Bank and now there's a lot of discussion going on innovations and investments and how to attract all this funding to Finland. Welcome. Well, thank you very much, Josefina, and welcome to the EIB panel discussion on EU funding. My name is Jaani Pietikäinen and I am the moderator of this discussion. I'm heading the Finnish Office of European Investment Bank. Now that we are talking about EU funding in detail, thank you for joining us because this is this real discussion on real money matters and investments, investing, funding, MFF and so on. So EU funding is needed for clean transition, green transition and to launch economic growth in Finland. And also now the new parliament and new commission are starting their work, so this is very topical. And von der Leyen presented her priorities in July. One of the key priorities in her presentation was a presentation about the clean industrial deal, how to reform European industry and increase its competitiveness. And the Commission presented a new EU competitiveness fund, or that something like that should be established. Well, now negotiations on the next MFF are ongoing, or they are to be launched, and the Commission will present its first proposal for the next MFF soon. Prime Minister Orpo gave his speech yesterday about Finland's priorities and objectives in terms of EU, and one of his points was to strengthen MFF and create general funding instead of specific funding and funds. And Orpo said that Finland could pay a bit more to the EU provided that money is used wisely. And Invest EU program is considered very important, and according to Prime Minister Orpo, it could be strengthened. So we will discuss all these matters in this panel discussion. I will present our members. Well, here we have, first of all, Saara Kujala. Saara is the CEO of RenGas, specialized in renewable hydrogen and e-methanes and e-fuels. She has a long experience in that. Mauri Pekkarinen, member of European Parliament between 2019 and 2024, and before that, member of the Finnish Parliament for nearly 40 years, and now he's received the title of minister. And Lotta Nyman Lindegren, responsible for EU affairs in the Confederation of Finnish Industries. Lotta has worked for a long time with EU affairs, also in Prime Minister's office, where she was heading the EU policy unit. And Mariud Salsted She's the chief executive of European Investment Bank and Fund, and before that, vice chief executive in European Investment Fund, and before that, general secretary of the EIB and its vice general secretary. So with these words, let's start our discussion. So let's start at the practical level. What can we achieve with EU funding? Saara, Rengas has applied for European funding from European Hydrogen Bank. Well, it's not a bank, but EU funding program. So what are you going to do with this money? And how did you advance in this process? What are your experiences? Yes, with pleasure. Well, maybe I start by telling you about the EU Hydrogen Bank. It organized an auction, so to say, last winter, and the results were released in late April. So it is a production support mechanism, meaning that EU commits itself to pay the costs of our future e-methane production plant in Lahti, a certain amount. So a certain premium for 10 years. Well, this auction was very competitive. 132 projects were involved around Europe, maybe from every country, if I remember correctly. The EU had 800 million euro budget for this auction, and we submitted a very comprehensive documentation on our idea. So we assessed the project qualitatively. It had to be credible, it had to be well planned, how to acquire electricity, how to acquire the facilities and equipment, and where the customers are. And then we also needed to present a business model, and the most competitive projects were selected. And in fact, our project was one of the most competitive projects in Europe. And one essential part was that this money was really needed for us to build this production facility in Lahti. So we will be producing new e-fuels for heavy road traffic and maritime traffic, and now these technologies are too expensive, so no company can produce them on their own. We need public funding, and this is the crux of the matter here. We need public funding to be able to produce renewable e-fuels for road and maritime traffic. So, well, that was a lengthy answer, but I just tried to highlight the main points of our project. Of course, we've been working very hard. We have a lot of expertise, and we needed a lot of time to understand what is needed and what is our process, our project about. And also, we also have loans from European Investment Bank. We have a portfolio of 6 different projects, in fact. So, and all these projects are around this same topic. So we have to demonstrate that our projects are credible, they are concrete, and something to be built on. They are not hypothetical, they are concrete, and we are building a concrete production plant where we produce renewable fuels, renewable gas. And we have very good comprehensive plans, and this has required a lot. We needed to create an entire business plan in advance. That was very ambitious, but well, we were successful. That was a positive case indeed. Well, sometimes in EU competitiveness panel discussions, we've had a fairly gloomy atmosphere, but now that was a very encouraging example. Thank you. Well, about clean or green transition, this is a good example of that, and they are worth millions of euros. So Thank you for presenting your project, Saara. What about you, Lotta? Is Finland a competitive target for investment? Well, it is indeed. And I'm happy that you mentioned the InvestEU project, and that is very important for Finland. And this is a way for Finland to be involved in European projects. We have very cheap electricity. We have zero emission electricity available. We have good infrastructure and administration. We have skilled labor in this country. So we have good prerequisites for conducting EU-wide projects. So Europe will need a lot of clean energies in the coming years. So we are well advanced in these projects, and of course we try to do everything to attract these investments and projects in Finland. Maybe we should be even more positive now that you said that we are having a very positive atmosphere in this discussion. Well, this is good, and we should go even further, that we are really growing, we are well placed, and this is possible. This is not for just a few players. We have good potential here. We have a lot of players who could participate in these projects, and this benefits entire society, and we should create an atmosphere that we really want to have these investments in Finland. We have the facilities, we have the resources, and of course this can lead to a positive cycle. If we attract a few investments, more will follow. So this is a way to show the world that we are the best of the world in many aspects, and we can get things done. Mauri, well, you've been following European affairs for the past 5 years since Strasbourg and Brussels and EU priorities and how these programs are drafted and how they are created, how they are implemented and so on. So how do you see Finland's position here? Were Finland's needs and requirements taken into account? What about our priorities and our industries? Were they taken into account? Are we in the core of Europe?
Yes, if we concentrate on innovation, research and development funding, Finland has fared very well. We have been successful during 30 years. I was responsible as a minister with different portfolios, the Competitiveness Council, and that is the venue where these questions are dealt with. Finland is in the group of the excellent nations, where only the excellent projects are chosen, selected and succeed. But the other question is the big amount of money on which I wrote in the Turku newspaper, Turun Sanomat, where we distribute funding to projects that do not promote EU competitiveness. And I have the worry that the advocacy sector and the decision makers in Finland, we shouldn't only think about what we can get, what's steered towards us, but of course that's important, but that we should look at this on the EU level. Too much money is put in non-competitive projects. 29 million of investment in Italian railroads. Well, it doesn't improve EU competitiveness, and we are in a hurry, especially talking about Saara's project. Congratulations, Rengas. It was a very well-prepared project, and it utilized our strengths because we have zero emission clean electricity, 40% in Germany. And when investors look at us or Germany, they need electricity. So it's a big thing that we can offer emission-free electricity. This green gas, there's no opportunity for other gases than green gas. Finland is a good concrete example, but if we look at this excellence-based European contribution in Europe and in Finland, Finland gets more than what it pays as membership fees. We get over 2 billion per program period, so if we pay one, we get 1.4, 1.5 back. And Horizon is the most important instrument, 100 million. Then InvestEU, 45 million, and many others. And the EIP family, I use the word family because you have the Innovation Fund, InvestEU, and others. There, Finland is doing quite well. And on hydrogen, I'd like to say I had the opportunity to be one of the rapporteurs as an MEP preparing this program. European Hydrogen Bank, it's called, and the next premium-based we were planning it for this spring, but it will be implemented later on, 2.4 billion euros. We'll see how to make the proposals, tenders, to get most green hydrogen. We need more money for these important things, less to those non-productive projects. Thank you. This was an excellent introduction to discussing the new MFF and if we can challenge even Finland's position and try to see what would be sensible for us. You also mentioned the European Investment Bank group, which we think works in favor of Finland very well. Marjut, how would you comment? Where do we provide value added to Finland? Excellent, positive starting point, very positive examples. What can the European Investment Bank Group offer? We fund 1 to 1.5 billion euros, Finland, public, private. We provide guarantees, financial instruments for smaller, medium-sized companies. If we look at the European Investment Fund alone, our main objective is that we fund small and medium-sized enterprises, and we don't do it directly because we have a good partnership in Finland. We have 50 different banks and financial institutions and risk funds, for example, or venture funds. Last year we funded 375 million. This year we're targeting 500 million. So Finland knows know how to apply for EU funding. Horizon EU is one, Invest EU. If we think about 2022, Finland and financial institutions were ready to launch this, and so the double that of what Finland invested has flown back to Finland. So we know how to use these instruments, to apply for them and utilize them. If we think about EIP beneficiaries, it's 1,400, and the latest cooperation was with the Ministry of Industry and Environment. It was a sustainability effort where Finnish budget is combined with the EU budget, and we can achieve much more by using both budgets and getting the multiplier effect is much bigger. So the funding received by the companies, but it's much bigger our requirement is, first of all, that we have a certain interest rate level and the time span, maturity, or the payback period, or the guarantees required, or the collateral required for companies, that these are provided for. So we have done a lot. We could do much more if we would have more available funding in InvestEU. The demand is so big that we cannot respond to all of it or cover the whole demand. But it's a very good program all in all. Let's move on to the next MFF, Multi-Annual Financial Framework. The current 21 to 27 was 1 trillion, 1,200 billions, and then we had the recovery fund, 750 million, so it almost doubled it. And now in von der Leyen's proposal on the EU Competitiveness Fund, well, we don't have a clear picture whether it is a separate fund or will it be included in the new MFF. The Finnish Confederation of Industries has proposed a green transition promoting fund. Lotta, have you seen whether these proposals are similar, or can the competitiveness fund open a new discussion on a recovery instrument number 2, which is an issue in Finland? Maybe to begin with, our proposal last spring came from the concern related to the energy crisis and the war of aggression related questions on state aid rules. We have a big investment deficit, and therefore loosening the reins is not realistic. And Ursula von der Leyen's excellent working paper is very good, but we're not. We are talking about reforming the competitiveness policy or competitivity policy. Our economic points of departure are very challenging in Finland. We don't have the big pockets to get the state aid with, for example, with which Germany is attracting investment. What could be the balancing out factor? The EU, Iran, and USA investment deficit, and if it's difficult to get back the state aid flexibility elements, could we add maybe EU funding opportunities where it would be easier to promote the message that we should shut down the national money pipe? I don't know what it could be. It could be some InvestEU new coming or something else. The major point is that it is competitive. Mauri said it very well. It's better for Finland to have these best excellence projects. We have been very good in benefiting from them versus a country-based model where everyone gets a lot of money, a certain slot of money, and they use it for national purposes. Or then we would have a central pot from where all countries could apply for funding. If we want to promote competitiveness, it's the companies that propose these elements for creating competitiveness, and the companies, by promoting their best proposal, is the best way to get the funding, not some state-steered model. It's difficult to say from von der Leyen's draft the clear direction, but I wouldn't be too optimistic that it would be same that what we said. I think it looks more towards an new RRF framework and reforming the targeting. So it would be a performance-based allocation of funding, but in supporting investments, it would be maybe the better instruments would be different.
Viittasit aikaisemmin on se, että jos ne on tällaisia
Exactly the challenge that Mauri already mentioned. If they are high quality investments, then Finland is generally doing very well. How realistic is it to think that MFF could be better directed to priorities which are beneficial to Finland? Maybe cohesion key is used for funding allocation. So how difficult a question is this? Well, you looked at me. Maybe I should answer then. Well, let's start from where Europe is. I was involved in that ministerial meeting that said that Europe should be the most competitive area in the world by 2010. Well, maybe it was because I was not involved in this, but anyway, I must say that Finland is doing very poorly in economic terms at the moment comparing to other countries. So there are many reasons for that. So why is Finland doing so badly at the moment? So let's think about interdependencies, and we do a lot of research and development. We are good in basic research, and basic research leads to more concrete research, and products are being created and finally sold. And here is our weak point. So those countries are the winners who can quickly put research results into practice. The shortest time span here is key. So we should not waste money in projects if we cannot put their results into practice. In 2020, every country should invest at least 3% in RDI, but only 3-4 countries do it at the moment. So the average investment is 2% of GDP. Finland had 3.6% when I was minister last time, but well, now Finland invests less than 3% to RDI. Well, I'm happy that the present government is investing more in R&D. But we should do better in entire Europe. And how to do it? Maybe MFF could help, or maybe we need some outside help. So this is something we should think about. So let's not talk about better infrastructure and better societies and so on. Let's say that we have 1,800 million euros. We should put it in research and innovation and the entire chain of innovations, and also the latter part of the chain. There we invest too little. So we should invest 10 or 15-fold in that latter part of the innovation cycle. We research things, but we do not sell them, the results. So this is something that we should fix. Europe has tried to do something, but the corrective measures were very bad. And here I have to look at the Confederation of Finnish Industries. You were not very successful in this. You were asleep. You were not awake. Marin government was not active. They didn't do anything, and that was very big mistake. Very big mistake. And the thing is that in April 2020, the European Commission, which is responsible for internal market and competition there, well, for me, the main thing in Europe is well-functioning internal market, and Finland or other European countries do not take them seriously. And in April 2020, the Commission granted state aid exceptions for 1,000 billion euros and even more at the later stage during the pandemic. Europe's GDP is 19 billion euros, and if there are exceptions granted, it does have results. It leads to unfair competition, unfunctioning internal market, and so on. So the previous commissioner responsible for competition was to blame, and I wrote about this in Financial Times and in many other places. So in the good old days, only those companies who were genuinely competitive, they were successful in Europe. But now if you look at Europe, those companies are the winning companies who can receive the biggest state aid monies from their government. And in long term, this does not increase anybody's competitiveness. You cannot maintain competitiveness by state aid. This does not lead to anything. This leads to DDR-type economy. And this doesn't mean that money is wisely spent. And small countries cannot keep up with the competition. Small, poor countries will be losers. So Finland should have been more active back in 2020. Some countries were more active and they could correct some things, but Finland's government should have been much more active. Also the Confederation of Finnish Industries, by the way. And now people keep saying that we should increase our competitiveness to attract investments and compete with America's IRA. So what about state aid in Europe? Well, in April 2020, that was the point of time when Europe started wasting money. Inflation Reduction Act came into force in January 23, whereas Europe had already spent years in giving out state aid. And for example, direct investments were widely distributed for nothing. They didn't increase competitiveness at all. Well, I stop here. I just try to briefly respond to your question. So I'm sorry, but I have to take a second round here.
Ei se harmita ollenkaan. Silloin kun on oikealla linjalla, niin silloin pitää kiittää. Ja musta hallitus on ottanut tässä asiassa.
The government is now much better because they have chosen the right direction. And it was a good idea to invest the monies inside the MFF. So let's maybe increase EU membership fees a little bit, but put that money in excellent projects. Horizon is a very good program, and also InvestEU. In Finland we have good programs. All these are important. So let's put our money in good targets. Let's not put our money in funds which are outside of the EU budget. They do not lead to good results. They are not effective. And that was all these mistakes made in the past in 2020. So it's better to manage this in a controlled manner. And now Finland has a better government. They are more cautious, and I'm very happy about that. So if investments are held within the MFF, so in that way additional money is easily attracted for excellent projects for increasing excellence in Europe. So regional aid, 365 million euros and other funds, so all these billions and billions of euros. If Poland, its GDP is 700 billion euros, if it receives grants for 106 billion euros. That is a lot of money. I've been involved in financial affairs for years and decades. So how can we spend such monies within a few years? You cannot use that money wisely within a period of a couple of years. So we should improve EU money use and stop wasting money. Now, next time I will give you a very brief answer, I promise. Thank you very much. That was very clear. And Lotta, would you like to give a brief comment here because somebody criticized your confederation?
Höllennykset ovat erittäin vahingollisia. Nehän on siis komission toimivaltaa, komissio niitä valvoo ja kyllä mulla on semmoinen käsitys, että Suomi on niihin aina suhtautunut.
It's the Commission responsibility, and I think that Finland has always taken a very critical position towards them, loosening the reins there. And I agree on priorities, as the Prime Minister emphasized yesterday. If the EU framework will be moderately increased, which is probable, it's important that the money is steered towards competitiveness promoting ends, such as the Horizon, or the increasing of which is mentioned in the political guidelines of the European Commission, and the investment fund, be it InvestEU or whatever it be called, and then the support for Ukraine in short term and in longer term is essential. So we are along the same lines here. Good. I tried to challenge the line of the Finnish government, but it seems that they are supported here. Nice to hear. In this matter, yes, a little, says Mauri. Marjut, InvestEU, which is part of the EIP family, and we are completely in agreement with the government on this matter, and we hope that with Finland we can take this fight head on. Briefly, tell us why InvestEU is so important for us, and what does it enable, and why would we need even more EU financial instruments in the next period? I would like to respond to the previous questions as well, why the new ideas are good. I would like to say that I have worked at the European Commission, and I know how difficult it is to present new proposals. And in political discussions, these initiatives are very complex, and during the discussion rounds, they gain in complexity. So it's very difficult to commercialize them. So they can be administratively very difficult, and I would hope that whatever proposed inside the EU, let's construct on what we already have. We have Horizon, we have InvestEU, they function. If InvestEU is a program where we would have a triple demand of what we're able to offer, the demand is so broad that we cannot respond to it, and that's very bad for the innovating and growth companies, all those who work in favor of the green transition. Then something is wrong, and then such a program is very productive, it's profitable. And many states in Europe, even though they have a tight budget, they must invest in those things that then are profitable in the shorter term as well. So InvestEU is one of them. Finland has used very well the development fund, cohesion fund, and other for profitable operations. In addition to clean transition, help innovative companies. But let's talk about growth. Growth is very important. And everything that is research, development, and innovation, that's done very well. University spin-offs, new startups, etc. That's very good. But then, if we think about these companies that they need to grow cross-border in Europe and over the borders of Europe and the outside world. We haven't developed growth funding so much. We have a new program where we try to do it, but there we don't have sufficient funding. We have 6 states that support us, but we would need more countries, Finland as well, because if we think about growing technology companies, it's not a national question, it's a European or an international matter. You have to be able to think big. We need, of course, we have to think about the national interests, but we should, especially if we talk about growth companies, we need the ability to think long term and think big. I'd like to come back to Saara, to you and Rengas, and back to the practical grassroots level. The EIP group, the European Commission, Finnish government, they make different programs, increase funding through these programs to promote clean transition and innovation development. But from the point of view of a company, twofold question: how do you see it? Are these programs too burdensome, complex, too much reporting, difficult applications, long handling periods? That's the first question. And the second question, what to improve? And then the second question, in Finland, if we increase funding, do we have growth companies that will apply for these increased monies? Do we have startup innovative entrepreneurs who are ready to implement these projects? A very good question. A short answer is yes, yes. They are very complex, resource consuming, money consuming to participate in the EU tenders and applications. But as a new company, we are gathering funding every day. But if we're talking about an investment on the scale of €1 billion, it's essential to get the money and the work has to be done. But from the point of view of a new company, we have participated in the Hydrogen Bank and twice on Innovation EU investment subsidy. The first round, I think that we were almost to be accepted. We were lacking 1 point, and now during Q2 we are waiting for the new results from the second round. So the companies really have to consider whether they have the resources to apply. It took up lots of resources and we needed outside consultants, and they're not cheap to help us. So when the differences and margins are to be optimized, you have to understand the process thoroughly. And although we would have new programs, we just can't throw here and there. We have to think about our resources, dwell on the programs where we see that we would have sufficient opportunity to succeed, because that's essential to be able to grow and implement the portfolio. Of course, we can think that in Europe we have this model. The Finnish Confederation of Industries is a very good, you presented a good proposal of this tax rebate. In the United States, the tax rebates can be actually sold off, which can help a young company, a new starter. It's important to have these different instruments because it creates trust into the promotion of business, but still, for example, with the hydrogen bank, the tax rebate doesn't maybe fit in with these instructions. So you really have to be expert in EU subsidies and funding instruments to be able to utilize them. And that's true for many growth companies. So you believe that there would be companies that would apply for funding. So you believe that. I don't know who have applied, but I saw among the applicants for the hydrogen bank, there were many that weren't selected. I hope that they have learned the process now and will reapply for these same funding instruments. It is a competence that new companies have to learn, but it's also a big investment money-wise and away from other development work. Good. We want to believe that there are new applicants in Finland to be found, and Finland will remain a net receiver in these excellence programs. We're running out of time, but Mauri, you wanted to say something still. Just one more time. You have to remember that you can apply for funding not only in this auction procedure, but otherwise as well. And you have to remember that in Finland, there is one platform or body that actually manages the EU financial instruments. If a company would have to go to Brussels and do this on their own, that would be very difficult. And the third question is that why? Because Hydrogen Bank is in a position of priority. This is because in EU we have 3 categories. Sectors, green and digital transition, that's one category. EIP, InvestEU, and the investment fund, you have to have a certain percentage towards this sector. The second category are the IPSGate, general European benefit, where Europe has to break through, because if we don't, for example, battery technology, hydrogen technology, in digitalization, there are in Europe, they have identified those sectors where we will fall behind if we're not innovating. It's very important, and we need loosening the reins in certain parts, but only in these essential matters. And then not to leave you with the wrong image of where we're going. We closed last March the loosening of the state aid funding, and we have a tighter framework now. And I think that they correspond pretty well to the principles I mentioned. The problem is that now that we first had the 3,100, then 900 million, and then additionally another round. So the ones permitted state aids are still in use, although there's no more funding to be distributed. And the last positive matter when we talk about competitiveness and that we have to think about all companies in the European Union, I'd just like to say that the European Commission is a pioneer. They've started a new pilot project with us where we try to develop the export of European companies to Ukraine. It's something new for us, and in the future we will cooperate with the Export Credit Agency, where we guarantee funding for these companies that export to Ukraine. This is one great pilot project. We will start with a smaller funding, but hopefully we can help European companies in competitiveness. I'm sorry that I was looking at my phone for many times. There's a serious reason for that. in Jyväskylä, in the Gradia school, there is a police operation, there is a gunman, and 4 of my grandchildren are there, and my son is a teacher, so I am a bit nervous here. But my grandchildren are still there, they are in safe, and my son as well, but this has taken for 2-3 hours, so it's been pretty critical and scary. I'd like to thank the panelists for good discussion, and to end on a positive note, the European Investment Bank approved the first InvestEU loan, which was signed last week for Keliber Oy lithium mine and lithium processing plant. So green transition investment, this is a reality now and has been launched. Thank you and have a nice rest of the day.
Hyvä uutinen, että se on loppu. Hyvä juttu.
Lämmin kiitos osallistumisestanne. Pienellä näyttämöllä ohjelma jatkuu kello 15.
Participation, we will continue at 3 o'clock Finland success now and in the future.
Foorumista somessa muistakaa käyttää hashtageja #Eurooppa-foorumi, #Europeforum ja #Turku. Alakerran kahvi on auki. Nähdään hetken kuluttua. Hei, minä olen Josefina Tuomala ja toimin tänään lavajuontajananne. Seuraavaksi täällä alkaa pienen näyttämön torstain toiseksi viimeinen ohjelmanumero, jonka teille tarjoaa sosiaali- ja terveysministeriö. Kaikki ohjelmasisällöt live-striimataan ja suomenkielinen sisältö tulkataan englanniksi. Seuraavan ohjelman kieli tulee olemaan englanti, joten jatkan myös juonon loppuun englannin kielellä. Good morning and welcome to the little stage. All programs are live streamed and Finnish programs are simultaneously interpreted into English. The chat is open. If you want to participate in the discussion, there is a QR code on the screen that will take you straight to the chat. Next up, we will hear a discussion about Finland's success now and in the future, solutions from RDI. The discussion will explore the potential of research, development and innovation in responding to global challenges such as an aging population and public finances. The discussion is brought to you by the Ministry of Social Affairs and Health. Welcome everyone.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, both here in Turku and also those following the stream. On my behalf, I'm very excited to host this panel with very distinguished and experienced guests. We have Eric Sutherland from OECD, who has done something real in the field of data and health, first in Canada, and now tries to expand his kind of experiences and knowledges for all industrialized countries as an economist specializing in this field in OECD. And then we have Maja Lönnqvist, who is heading the unit of Innovation Policy, director of that unit at the Ministry of Economic Policy and Employment. It's a very topical agenda we have today because it combines two very, very fundamental and crucial approaches to our kind of a major challenges of both the Finnish society and also European societies, even globally. The first one is research and innovation, and the second is the future of healthcare. Let me start this panel discussion with a few thoughts on where we stand in both these issues. From the innovation policy perspective, Finland hasn't seen much growth for almost 2 decades. So the main reasons are clear and already discussed here today are that productivity hasn't increased, and also the working age population already in Finland is shrinking. So both main factors are going not in the direction we would like to see them to go. We are not alone in this. This is an issue in most Western societies. So the productivity has not grown much since the financial crisis, and also the population is aging in all developed nations. But Finland is an extreme case in this, and there are of course reasons for that. Now the strategic policy decisions have been clear for Finland. We believe that research and development is key to a better future. But as Sitra, which I'm proud to be president of, published on Tuesday the results of the study we published on Tuesday, money is not enough. It's not enough just to spend more money. It's also a question how this money is spent, and also what other actions are needed to get more out of these investments we are ready to make as a society, and hopefully our businesses also are willing to contribute to. The other crucial issue then is how we can build a sustainable and future-proof health system. Finland has introduced a major reform to its healthcare system. We hoped it would make the system more efficient and improve access to services while maintaining good quality care. But now we are seeing unexpected high additional costs, which is unsustainable. The state just doesn't have enough money to cover an ever-increasing bill. This week's news tells the same story again. Something fundamental has to change. The system as it isn't working. Should we invest more in understanding how to cure health problems, or should we focus more on preventing them so that the curing doesn't cost as much? Is preventing health problems the responsibility of the healthcare system, or does it need a holistic and cross-sectional approach? Better life, better health, with the help of a better society, for example. We need resilience, cooperation between different actors, sustainable and fair growth, and innovation to address these challenges. With better use of technologies and data, we need innovation at the level of services and strategic activities at the state level. We already know the recipe. Innovation in health and social services need to be based on AI, data, overall digitalization. But these are the only means available to help us meet the serious challenge of costs and access to care. Finland is a data-rich country, and we've supported the use of health data with pioneering legislation. The healthcare system itself is also quite well digitalized, so the overall starting points for innovation are rather good. But despite these good starting points, we don't see yet the rapid utilization of the resources we've developed. This is a serious next stage challenge. What we need is a kickstart of social and health services innovation all over our country. How to push this forward urgently on a wide scale is the key. However, the opportunities are there and just need to be faced. By the way, if we do all this well, it can also generate additional benefits. Businesses in these fields can prosper since we need them as our RD&I partners. Healthcare renewal is a global challenge, so any skills, knowledge, innovation generated in Finland can be scaled up as new business elsewhere. Not forgetting in this discussion that we are, as humans, we are part of nature in relation with each other, so we are not machines, and the machines are not the ones humans want to be in interaction endlessly. With these opening words, I'd like to first give the floor to Maija to give kind of perhaps a overall view on the future of our RD&I policies, and then after that, I invite Erik to really push us forward in our thinking of how AI and data can be used as a solution for these problems. But Maija, please.
Thank you, Atte, and good afternoon on my behalf as well. It's nice to be here in Turku as usual. It's always sunny and nice. I promised to give a short overview of what's happening in Finland in R&D policy field at this moment. As you know, in the end of 90s or in the 90s, Finland raised from economic depression with the help of R&D. And even in the early 2000s, we were admired for our investments to R&D. But then something happened, and our investments started to decrease, falling steadily from almost 4% of GDP to clearly under 3%. And simultaneously, we lost the productivity growth, which has been very slow for the last 16 years. But we should not look back, we should look forward. We all know that we need R&D to facilitate sustainable growth, to strengthen competitiveness, and to ensure productivity growth. As a small open economy, Finland can only succeed through knowledge and innovation. And this was also recognized by our political leaders. In 2017 was the first step when the Finnish Research and Innovation Council set an ambitious target to raise the R&D investments up to level of 4% of GDP by 2030. This was adopted also by the previous government in their governmental program. And they also established a parliamentary working group to plan how to reach this 4% target by 2030. In the end of 2021, there was a parliamentary consensus by all the parties to agree on this target of 4% of GDP for R&D investments by 2030. And for this, it was parliamentary agreed that also the state will invest state R&D funding growing steadily until 2030. And also our current government is very committed to invest in R&D. And so the state R&D funding is increasing 280 million euros per year by 2030. And in total, this will mean an increase of 2 billion euros by 2030. So really remarkable investments, as you can see. But the increase in R&D cannot only be achieved by the state only or by the government investing. So it is expected that when the state commits itself to invest heavily, also the private sector is facilitated to invest even more. And it is expected that the private sector invests 2/3 of this target of 4%, which means over 4 billion new R&D investments by the next 6 years. But how then facilitate the private sector to invest? This have been discussed heavily during the last year or last 2 years. And as a result, the government gave a multi-annual plan for using the state R&D so that we can facilitate also the private sector to invest. The plan stresses the government's commitment and it sets up the priorities with which to hope we encourage the business sector as well to invest. These 6 priorities where we are going to invest the increasing public R&D will be the following. First, the ambitious collaboration between industry and academia, aiming for radical new inventions and ideas. Collaboration between industry and academia has long been the strength of Finland, but it has been decreasing in the last decade, and we have to gain this strength again. Direct company funding to the most innovative companies is the second priority. We are investing to companies who are willing to grow, who are willing to be the most innovative companies. And the third priority is the talent building, both through top-level basic research, but also through investing to research careers. And fourthly, the high-quality and internationally interesting research and technology infrastructures that also facilitate the collaboration both in Finland, but also with our international partners. And as well, the fifth, the active and ambitious collaboration, both in EU and internationally. We cannot do R&D only here in our little island here in the corner of Europe. We also need our partners all around the world. And sixth, the strategic theme established by the Research and Innovation Council. So this is our plan for the investing for R&D, the state funding, and now we expect the companies to answer. Of course, only these investments to R&D are not enough. It's not only money we are talking, we also need an operating environment that facilitates that all the R&D results turn into innovations, turn into new scalable businesses. And for this, we need also access to venture capital funding, investments to piloting demonstrations, capabilities to protect and utilize IPR, vivid startup scheme, and so on. One step to facilitate these is our industrial policy strategy that is under preparation in the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment. And of course, there are many more actions as well. So this is the general background, what is happening in Finland in R&D policy. The increase in R&D investments, as well as other actions, are of utmost importance for one particular sector, the healthcare, which is our theme today. And I think we will go further, more deeper in this theme in the discussion in the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Maija. Before I give the floor to Erik, one thought that actually was mentioned this morning in the discussion here, that Europe typically has big problems in bringing the research results into from applied research to commercialization. But there's an exception, which is health and medicine. So is there something in your mind that makes investing in R&D in the field of health kind of more attractive, taking into account that your KPI is not just to spend the money, but also to get the societal results we are expecting, make life better?
I suppose we have quite good market opportunities in the health sector. So I think the way from the research and development to innovation is already built up, and we can also use our new well-being counties to buy services, buy technology, buy new solutions to solve the problems, find new ways to operate through new technologies, new inventions that are done by the small companies, by startups. And I think that's a great like the first runner market in the health sector.
Being a startup in the field where you have a 30 billion euro home market is quite an opportunity. Erik, how to make it successfully?
So thank you, and thank you for inviting me here. I'm thrilled. First time I've actually ever been in Turku. It is absolutely beautiful. Had a nice walk up the Aura this morning, and I look forward to doing so again many more times in the future. The themes that I really wanted to bring to this session today is where I have been, frankly, deeply inspired by Finland. I'm on my second career, as many people are, and in the last 7 years where I have been focusing on health, I've actually been inspired in 4 different ways by what is happening in Finland. So I'm hoping by reiterating it back to you, we can remind yourselves of the fantastic things you have done, but also remind you that this is an opportunity for you to help share some of these innovations you've done with the rest of the world, as the rest of the world is trying to learn how to move things forward. So the first story was back in 2017 when I was talking about the rollout of personal health records in Finland. And there was a challenge of getting doctors and nurses to actually use personal health records. And I was told the story about how a patient went into a doctor's office, and the patient, upon the doctor starting the conversation, tell me about what drugs, tell me about your medical history, the patient said, "Stop. Why are you wasting my time? My information, all that information is in my personal health record. Use the technology that people have invested in." So with that, Finland was able to leverage the public to actually help facilitate a broad-based change in the health system, which is, I think, one of the major things. We do not respect and use the public enough when we actually want to make the meaningful types of changes we have to make. That was step 1. Step 2 is where, I think it was around 2020, maybe it was 2019, Finland decided that it was going to really focus on artificial intelligence, and it developed this program called Elements of AI. The objective stated was to train 1% of Finnish people to be data scientists. I saw through that. I said, you're not really going to create 1% of people to be data scientists, but what you are going to do is you're going to demystify what artificial intelligence is about. Because if you get 1% of the population to do it, to do this course, then everybody is likely to have taken the course themselves or know somebody who has taken the course. And so you respected the public, you respected health providers, you respected industry, that here is knowledge that is important for you because this is where the world is going. And what you did is you demystified AI wasn't magic, it was math. And in fact, in the Elements of AI program, the major use case that was brought through in the course was around breast cancer. So it was actually a health use case. But nevertheless, the idea was, how do you actually give the information, the education in a respectful way to all the people who are impacted to actually help them want to come along on the change themselves? And that's a really important point. The third thing that I really like about Finland is that, and this admittedly, it ties a bit to what you were talking about before, Atta, that the having a long-term view. I believe, again, it was about 2019 when the Nordic Council got together and created their Nordic Vision for Nordic Health 2030. And the key headline item in that strategy was investing half of budget on prevention. So shifting from a health care and treatment focus to actually shifting focus toward prevention. Recognizing that if you actually can invest in prevention, you will actually lower the long-term costs of the health system. The challenge of that approach is, how do you transition from the current state to the future state? But the thing that I really appreciated about the vision that Finland had in that work is really saying, this is what we have to do for the next generation. Let's make the investments. Let's work out, how do we get from here to there? Now, it is not lost to me that the timing of that Nordic Health work was 2019. A little thing happened in early 2020, which caused some challenges along the way. But nevertheless, I think that vision about how to actually transition to that preventative focus is actually where the world needs to go. So again, this is an area where Finland has a significant asset, vision, long-term focus, having the willingness to actually focus in the long term while you're actually achieving objectives in the short term. And then the fourth area that where I really respect what Finland is doing, this actually came out of work that the OECD did back in 2022. And actually, if you even go before that, in 2016, the OECD recognized the importance of health data and ensuring the quality of health data, the timeliness of that data, in order to and leverage that data to improve health outcomes. The world is massively failing at actually using health data. 30% of the world's data assets are health. Health uses 3% of the data that it has. So if you do the math, 29% of the world's data assets are unused for decision making. That is a massive opportunity and a place where there is significant need to actually use that data to improve health outcomes for people. Now, from a Finnish perspective, so in that report where we talked about and we've reviewed where countries were at with respect to health data governance, the conclusion that we came up with is that countries are, quote, data rich and information poor. Meaning that, yes, you have tons of data, but you're not using it to generate meaningful insights. Has it meaningfully improved in the last few years? Is made some progress. When we actually surveyed countries, though, I will say Finland, along with Denmark, was in the upper right corner of the graph in terms of one of the most advanced countries in the world. around its data governance and data use. So the foundation that Finland has around its policies and its data assets are among the best in the world. So if you think of these various ingredients and think of them together, there is an opportunity to leverage the social license with the public because they want to do this change. There is respect for the public and providers to actually educate them on the things that are most important, to actually bring them along in the journey. There is a long-term view, recognition of short-term objectives are necessary, but you have a long-term view, and you have access to this massive infrastructure of data, of technology, and of policies that can actually unlock things significantly. So, partly what I'm doing here is simply to remind you of what you already have. But it really begets that you guys have so many of the great ingredients. What you don't have, in my opinion, is how do you bring them together as networks? The challenge that many, many countries are facing today is that they are focused on analog. How do I do things the way I've always been doing things in the 20 years? I have paper, I'm going to digitize my process, but it really is a paper process, just with PDF files. How do we actually rethink our infrastructures, our trusted relationships across organizations, across regions, across nations, and with international partners that actually leverage each other's capabilities, respects what each other brings to the table, protects things in common ways, in ways that the public actually expects and needs. So we don't assume what the public wants, we ask the public what they want. And then we actually deliver against that, and we deliver it in spades. So how can we shift our current analog way of thinking to this network way of thinking, wherein we're working with each other, we're leveraging each other's capabilities, moving toward a common vision, supporting each other through strong cooperation and collaboration. The term that I coined, I'm certain somebody else has coined this, but I've been using this a lot recently, has been fostering a culture of co-opetition, which is to say, collaborate and cooperate on the things that are foundational, which in the span of innovation in Finland are your data, your policies, your technical infrastructure. That's all basic stuff that you want to make sure is easily available for people to use. You compete on your ability to use those assets that are actually generally available. And so how do you actually create that environment of co-opetition in this network capability? Because if you do co-opetition in a network, then you create exponential growth. And with exponential growth, that's actually how you get to a point of addressing the long-term issues of inflation and stagflation that you're struggling with.
Thank you, Eric. Let's move into the discussion, and I hope that the personal can perhaps show you how you can also post the questions on the slido.com, but also you can raise hands. But let me start the discussion. We have 18 minutes left from our table by asking Eric. In Finland, we have a central storage of data which is mostly used for research, and then we have lots of data in our operational systems. What is the where is the most value? Is it in predicting the single patient's future health problems, or is it in this kind of a nationwide and population-wide data storage from which researchers can find the solutions for the thing? Or are these different things?
Well,
keep it short that we can keep it conversational.
Yeah. So I wanted to say yes, as in both.
Yeah.
I do think that historically many countries have done this, where they've built up their data and technical infrastructure around primary care data use for individual care purposes, patient portals and the like, and then separately they built up infrastructure around research. I honestly do not understand why those two things are different. Simply put, like in where we want to get, if we move towards a learning health system where we continuously learn from each other, then you want the research and the population side of things to have as fast information as they can about what's happening in primary care. So moving together the ideas of primary care data and research data, it's just data. Yep. That's actually an example of competition that's actually not helpful. Cooperation would say bring those two things together and actually make them available for both the purposes of primary care and the purposes of research and population health. Yeah. The other thing I would say, though, as much as there is value in obviously providing better care for individuals, one of the things that I think is undervalued is using the data at a population level, but actually at just a health system level. If you think of your data scientists, if they understand the processes that are happening by the bedside, et cetera, those people can actually find ways of saving an hour per doctor per encounter. And if you think of what is the benefit, no, I'm not even going to make it simpler than that. They are saving 1 minute per encounter. And if you think of what the benefit of the number of minutes per encounter that one innovation would save, it's massive. That would be millions of minutes, which is, I'd say, 500 doctors, 500 nurses, et cetera. So how can we act? But you only achieve that benefit if you're able to generate the 1 minute of saving value, the productivity gain, and then you're able to scale it across your network. So the challenge that we have is when when your network is fragmented, you have your innovation, but you can't spread it. So its value is muted. So a network allows you to spread the innovation and the productivity gains that you get.
We have already seen the massive impacts of filling the minutes with other work than patient work. So perhaps we have to reverse that trend. Yes. But Maija, having researchers monitoring real-time data coming from real patients doesn't sound like publishing research papers in 5 years' time, and then perhaps bringing that to the changes in the healthcare system in the next 10 years. Do you have measures to incentivize our best brains to bring the results immediately to the system? And is our innovation system fit for that? That actually we can bring results almost immediately with data and using the real data from real patients real time?
Well, I suppose we have to develop also our new ways to measure what we achieve with the innovations or research and development. If we want to measure the publications, then that doesn't work. But if we measure new innovation, how much time it saves in public health sector, well, then it works. Yeah. So I think we need to measure new things because nowadays we are measuring publications, we are measuring patents, but we are not actually measuring so much these societal benefits.
And I guess not only measure, but also incentivize, meaning that there is money behind the numbers. I think that's also a question that has been widely debated around the problems of our healthcare system now, is there an incentive to do things better? And where are these incentives targeted? Is it to take care of more patients, or is it to create health? And I think Erik is eager to take this point.
Well, yes. Actually, I wanted to build on the last one. And just to show Finland is not alone. We actually did a survey, which we're working on right now, so hasn't been published yet, where we scanned, I think, 40 or 50 national approaches to measuring digitalization in the health system itself. 60% of the metrics were measuring the readiness of the health system to use digital tools and technologies. 40% of the metrics were measuring the usage of digital tools and technologies. Only about 1 or 2% we're measuring the actual impacts and the outcomes thereof. So you're not alone, but this is where one of the areas where I think that we collectively across many, many countries need to come together to say, well, what is the intended outcomes that are supposed to come from this whole digitalization journey? Because we're putting in billions of euros, and yet if we're not even measuring the outcomes, then we're definitely never going to see the outcomes. So let's understand what outcomes we want to achieve, and let's start measuring what those outcomes are. And part of that, and then when you measure the outcomes, then you can tie your incentives to those measures.
Well, the classical approach to renewal is the Schumpeterian creative destruction, but it works better in business where businesses can die. We can't destroy the healthcare system without having a new one on place. So I think this change has very much to do with the kind of operation culture and the kind of identities of the profession. Do you have any ideas how this fast change into a completely new model, meaning, for example, lots of resources to prevention instead of care and using data instead of some other measures, how can this be kind of fastened?
So the first thing that pops into my mind, possibly the only thing that immediately pops into my mind at least, is bringing the health professionals along in the journey. Even when we go to a world where we're going to be using AI, artificial intelligence, significantly more than we are right now, health providers are always going to be that interface between the public and the health system. Respecting the health providers, but they're the ones who really will change the system from the inside. So bringing them along on the journey to get them to not just want the change, but understand what their role is in making that transition in a way that is safe, but also productive at the same time. So I think investing in those types of change champions that can actually bring the change and make the change actually stick, that's one of the major things. There was a study that came out many years ago that talked about the stages you have to go through from availability of an innovation through propagation of innovation, use of innovation, and then productive use of an innovation. You go through 4 stages. So the time from when your innovation is created to when it's generating value, there is a massive gap of time. And that time is only shrunk if you really get buy-in from the health providers who are using the tools.
And I guess also believing that in the identity of these professionals is this kind of a willingness to do good for the patients. And kind of in that sense, I have the feeling that sometimes they feel frustrated with all the obligations of doing procedures that are not as productive as they would like to see.
Because we haven't explained to them why those new procedures actually contribute to good. And so it's respecting them, but bringing them along on the journey.
Okay. Maija, I will go back and, of course, promoting Sitra's research published on Tuesday, this point that money is not enough. We need also changes in our innovation system. Well, we can't say solve all the issues in the 8 minutes we have left, but let's focus on now this idea of bringing new innovations fast to the market. Is there any kind of possibilities by the authority, by the state, by the ministries to create an environment in which the innovators, the companies can bring the new solutions and scale them fast for the Finnish market? Remembering that the health well-being counties are eager to take measures if there is something with which they can save money. And you can innovate now if you want.
I'm trying to innovate, yeah. Well, I think one of the most important here is the collaboration, because we have new solutions in the companies who need to get them into the market, and here the collaboration with the well-being counties is one, using more actively innovative procurement and procurement in general to create a market to try new solutions created by companies.
Should we have some kind of centralized buying unit which is also investing in kind of purchasing in a way that kind of promotes innovations?
I don't know about centralized, because I suppose all the counties have their own.
She's working for the ministry.
I am working for the ministry, have their own needs. but we already have had centralized advisory systems for innovative procurement. So exchanging good practices, exchanging good ways to procure is a way. And here the collaboration between the countries is again very important. But also we need the collaboration between the companies and the universities and research centers in order to find the research results and facilitate their transformation into innovations and new solutions. And I think here we lack something, which is that we have these great new solutions in the universities and we have companies, but there is a gap.
I have this feeling that we have these 22 units that are buying their systems and, of course, building on the legacy they have, for example, in IT. It would be kind of a low-hanging fruit to kind of collaborate more in all these processes and kind of joining forces.
Yeah.
Because, as Eric said, we need to scale. And I buy this idea that well, of course, you have to start somewhere. But this issue is, at least nationwide, it's actually a global thing. So actually, the solutions that are the best of the breed should be scaled as fast as possible. Or did I understand correctly?
No, you just understood that perfectly. And what occurred to me as you guys were talking, and this is what many countries do, while they don't necessarily centralize procurement, but what they do centralize is certification.
Yeah.
So that way, they can actually look at applications and apps to say, this thing has been qualified that it meets our security needs, our privacy needs, our basic needs across all of the various policies of government. Yeah. And then you've got the stamp. Now it's up to you to sell yourself to whomever is going to purchase you. But the purchaser doesn't need to qualify them anymore. They've been centrally qualified.
Yeah. But then another issue is, of course, that if we want to move towards prevention and people being kind of more well, then of course it's not only the issue that is the responsibility of the healthcare system, because they are schools, there are our sports activities, there is our cultural life, the whole of the society. Are our societies fit for these kind of challenges? Are we able to kind of bring these issues to the level needed to address these issues? Does the government have an official policy on that?
To force people to move and eat healthy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, we are building on that.
Yeah. Okay.
I think that's the most important thing.
Okay. Soon we will move to the responsibility of individuals, but Eric.
There have been studies that have shown that only 20% of a person's health outcomes are achieved by the health system. 80% of a person's health is determined by non-health activities. And so that implies that, in fact, I actually just published a paper Tuesday myself, talking about the digital determinants of health in terms of where things are actually, people's access to the internet does have a relationship with their healthy outcomes. Yeah. Somebody's social systems that they're in, education, et cetera. So the challenges of government, I think, is that oftentimes investments in areas like social services and education turn up as benefits within health. And how do you actually create an environment across ministries and government where by investing in A, you get benefit in B? Most governments aren't set up that way. Yeah. This is actually one of the reasons why I have a lot of respect for governments that do have a Ministry of Health and Social Welfare. Few governments actually have that. And it's a lot easier to do things to actually manage the whole pie in that sense, because that gets closer to 70, 80%, but still not 100.
Yeah. And isn't it also a problem that the government's finances are typically based on the yearly consumption?
Yeah.
And when you invest in future health, where the kind of results come after 20 years, that is not very fit for our present systems as well.
Financial officers, my previous life was in banking, by the way. Financial officers hate cost avoidance as a justification for a project. Yeah. And yet, prevention is fundamentally cost avoidance. So how do we create the economic models that actually justify the type of investments we have with the types of returns we expect to get, that to me that's the big challenge that really, frankly, I really want to tackle.
Yeah. All right, we are approaching the end of our slot, but let me kind of finally ask you both about the responsibility of individuals in this. First, what is the responsibility of individual for one's health, and can they be an active participant in solving the societal problem through their behaviors, also providing information from their health as data, and thereby kind of being active participants in our future innovations? Maija.
I suppose we all make our own choices as regards to how we eat or how much we move. I think that's our own individual choice. But of
Do we
course,
have too much freedom nowadays?
I don't think so. But we can also, of course, contribute ourselves with the data we create if we use different kinds of solutions, which will help us to improve the understanding of our own health and altogether probably the understanding of the health of all the people. I myself, I'm not so interested in using any solutions for following my own health, so this is not my core competence.
I guess that you are fit,
so I'm just
fit enough for
I'm
yourself.
just eating healthy. That's
Okay.
the main, and sleep well.
Good. Erik.
I wish I would sleep well. So I would say my bigger vision of this work that I do around digital health is having 8 billion people on the planet having access to their own personal health information, being guided by AI, but still under the watchful scrutiny of health professionals. That's where, if we had a vision of where we would be in 50 years, obviously we would have the same convenience with health as we do with banking, as we do in, frankly, every other industry.
Yeah.
And yet, so the question is, how do we get here from there? Yes, I do. I trust that people will, as a population, improve their health when they have access to information. Will every individual? No. But will the majority of individuals? Yes. And that is where I think we need to get. And at a fundamental level, if we do that, as we've projected, there's going to be a deficit of some 10 million health workers in the next decade globally. So why don't we activate 8 billion health professionals? And by giving them their own information to actually achieve and be a real participant in their own health team.
Yeah.
That, to me, is where we need to go.
Thank you so much, dear panelists. Thank you, audience, both here and following the stream. I hope this discussion has given you some kind of a spirit for future thinking and also innovation on your side. And I wish you all a very nice evening. Thank you.
Thank you for participating in this discussion. Next up, the program will continue here at the Little States at 4 p.m. with a common economic policy as a guarantee of EU security panel. If you want to keep discussing Europe Forum on social media, don't forget to use the hashtags #EurooppaFoorumi, #EuropeForum, and #Turku. The downstairs cafe is open. See you in a bit. Minä olen Josefina Tuomala ja toimin tänään lavajuontajananne. Seuraavaksi täällä alkaa pienen näyttämön torstain viimeinen ohjelmanumero. Tuttuun tapaan kaikki ohjelmasisällöt live-striimataan ja suomenkielinen sisältö tulkataan englanniksi. Seuraavan ohjelman kieli tulee olemaan englanti, joten jatkan juonnon loppuun englannin kielellä. Hi everyone. Welcome to Thursday's last program here at the Little States. All programs are live streamed and Finnish programs are simultaneously interpreted into English. The chat is open. If you want to participate in the discussion, there is a QR code on the screen that will take you straight to the chat. Next up, the panel titled A Common Economic Policy as a Guarantee of EU Security will take the floor here at the Little States. This panel is brought to you by the Bank of Finland's Monetary Policy and Research Department. Welcome everyone.
So, welcome to all of you to this actually second Bank of Finland event in this European Forum. It's great to be here back in Turku, very sunny and warm weather. It's my pleasure to moderate this panel on common economic policy as a EU security guarantee. Our motivation to organize this panel is to embark into discussion on common economic policy primarily, and what it can or should do to contribute to EU security. And my name is Juha Kilponen. I'm a head of Monetary Policy and Research Department at the Bank of Finland. And we have here three distinguished experts on European politics and policies. Juha Jokela, he's a program director from the Finnish Institute of International Affairs. Then we have Taneli Lahti, head of cabinet of Commissioner Urpilainen, and Niklas Poitiers, research fellow from Bruegel. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation to join this panel. So I will say a few words to sort of set the scene for a lot of questions that we have prepared for you. I mean, at the first hand, it may sound a bit surprising topic for a central banker, but as you have certainly noticed, the word, say, geopolitics appears very often in many central bank governors' speeches, particularly in the euro area. And as we all know, the security situation in Europe has fundamentally been shaken by the Russia starting a war against Ukraine in February 2022. And it has without doubt shaped the geopolitical landscape and is now reflected very widely in economic developments, and also, of course, in economic policies. Russia weaponized its energy exports to the EU, and the resulting price hike in Europe particularly contributed to the recent weak growth across the EU. At the same time, we know that we are very dependent on China for many strategically important goods and raw materials. The US and China can be said to be in a trade war, and of course, we have seen the US also introducing some tariffs on some European goods as well. So, I mean, in overall, we can say that the countries have become more inward-looking, as reflected in many protectionist trade policies, and importantly also on the renaissance of industrial policy, which have been already discussed here widely. Now, growth prospects for Europe are weak, even actually without these geopolitical events, due to demographics and slow productivity. It seems evident that European ability to innovate and scale innovations is lacking the United States, and now maybe also China. And if something we can see from the statistics that the productivity gap with the US has lately grown even more striking than it was at the beginning of 2000. And we also know that the economic dependence on raw materials and markets outside Europe makes us vulnerable to these geopolitical events. And at the same time, the weak economic growth has contributed to increasing indebtedness, and tight public finances make it difficult to invest in security, climate, energy transition, and then eventually to find a ground for common economic policy in Europe. So we are in a quite challenging environment at the moment. So let me start digging a bit deeper on the trade policy first. So how do you see the EU's reaction in trade policy so far? I mean, EU has provisionally introduced tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles, although these are in essence sort of traditional anti-dumping dumping measures. And more importantly, what should be the way forward? For instance, should Europe use similar measures than the US, for instance, the Inflation Reduction Act? And at which level you think this kind of trade policy should be enacted, at the member state level or at the EU level? And maybe we start with Niklas, our guest from Bruegel.
Hello. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here. I think the last years in terms of trade policy have been transformative in some ways, and we've seen really a reframing of our trade policy and the way we think about our integration in the world. And if you look at macro statistics, you could think that nothing has changed. So trade had a blip during the COVID pandemic, and then basically recovered surprisingly quickly. And I think one thing that is also for me always important to say at this point is actually supply chain have been very resilient. If you consider the magnitude of the shocks that we experienced in recent years, actually the effect we had on our economy was in some ways from the trade side surprisingly small, or at least surprisingly short-lived. So it was just a couple of years until we kind of came out of the pandemic in terms of trade statistics. If we think about the gas crisis, also that is something that was a massive crisis for us, but at the same time something where I think we managed surprisingly well, much better than maybe many of us, I personally, would have anticipated. But both of these, especially the Russian invasion of Ukraine, has really put into question our own view of the world and how Europe thinks about an integration in the world. And before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, in many member states, and especially where I come from in Germany, there was a sentiment that an action like that would be economic suicide. It would be completely irrational because basically the gains you could get on economic terms would completely be outweighed by the cost of that. And I think in many ways this assessment was right. Russia has been isolated on the global stage, and it has been isolated in its economy and its growth prospects, which were not great to begin with because it has a very disadvantageous demographic, because basically it's a very resource-based economy in a world where the world wants, the advanced economies in particular, want to decarbonize. And these growth prospects have become even worse now that many of the brightest people have left Russia. A lot of young people had to go to war and so forth. However, what I think we didn't really account for was actually that someone like Putin has a completely different rationale about making decisions, and that he doesn't really care that much about the economic outcome, and he might not have the same kind of analytical framework that we use. And this had really changed also our perspective, and we think now about China. A war around Taiwan would be completely economic irrational. A major economic decoupling would be completely irrational. Yet we live in a world where maybe this kind of sense that everyone behaves rationally and in a game theory standard point, where how we would imagine it in our economic lectures, might not be the only thing that could happen. So I think here really the way we think about our relationships and the kind of rationales we subscribe to our trading partners has changed. And I think in this environment, we now have to think about the trade policy that we see. And these trade policies and also the industrial policy react in some way directly to what an economist we would describe as a terms of trade shock. So basically, terms of trade is the value of the export relative to the import. So if you have good terms of trade, you have to export less to buy the goods that you want to buy. If you have bad terms of trade, you have to export quite a lot. You have to sell a lot of your stuff to get the things you want. And what the Russian invasion of Ukraine on the energy crisis meant that suddenly a big chunk of our imports, which are energy goods, gas in particular, suddenly became much more expensive. So our inputs in the industry become more expensive, but our outputs didn't become more expensive. So it's additional terms of trade shock. And some way what we see now in the emphasis on manufacturing and industry is a reaction to that. We want to kind of cushion the shock, the effect this had on our manufacturing, through basically giving them money through subsidies or protecting them through industrial policies. But also, I think, and that is in the short run maybe rational, in the long run it's maybe not a good growth strategy, which is often why economists like myself push back against it. But the other part of it is basically that in this environment where our own economy is under threat and we really worry about our green transition, what it does to our manufacturing, we become much less willing to kind of put up with Chinese industrial policy. And what we see now with these Chinese EVs is really Europe. In some ways, as you're saying, it's a classical countervailing duty case, a classical anti-subsidy case. But in other ways, basically, there's a new theory how Europe treats Chinese industry policy. If you read the case, the documents the Commission has put forward, you could apply the same logic to many different areas, to many different industries. The EU really says here that the entire Chinese economies and many different sectors, from the battery suppliers to the manufacturers of these cars, act on the global stage as a cartel, and they act as a cartel in order to suppress prices and export at beneficial rates. And if you argue that way, and they argue through using policy documents, using the Chinese constitution and thus far, if you argue this way, you could say argue the same way in other sectors. So I think this is, the industry target here is important in its own right, but it also points towards maybe a new theory of how Europe might want to engage with a country like China in the future.
Thank you, Niklas. Taneli, do you want to...
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I think Niklas is perfectly right. I mean, there has been a change of trend, change of direction over the past few years in the way the EU conducts its trade policy. And it's been a reaction, of course, and a response to the way our main trading partners conduct their own trade policy, US, but also China. I think every few years the European Commission publishes a trade policy strategy. Usually the title of the document suggests trade for all, openness of Europe, openness of this and that. Now the latest, and that was published maybe 3-4 years ago, and was titled Assertive Trade Policy. I remember, I was a bit worried about that, because that seems to suggest that we are turning inwards. We are turning, and assertive to me sounds that we are becoming defensive. Now, there may be reasons why we have to do so, but it is a new area, a new way of conducting policies that we are doing. It is a response to global developments, but it is not at all straightforward, because what I sometimes feel, and I'm working with Commissioner Urpilainen on international partnerships, which basically covers a very large part of the world, but not China and the US. And if we think about our policy actions, be it trade or otherwise, only in function of China or the US, we may forget about the rest of the world, and there may be impacts and effects on our other partners which we have not really thought of, or that we do not want to actually see. So we have to learn a new way of policy making, and which takes into account and also the more global impacts of our actions. Now, when it comes to the actual question, Juha, about the tariffs on Chinese cars, very controversial, very difficult. Similar or in the same direction as what the US has done in response to Chinese cars. We've seen a quick increase of imports to Europe of Chinese cars, very competitive prices, and of course, that puts the European car industry quite a lot at stress and pressure. So when we've done what we do, and we look carefully into the structure and the cost structure of the Chinese car industry, and we find that there are subsidies in there that then justify and legitimate the tariffs that we have now put in place, which are somewhere at around 20% up to 30%, depending on the producer. That will probably have as an impact, and that the prices of Chinese cars for consumers will increase, and the situation on the European car market will somewhat stabilize. But it can only be a temporary measure. It is not a permanent solution. And now I have to stress that I'm not speaking on behalf of the European Commission, but I've been starting to think that what we are actually seeing is that the Chinese government or the Chinese state, i.e. the Chinese taxpayer, is actually subsidizing the consumer prices of electric cars in Europe. Why should we be against that?
If you like Chinese cars, so it's...
But of course, and we are against that because that puts the European car industry at huge pressure. But the consumer actually may benefit of these subsidies by a Chinese taxpayer. Now, The controversial thought that I cannot avoid is that should Europe still have a car industry in 50 years from now? Because a car industry makes a huge share of the European economy and the whole from research to supply chains to everything. The car industry is extremely important for the European economy as a whole. But evolution may suggest that perhaps somewhere down the road it doesn't make much sense to produce cars, at least in current scale in Europe anymore. At least if it then requires a very heavy subsidy from the European taxpayer or the European consumer to that industry. And we've seen in the 80s we here in Europe, and we all wanted to produce TV sets. We thought that is absolutely crucial that we produce TV sets in Europe. Luckily, we don't do that anymore, and it is done more efficiently and cheaply somewhere else. Same with mobile phones. 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we thought that we absolutely have to produce mobile phones in Europe. Now, not so much anymore. And it doesn't disappear completely, but the bulk of the production goes somewhere else, and that actually happens to the benefit of the European economy and the European consumer in the end. So here as well, short term, yes, these kind of actions are needed. Longer term, we have to think that we don't become dependent on these kind of measures.
Thank you. Very interesting. Of course, from that, it's about the competitiveness. If we find out over time that the car industry cannot be competitive, then obviously we shouldn't support it. But so far, I guess we still have some hope there. Juha, do you want to continue discussion on trade policy and how we have done so far, succeeded so far?
Maybe a little bit on one of the recent developments and coming from a foreign policy and security studies. So I think what has kind of changed, especially after Russia's brutal invasion, is that security considerations have come much more to the fore. This is, of course, reflected in the EU's economic security agenda, and I think the new Commission will take many of the elements from there. Of course, it's also connected to the COVID pandemic to some extent, in a way, the security of supply and the production chains and the value chains. All that was a big question. So that brings in maybe another layer, in a way, to the discussion that what should be or what needs to be produced in Europe or near Europe. And here I'm not thinking about the cars so much, but I'm thinking maybe more about the pharmaceutical products and of course or the digital world. So this is of course something where I think there is quite a lot of discussion now going on, and it's of course a difficult debate to have also with the trading partners, because often these restrictions related to the security considerations are seen as kind of a veiled protectionism, and I think this is something where there's quite a lot of effort now needed to explain the European perspective. Then the other element, what I was thinking was, I was going back to the times of Juncker Commission, and when the kind of the trade wars started, because Donald Trump became the president and the Brexit took place. And I think the EU managed then quite well, not just respond to the changing environment, but to be also very proactive. So I think EU was using the space created by Donald Trump very effectively. And I think this was kind of it was reactive, but it was also very proactive. In a way, striking new trade deals and putting a new gear in trade negotiations and so forth, and we've seen some of the benefits of that currently. But now I've been thinking, and when we've been looking at the kind of also the global, so-called global South or the plural South, the kind of the voices and the rhetoric at least has to some extent also changed. And this kind of environment of strategic competition in the field of economy and trade is also something where the EU might not be able to exercise its kind of traditional tools and provide this kind of a third way between perhaps China and the US competition and so forth. Because also in the global south, and I think, Taneli, you know this very well, there is a lot of focus on that they want to keep the options open and they want to have sort of good bidding competitions and choose in a way from that environment. I think this puts EU to a little bit new situation in a way. It cannot expect that, the rest of the world would kind of see the value of EU trade deals, but maybe something new needs to be thought out, that how this realization of the benefits of those deals is articulated and also proven in practice. And this brings me to kind of my sort of a key point in a way, that I think EU has been quite good in responding to the changing world in the field of global economy. But then I'm more hesitant to say that the EU has been able to emerge as a proactive actor in that context in a way. One of the actors who shape actually the global economy. And I think this is of course something which I think we might have to just to learn with, or then we might have to think that what kind of tools, what kind of decision-making structures, what kind of ways to enforce EU unity is needed to become one of these sort of strategic poles of global economy, which can really provide credible sort of options to others to follow. So, because we all know that there is this demand that countries don't want to choose between US or China. They want to have more options to choose from, and of course EU could be one of the options.
Can I
Sure.
come in on that? Thanks, because I think this is a very important point, and it kind of puts our whole discussion, this discussion in the context. And we have, and Europe is still mostly seen as the good guy globally. Wherever you go in the world, and people actually appreciate the things that we have in Europe, and the values and sort of European aesthetics. I mean, things that we represent: freedoms, openness, democracy, lifestyle, all of that, and the lifestyle power thing that has been mentioned a few years ago by World Bank and others. It's real. People actually like Europe and the European way of life quite a bit. It doesn't mean that everybody wants to move to Europe immediately, but they want to have the same kinds of things. What we represent is pretty popular. Now, still 30, 40 years ago, we also represented about 40% of global GDP. We were a global power. At the moment, it's somewhere between 15 and 20%. 10 years down the road, it's closer to 10%. And we still will have influence because people appreciate the things that Europe represents. We will have economic clout as well, but it is much smaller than what it was and when we grew up. And the adjustment that we have to face and that we have to recognize is fast and much bigger than we may think. And Europe doesn't become redundant globally, but we certainly have to pull together in order to be relevant in the years to come.
Thanks a lot. Actually, that connects really well to one question from the audience in the chat. Somebody's asking if the Chinese system is constantly producing overcapacity in different sectors, what is the next sector after EVs, the electric vehicles, where China wants to be the dominant player? What does it mean for Europe? Should we push back? That's
solar panels was the first one, I think.
Yeah,
I think in solar panels actually they already are dominant. I think basically if you look at the what we hear from there are big policy meetings in China, and one significant one was the 2 sessions, which was I think in February, March, where they unveiled their new economic strategy. And they called this new productive forces. And the idea here really is that the Chinese economy, that according to this narrative is kind of based on mass manufacturing, wants to move from this model, which is very investment heavy, maybe building a lot on the real estate sector, to a model where basically advanced manufacturing will be the future of growth. So that's kind of the little bit the idea here. And that means really going up in the complexity of manufactured exports, and therefore also becoming much more closer to the things we might produce in Europe. So if you look at the export portfolio of a country like China, it is still, even though in some sectors, some advanced sectors, they're very successful, like EVs, like some electronics. If you look at what is classified as high-tech goods, it's actually not very diversified. If you look at Europe or the US, we export a huge amount of very, very different, very, very specialized products in pharmaceuticals and life science, in aerospace and all these kind of things, where China really, they're really successful in IT, in like ITC goods. So smartphones, laptops are all produced in China, and more of the components are produced in China. But if you look at something like aerospace, China's not really there. Their airplanes are still kind of like, if they have this new airplane they want to build, the first commercial airplane they want to put into production, it's basically built primarily out of Western parts, imported parts or parts produced by, the engine comes from an American company and so forth, these kind of things. Mm-hmm. Similar to the Russian jet, the Sukhoi Superjet was also basically, I think 80% or even more Western parts. And the idea here really is to move up these value chains and move up this complexity. And the question is if they can execute that. And I think it's pretty much an open question. So I think it's very much consensus that the Chinese innovation system has become much more successful. At the same time, producing these things is not easy, and you need to build clusters. And if you look at our own industries, this has taken decades, and especially to go to the depth of high tech that we have, it has taken quite a long time. Mm-hmm. But also, if you look at how these industry operates in Europe and in the US, they build also around a lot of very sophisticated services. And I think this is where China will have struggle. On the one hand is that it's not really clear that this strategy will work out to replace the millions of jobs that will move out of traditional manufacturing, which was very labor-based, to this more advanced, more automized manufacturing. So it's not really clear that the jobs are there, but it's also not clear basically if the structure that they have really allow for this innovation to thrive in the amount that they would need to be successful in all these sectors. So the Chinese economy really, it's if you look at GDP per capita, it's still not close to even the poorest member states in the EU. And they have some part of the Chinese economy that is very rich. If you go to the coast, it is comparable to maybe European economy, but that's just a small part of the economy. And we might not think about France maybe as a superpower, and that would be able to do everything autonomously. Maybe French policymakers had that idea, and maybe some of them I think still do. But we would not take that seriously. In the same way, there's maybe a France-sized advanced manufacturing economy within China that can be very successful in certain sectors, but they will not be able to cover everything. And I think here, really managing these ambitions and managing to focus on certain things, that will be the challenge that they have.
Thanks a lot. We could spend all the time on talking about trade policy and this stuff, but let's change gears a little bit. So we were supposed to talk a bit more about common economic policy, and let me just take this discussion on discussing about the provision of public goods. So, I mean, within the EU, the provision of public goods has traditionally been at the responsibility of the member state. I mean, mainly. I mean, there are exceptions such as the ETS, competition policy, ESM, COVID vaccination procurement, NGEU, and of course, common monetary policy. And now, in theory, in economic theory, the more centralized provision will be preferable if there is a strong spillover effects between the member states, fixed cost of production are high, and of course that the preference differences are small between the member states. And now the most classical example of public good is national defense, and indeed this is the area that a lot of the EU joint effort is discussed, and also here in the European Forum. And I would say finally, so what are the possible ways of forward on this national defense and security union, as I've heard here, has been discussed a lot? I mean, are there so meaningful efficiency gains to be reached by some more specific policy areas like joint procurement or infrastructure or something else in the defense industry? Or what do you think? How should we go with it, thinking a bit more from the economic point of view. I don't know. You are an expert on this.
Not so much on the economy, but the defense cooperation and defense markets industry is, of course, something which has been followed quite a long time. It's maybe good to remind ourselves that the developments, the recent developments, which we now see, already started before the annexation of Crimea, 2013. I think European Council first addressed the need to establish and deepen defense markets and also industry, including the strong research component. But what I think now, what has now changed is that the economic imperatives are still there, so the financial constraints of national budgets. But obviously the threat perceptions have changed, I would say, quite extensively. And of course, what the providing military assistance for Ukraine has demonstrated that there is not enough production lines and European defense industry to cater that need. And that brings in the question that whether Europe has an industry that could kind of, in a war situation, provide what the war economy needs. And I think this has changed in a way, and this is a new situation, and we see a lot of new development. Joint procurement might be a real game changer. And when you discuss in different capitals, in EU capitals, and it's not just what we hear often here, that it's the countries who have a border with Russia or particular history with Russia that are interested in this. It is quite widely shared. Of course, there are national threat perceptions, and they are still different, and the defense industry that the countries might want to see is something that, has to accommodate several different kind of threat perceptions, and also in that way different kind of industries and weapon systems. But I think there is this kind of a new momentum at the moment. Then I think what becomes a sort of a crucial issue is the national interests, also national, one could say, economic interest in way of protecting own national defense industries. And of course, this is something where we have to wait and see whether the current trends actually lead to a sort of a new momentum, that where these kind of barriers could be overcome. Then there is another very important context which shapes this, and that's of course the United States and the alliance. And we foreign policy scholars, we remember when this process started in 2013 and it went on. So we noted that there were no these speeches coming from Washington about the dangers of duplication, for instance, meaning that the EU is doing something similar than the NATO, and also that EU is building up capacity which could compete with the US defense industry. But when some of the recent developments, meaning the PESCO and the Defense Fund and so forth, were taken forward, suddenly these speeches reappeared. That was during the Donald Trump presidency, and it took us a little bit of surprise. And this has made me think that this is also one question that needs to be addressed when we have this transatlantic alliance. It's based on US security guarantees, but the other side of the coin is also that Europe buys a lot of US weapon systems. And this needs to be kind of negotiated in a way if the kind of the relationship is to remain the same. So I expect also that Washington is quite vigilant about the European aspirations. Of course, these might be alleviated with the fact that we all know that US needs to focus other regions and theaters than Europe. And then, of course, this gives Europe also the kind of potentially a joint agenda with the US to build up European defense industry and European capabilities and give US way to move other areas, meaning the Pacific and the Asia.
So maybe Taneli and Niklas, you have talked a lot about the defense industry, but obviously there are a lot of other potential areas. So what would you say, like, what would be the most sort of obvious or long-hanging fruits of public goods that could be produced more efficiently at the EU level?
European level,
at
yeah.
the national level?
And that really is a core question for European Union going forward. And I really like the way you put it, that in the public goods side, that should be produced jointly or at that scale. Those where the fixed cost of production are highest and where there is a shared preference or least differences in the preferences between participating member states. But these preferences, they change over time. And they change as a function of developments around Europe or sometimes inside Europe. And we've seen here over the past 15 years already quite a bit of development in that regard. Financial stability could be argued to be a public good. And there was absolutely no willingness by member states to do anything about it jointly until a financial crisis hit us 15 years ago. And then thereafter we built the ESM and we built many structures, the banking union and so forth, which provide public goods for European citizens, which make perfect sense and bring savings to everybody, but that were impossible because of the differing preferences of member states before the crisis. We've seen similar developments with the COVID. Health was considered to be an absolutely national competence. Don't touch health, and this is ours, and not an EU competence, until COVID hit us. And then all of a sudden, it became a necessity to jointly develop and purchase and distribute vaccines. Energy. When the energy crisis hit us, then all of a sudden the impossible became possible. Again, same thing, and public good, to try to purchase.
The big shock.
Yes. And I think the next one will be defense. Again, because of an external shock that hits us. There, the savings that for European taxpayer and the potential savings for European taxpayer for joint purchase and so forth are obvious. And the savings are quite large and that can be achieved. But when it becomes possible, it will take a little bit of time. As Juha was saying, there's such inefficiencies in the current system, and Europe is producing 170 something different weapon systems. The US is producing 33, and still, and we don't seem to be competitive with the US offer. So, and there is much of rationalization and consolidation to be done there with gains for European citizens and taxpayers. Other similar areas of common public goods and where the gains of scale are clearest, I think research is a typical example of that. Research, innovation, development, and where you can doing things jointly and clearly achieve efficiency gains. Networks, physical networks, be it pipelines, cables, roads, whatever. And it's amazing to see how little willingness there is in member states to actually invest in cross-border infrastructure. Even when the money is there, they rather invest in their own domestic national infrastructure. The border crossing doesn't come in from national decisions. It will have to come, and it will have to be European. We've seen it again with the Next Generation EU, and that the preferences are so clearly national. So I think, and these are examples of public goods that could be produced at European level with clear gains for European citizens individually and collectively. But when the political conditions are there, I don't know. And the economic and rational case is clearly there, but the political readiness is not yet. And that it requires some kind of an impulse, which then changes the national preferences so that they become conducive for doing things together.
Thanks, great. Niklas, do you want to add to this? I wanted to discuss a bit about the financing of public goods, but we can also continue a bit on this. And then if there's somebody in the audience I want to ask, willing to take questions. So far, nobody. Okay, Niklas.
Yeah, maybe I can try to segue into the financing question.
Yeah, that would be nice.
So I think one of the reasons we need so there's two reasons why we would want European funds for European public goods. The one is the efficiency of provision, or maybe there are even three. The one is the efficiency of provision that, as you mentioned, for some goods there's just returns to scale. Maybe it makes more sense to provide them at this level because it's cheaper. The second one is basically that you might have unhealthy competition. And this is what we see in industrial policy. We have a very strict state aid regime in Europe, which I think is very good because it constrains what politicians can do and constrains also the likelihood of graft and all these kind of negative effects that certain types of industrial policy can have. And this is built on the premise that we don't want governments with subsidies to compete against each other, we want companies to compete against each other. But this means that basically now if we allow governments in the name of strategic autonomy to provide funding for strategic projects, that suddenly we get into a world where companies can actually play out different governments against each other. And I think some of the subsidy amounts we see in cases like, for instance, the European Chips Act, where Germany is providing 10 billion euros to one single factory. Just to put it into perspective, that's more than the Berlin airport has cost, which was very controversial because it was so expensive. This was a public infrastructure project. Now if the public can use it, the chips factory, 10 billion euros transfer from the private to the public, or from the public to the private. Why is this number so high? I think you can only rationalize it because there was France, Germany, maybe Ireland, maybe the United States wanting this factory, and then basically the companies can go. And this is, of course, very inefficient. So there's also a case where we might want to have a European steering just to avoid this type of competition. And the third case is basically the financing. And I think here really it comes down to the fiscal rules. So because of what you mentioned about how problematic was the financing question in the past, we now have new fiscal rules, and the idea is that basically most of the European, or many of the European countries have actually to reduce their spending in order to meet these rules that we have set, because otherwise we think our macroeconomic governance doesn't work out if there's such an imbalance between the debt level between different countries. But at the same time, we have big new spending needs. The green transition, defense, and also other in industrial policy, the demographic transition, of course, pensions. We have all these kind of new funding needs that we have somehow to address. And if we restrict our national spending that we have, either we ignore these problems, which I don't think is an option, or we need to find other ways to fund. And I think this is where eventually we have to talk again about e-funding, because I think the fiscal rules itself, I mean, they will be difficult enough to enforce them in the first place, but basically to say, actually, let's increase it by 10% or whatever, I don't think that's politically viable. And here, in many of these cases, there are returns to scale. There are effects. Like every country faces the same problems in the green transition. It's really about making it economically viable for consumers and for industry to invest into these things. Similar in defense, as you were saying, basically we have all the same interests. So I think there are many areas where we actually can have a public goods logic that would justify actually spending EU money on this. And one area I want to highlight that I think is important here is actually also external financing. So external policy, not just trade policy, but also development policies and the like. If we look at a lot of these geopolitical tensions, where they play out in the economy, the one case we've seen now was gas, which is a macroeconomically big commodity that really showed up in our macro statistics. But a lot of it is also much smaller in what we call sometimes economic coercion. So now China has restricted exports to Europe of germanium and gallium, minerals you need to certain high-tech industries. And the question is, how do you respond to that and how do you mitigate that? And for many of these many different products that we import from a country like China that might hit us with these products, they will not be economically viable in Europe. And actually, it would be very expensive and very distortive and probably impossible to try to reshore all of these production. So instead, we need them in the countries. And for many, especially these critical raw materials, the bottlenecks are not in the mining. The mining is relatively distributed with a few exemptions, and often that would be cobalt in Congo, which is not China. So the monopoly that China has in cobalt, for instance, is just in the refining. And some of these steps we might be able to reshore, but some of them we might want to promote somewhere else. And really here, there's a strategic interest of us to do together development policy, and maybe not development in a traditional sense, but investment policies in third countries, in emerging markets, to diversify our supplies of these goods away from China in a way that I think that would basically make us more attractive as a partner to many of these countries, but also much more efficient to diversify imports than trying to reshore everything.
Yeah, so we have 2 minutes, but I still wanted to push a bit on the financing. So the NGEU, of course, it was launched during the pandemic, and one of the ideas there was, initially at least, was to finance green transition and finance digitalization and have some cross-border spillovers from that. But it seems that it hasn't worked that well from that perspective. So what are the lessons to learn from that way of financing the things? How could we do it better in Europe to make sure that this idea of the public good and cross-border spillovers can be achieved? How can we do this with the way we finance these goods?
I don't know. I think it's
a hard question.
It is a very hard question, and we struggle with it every time the Commission proposes a new financial framework for 7 years. And we try to put forward an emphasis on European public goods. Member states want to put an emphasis on transfers between member states. And for the financing side, and we usually put forward a proposal which put the emphasis on own resources, and the member states want to rather put the emphasis on payments and from their budgets, because it gives them more control. Next year, the new Commission will put forward another proposal for the next 7 years, and I can pretty much guess what we'll put forward and what will be the result after the negotiation. So very difficult. The weight of own resources in the financing of EU budget until late 90s was very high, and I think 2/3 even. And that was because that was the old world of trade policy, where tariffs were being collected by the union, and the tariffs were the source of income for financing the EU budget. Now that is not the case anymore, which is why the share of own resources has diminished. I do not hope that tariffs will become again such an important part of financing, but something else will have to give in. Can I just one quick comment on a public good, and that is quite useful but not very well known: civil protection. There is a union civil protection mechanism that not many people know about, but which basically is, as an example, that when there's a forest fire in one member state, then the other member states they send their planes to spread water on the fires. By doing so, not everybody needs to have 20 planes booked for the eventuality of a forest fire.
Good example.
Because you share, because you don't have forest fires everywhere at the same time, hopefully, or at least the likelihood is fairly low. So that is why it is this kind of mechanism saves everybody resources and funds, requires trust and confidence mutually, and a mechanism of doing things together. The EU functions with a very small budget, 1% of GDP, and this is what differs us from the rest of the global players. And we are a global power, a global player, alongside US and China with many indicators, except that we don't have common defense yet, and that we have a budget that is about 5% of the US federal budget or the Chinese budget. That puts the limit to how we can actually respond to global developments with any common economic policy. It doesn't make it impossible, but it just makes it very much more difficult.
Thanks a lot, Taneli. I'm afraid we are out of time here. Unless Juha, you want to use the last word.
Maybe the next generation EU, just very briefly, because I fully agree it has to be scrutinized, and that's very important. And I think many of us experts highlighted when it was launched, especially the RRF was launched, that this is really kind of now a situation where the member states and the European Union and Commission must show that this really works, because it will come back and haunt all the new funding proposals in the future. But I think it's also important to keep in mind that we can think about, for instance, the infamous Lisbon strategy from the year 2000, which kind of declare that the EU will be the leading knowledge-based and innovation-based economy in the world. And why it failed, there are of course many, many reasons for that. But one, what the experts are quite unanimous about, is that there was not funding and financial tools behind it enough. And when the Next Generation EU was launched, I was also thinking that now, when the EU launched the green transition, digital transition, at least there are now better financial tools to try to implement those big transition processes. So what I hope is also that when the Next Generation EU, I'm meaning also the union's budget, will be evaluated, so it will be looked into this broader picture in a way, how it has worked also in terms of putting the green transition, pushing forward and making it happen in a way. So I think it's a very important question for the future debates of the EU's finances, and especially in this country where there are still a lot of worries that the transfer union is something what is in the cards in every funding proposal what relates to the European Union.
Thanks a lot. I'm afraid we really have out of time now. So please join me to thank our panelists, Taneli, Juha, and Niklas, for excellent discussion. Thank you. And thanks to all of you also joining us in this session. Thank you.
Thank you for taking part in today's Europe Forum. Hopefully you have enjoyed the diverse discussions of today. Tomorrow, the day starts here at Little State at 9 a.m. with the Eurooppa-foorumi Turussa Association's program, A Debate with Finnish MEPs. If you want to keep discussing Europe Forum on social media, don't forget to use the hashtags Eurooppa-foorumi, #Europe Forum, and #Turku. Thank you. See you tomorrow.